everyone, welcome back to Squad Wipe. It's the final week here of play that we've been talking about, or the final episode we'll be giving you, because we can't really do this once the show has ended, but it's all about week 3 and what happened in league play. Oh yeah, I wish we could. Week 3 with the league play and the Super Weekend. And we have 2 more matches to kind of quickly condense for you and show you if you guys missed out on the matches to get you ready for what's coming up here in the finals, which is kicking off, well, today, tomorrow, I don't know when you're watching this. Maybe it was yesterday. I don't know. Right now. But Blake, what do you have for us here for our first match?
What I have for us here is a pretty banger of a game, to be honest here. It's Gaijin Seraphim, and I think that Vitoni really stepping up massively versus Polarize here. We had this interesting one with Qatar Force who was desperately stuck in ruins with GODSENT as well as Black Spark. So it was an interesting game overall. I'm sure you guys are going to enjoy it.
Umbra seem to have hot dropped on Scrim Farm. The circle is absolutely in Scrim Farm's favour for the way they like to play, but unfortunately Talon and some unfavourable damage over towards Detati. Goes down. Not flushed just yet. AKM in hand, holding the inside of the building. Early loot, but there's more Scrim Farm players in the wings, which means that they can continue to loot, come back in. The rest of Team Umbra, not quite so close by. You can see them a little bit further north. They'll grab some guns and try to rally on through. Foxy Boy, no helmet. Wants to move on up. Tommy Gun in hand. Clown as well around the side. It's Prolord, bombing the smokes, trying to slow things down, allow the rest of the team to come through, to get that angle, to get the oversight. Naruto, you can see him in the back, looking for the shots. Tati potentially exposed here. Foxy up with the Vector, goes for the spray. 2 players, not going to be found. Talon peeks out, swings out, not going to be able to land the shots. Will go down as well. Out the window, Prolord goes with the Vector. Spots Tati as well. There's help from Naruto coming from the hillside. Looks for more spray. None of them have gone down just yet for Umbra. Fantastic. And they're continuing to take these kills. Naruto moves down the hillside, and Scrim Farm get dumpstered, Blank. Pushing up the hillside. Eastern Stars, 1 down close. Under the front man, but how much further can they push on through the gap that they've driven in? Unfortunately, a nice push from Athis, able to pick up 1 against the UDR Killers. Pocus gets flushed, goes down. Ulysses caught with an aid in hand, and Eastern Stars. They seem to have the drop every single time, but they're still only 2. UDR Killers down to 1 now, out in the blue. Probably time to get a move on Blank towards the next zone, as Panda close to Destiny.
Beast now for the window. Panda seems to be okay for the time being. Just a 3-man split here, make that 4. So you've got 3-1. Beast playing that off angle once again, just trying to throw those nades through the window, try and get a little bit of damage. That's the go signal. Destiny tries to converge now. GK first, extremely low. Continue to throw those nades, prevent those runouts on the sides, and now they're breaching.
Pushing on through the window, Mazzaro looks for the shots. 2 down now for Panda. In goes Beast, looks for the flushes. Yiz and Lin not able to be in a position to save these players now, but Whiskey goes up to the window and the info's given on over. Will go down. Will not get flushed just yet. Hang on a minute, he was taken down there. 1 player from Panda still alive. Miki on the off angle as he is going to go around. And they slow things down for Destiny. 2 players from Panda, 3 players from Destiny. Still 1 player of Panda. There we go, finally picked up the point.
Giz and Linye though, these are 2 heavy hitters from the second Super Weekend, but that nade is going to hit harder.
Around the side. With the Tommy gun moving in, spots out Beast, but Beast spots him first. That's going to be Panda getting eliminated here. Destiny now hold a Western compound.
I mean, I respect the decision coming through from Umbra. It was a nice play, but this circle just really ruins your chances heading all the way to the west, because they wanted it to move as far away from that little bridge they're trying to cross right now, because it would have given them time to get across and play in the blue for a little bit longer, which I imagine they have a lot of meds on board, but this has just accelerated the fight towards their position, and now they probably are going to die out to the blue. So we're going to most likely shift our focus over towards Gaijin Seraphim, who are just to the southeast of Ruins, next to Nexus at the moment. Fortunately for Umbra, I think their time is now up.
Yeah, they are just struggling at this point. They are getting pummeled, but GSG, they've heard those shots, and Unicorns of Love, whilst they were able to guard out the team at their back, have given away most, if not all, of their positions there, because they are all pretty grouped up. Umbra maybe looking to try and sneak a little move in, but really desperate at this point. With GODSENT looking their way, it's about 3 or 4 teams who are looking at these 2 players, and it's very, very tricky. You're right, though, Gaijin Seraphim on that southeast side of the circle try and challenge the center here. Black Sparks already engaged in a fight with Qatar Forces. 3 players alive and standing. Fairly healthy there. Black Sparks with all 3 back on up, and they're going to stop GODSENT from moving around the skirts as well. 1 player, 2 player, 3 players fall. And GODSENT looking for play more with 2. Black Sparks and Qatar Forces seem to have put aside their differences here, Blank, and decided GODSENT are the enemy. But Black Sparks out in the blue. They're going to have to circle around these ruins, try and move through. Vindex has gone down now. Qatar Forces grouped up, and nade through the window might be their doom, but no one's throwing one just yet. No one's got the speed to do so. Smoke potentially being dropped on down. This is tricky.
Yeah, it's very tricky. Polar Ace, though, they've got a beautiful spot up here on the rocks to take down anyone coming out from ruins. So right now, Polar Ace is about to pick up a lot of points.
Well, we'll see if the fights go towards Polar Ace or if they fight on the other side, and maybe one of those 3 teams is able to pick them up. I mean, they should be, by all rights, covering these exits, but down go the Black Sparks. And now it's GODSENT and Qatar Forces left in that compound, and 2 players from GODSENT are there. Reeves on the outside, Victor goes down as well. Yusuf tries to exit, and this is where Polar Ace pick up the points. And as you can see, inside the blue now, I think just looking for that healing strat, healing game. There's plenty of crates on the floor nearby for Anas. You can see a couple of them not at full HP, so maybe there is a little bit of a lack of meds here, but one of them goes down, and meds won't heal that one. You lose a player for Gaijin Seraphim.
Well, the Jumanji box is opened, and you can just hear the bongo drums of Kapahala in the distance as he enters the circle. Like a lion to the jackals. See what he can get done here. Does only have 1 other player on his team, though.
Polar Ace looking to try and move strong. Kapahala looks for 1. Qatar Forces eliminated on the southwestern side. Athis gets spotted for the Eastern Stars. And now that's them eliminated. Those drums get punctured. A knife straight through them. No more beating heart in this game. Polar Ace moving through against Gaijin Seraphim. In 3 versus 4, Gaijin Seraphim with a player gone down already. Healing inbound for Polar Ace right now. Gaijin Seraphim look to start to spread out their line of fire, their base of operations. Try and keep that pressure up. Try and keep the angles covered as well. Stop Polar Ace from getting in. They're not in the circle just yet, so they will have to move. 1 goes down. Prada very low, but crucially not knocked. No teammate will have to move out to that position to go for those reses. Nades maybe looking to start to stay all over the top. A nice hop up on the rock as well. A vantage point for Vitoni. Muzi slithering around into the smoke. The question is, do they spot it? Into the sky. Oh, come on. No, just a little bit to the left. They moved early. Polar Ace swing out wide. Look for the spray. Vitoni strikes from the top of the rock. I don't even know if they know he's there. 3 players down for Polar Ace. Lost out in the circle. And it's going to be the Gaijin Seraphim chicken dinner here. I don't see a way for Bardo to get out of this one.
Damn. Okay, that was a game and a half from Gaijin Seraphim. Damn. From Gaijin Seraphim. Polar Ace taking some damn good pot shots down up towards the guys from Qatar Forces. Well, Black Spark, crazy game overall. I thought Polar Ace were going to be able to clean that one out, but in the end, it's Vitoni on top of the rock, just really showing people what's what at the end of things. And Polar Ace taken out. And that was a nice little win for Gaijin Seraphim to kind of bump up their points to make sure they went through to that finals. So it was actually a very important match.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's what our highlight is for this final week of Squad Wipe. I mean, the thing is, we always criticize Gaijin Seraphim as always playing for placements. They always sneak 1 player in somewhere, but they show they can get kills. Now it's about maintaining that when it gets into the finals, so they can continue to get kills and placements together. Then maybe they could be a top 3 team. But to move on from that, we're going to move on now to our final day of play, and this day was very tough. Qatar Forces, they were outside the top 16. This was their last big push to come through, and they needed a big play. The problem is, as the match started off here, they lost 2 players immediately, but they did hold on until the very end. Let's take a look.
You can say that it was such a fast roll up, because there was a lot of places to play around Potato Hill. There's a lot of bunkers around there. Obviously the elevation has changed, so there's positions where you can hide behind trees and play it safe. But right now, Umbra and Nexus fighting between each other for a compound itself. They'd like to have a secure position towards the center of the circle. Already 1 kill going through. Nays down the stairs. Prolord might take a little tickle of damage, but nothing through as of yet.
They're on the outskirts as well. I think Umbra have the off angle. Not entirely sure on exactly who has that, but Nade's going back and forth now between these 2 squads. Loading up. No one wants to make that first move. Look at Rana, though. Dropped down on the outside now. They all want to go for the drop as well. Nexus, move in. 3 versus 3 inside the building. Prolord goes down, so does Naruto. 2 versus 2 now. Naruto goes down. Talon, last to stand for Umbra, but can't quite get it done. And Nexus hold out their compound. Umbra try and wrest it from them, but not today. The compound is safe. Sides with UDR Killers right now, and looks like UDR Killers are starting to eke this one out, but don't count Destiny out just yet. 2 players alive, Mazzara very low and taken away, just Beast now, and you could be forgiven for counting out Destiny at this stage. Ulysses looks for the shots, goes for the spray, Sebi's there as well. Ulysses though steps out, Beast, hang on a minute, he's stepping up to the plate. 2 players down for the UDR Killers, a Beast, he takes 3! I said you could count him out, Blank, I spoke too soon. The UDR Killers wiped from the hillside. Destiny stands strong.
Holding down a beautiful ridgeline at the moment. That's Reeves now out, going down to Savage X. That's a top 3 placing already. Good stuff. How many smokes remaining for the guys over at Unicorns of Love? Nice shots coming back from Savage X. You got to admit it. And Wadia has to retreat. But
that healing forward. Polar Ace, they've moved out of their compound now. They want to hit the deck and try and get some position moving forwards. They want to keep those vehicles on board, maybe make a makeshift compound of their own. Ked, beady-eyed, as ever, over towards the position coming through from Qatar Forces. Has to drop out the smoke there. Molotov in hand, potentially looking to burn them down. Smoke's being dropped as well for Qatar Forces. They feel like they want to move out and try and take those hay bales in front of them, try and hold those positions. Nade started to come through, and I think Polar Ace might be looking for a fight as well. Qatar Forces, they've already made 13 points this game. They've hit 14 now, total. Guaranteed 3rd place at least. That's 10 points, and their 4 kill points would add up to 14. This is great news. It looked really bad for them at the start, but they have really managed to keep things going, and a couple of good shifts their way mean that they have a nice spot.
The Unicorns of Love, though, would be very nice for Qatar Forces to get a little bit of revenge here towards the end, considering they were the team that gave them so many problems towards Sosnovka. Circle actually does shift over towards Qatar Forces. Now, I wonder if this is just out of line of sight of that little ridgeline, which would put Qatar Forces out onto the road, which would be ridiculously bad. So right now, this circle just has to accelerate the fight between Unicorns of Love and Polar Ace. Polar Ace, I have to be honest, got a fantastic little micro rotations from in the vehicle. They've set it up big time, but Qatar Forces, they are not letting a single moment pass without trying to find some value. Taking some shots over towards Polar Ace right now.
Crucial thing as well is that in these fields, you can't get that res unless you try and step up in a smoke, and that's going to be real hard, which means that Unicorns of Love guaranteed down to 1. That gets flushed away. Strikes, which also means that striking towards Polar Ace, probably Qatar Forces' best chance here in terms of laddering up, or maybe even being able to win this one, because if they take those players down, they might not be able to get it done. Caster as well, already on bended knee. Holes may be looking for the res here, but if Qatar Forces throw a nade out that way, throw some ordnance in, it might just mix things up a little bit, but I think they might be out here. Smoke's bloom.
Yeah, this one vehicle has been absolutely massive for Polar Ace, and Bardo's been doing a really good job to stay silent and just edging it ever closer into the circle, using smokes to their advantage to keep it hidden. Now they have the crate ahead of them as well, which is providing them a lot of cover. Itachi just scoping the field at the moment. Now Ked's out in the blue. He really can't go any further now because there's a road in front of him.
If that hits, that's it. Yeah, Ked goes down. This is great for Qatar Forces. They get 2 more points, Blank. That's going to put them 3 points in profit on the game. Udea has a really nice wide angle. They've been spotted. Holes goes down in the open field. First strike found. DP in hand. Has a lot of bullets in the chamber. 37 wants to pop the molly. Nades over the top. Yusef, though, trying to get something done from the grass. Can't find it. 1 player now standing for Udea. For Qatar Forces. Wants to drop the nade.
Burning them all.
Slow. He's burning them. It's just Holes. 1 versus 1 now, Blank, in the open field. Qatar Forces, they want to make their mark here in the PMPL. They really want to take it from Lost Bullet, and Wadia in that 1 versus 1 pops the heel. Will not look for those reses, will not look for that push right now. Polar Ace, they don't want to go for it. He's going out wide, goes for the challenge, goes for the spike. He gets it done. It's Qatar Forces.
As Blink said, damn, what a game for Qatar Forces at the very end there. Yusef Alade able to survive. It was like a 2-on-2 against Unicorns of Love, and then that's had Polar Ace to the last second as well. So well done, and for them to step up like that, it was impressive, and it really gave us hype too, right? Because we were looking at that as, oh my gosh, they might be able to close down that 60 points they needed in total to make top 16, but in the end, Blank, it wasn't enough, unfortunately. Spoiler
Oh,
alert.
it's really, very sad. I mean, spoiler alert, lol. I mean, for Wood, honestly, I wanted a way to end the game out of those mollies as well. He's really heating up during a lot of these games for that final Super Weekend. Sadly, like you say, Qatar Forces don't make it through, but we've got a whole assortment of amazing teams currently in our finals that you are watching right now. So don't go anywhere, because they'll be up very, very shortly, and we'll see you guys very soon.
Kaboom! Right there. Let's see. 1v1. 1v1. He's gonna get another one. Another one. There's 2 other teams live. Like, for mercy right between you. Done. That's gonna be a good old-fashioned.
It's the second to last day here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe. We have our 16 teams now coming into this day here, looking for a change in hope, hopefully for them, as they can look to rise to the ranks and be like Nexus and Unicorns of Love, who are sitting pretty in our first and second place. I'm your host, Jason Kaplan, but I gotta bring in our 2 analysts who are looking much better than I am, much sexier than I am. One of them in particular, I don't know which one it's gonna be, but you at home can decide. We got QLASH and Maxman. I don't know. I don't know which one it is. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I was kidding. Maybe it's not the analyst, it's the host. Impressions though, yesterday, QLASH, like what was the highlight for you?
Definitely Unicorns of Love doing as well as they did up towards the top, but despite kind of like sneaking past our radar almost and how well they were able to do. That's really cool. And I know that my highlight for today is going to be Jason's shirt, which looks like one of those optical illusions where it's like, find the tiger. And you kind of, it's great. Thank you. Yeah, I like that shirt.
I'm actually a little bit worried that the patties are too small, so I'm trying not to move, as Maxman knows quite a bit about. But Max, what was your highlight yesterday?
We got to talk about Nexus. I think that not even just Nexus and Lakonostra MVP. Like, there were 2 middling teams. They were up and down throughout the entirety of the Super Weekends. And now they're actually second and third, respectively. I think that's a big surprise entering these finals. So now the question for today is going to be, can they keep on going with results like that today and tomorrow? That's the question we're going to have answered today.
Yeah, and we should hopefully have the answer by the end today as we take a look now at our overall standings at the end of day 1. Again, if you guys missed out on the first day of finals, I have to ask, where the hell were you? You should have been here watching. We had 6 exciting matches, and we had Unicorns of Love take first place at the end of the day, only by 1 point. But Nexus here, QLASH, this was their first chicken dinner of the event. They were able to pick up kills. They were looking far better than we've ever seen them play before.
Yeah, definitely. So starting the day off with 2 second places, 7 kills apiece in each of those as well, and then rounding things out towards the end with that win with 9 kills. Very, very nicely done by Nexus. We kind of potentially anticipated at the beginning of the league stages this team being able to rise to the occasion. They didn't quite do that in league play and Super Weekends, but here in the finals, it's a great start for them. Can they keep it up though? I think that is the question today. I don't know if they can, but of course we will see, Max, I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see. Look, I talked about them before these finals saying, I think that they got a good level to make into the finals. Though top 3, I don't think they were there just yet. Hey, maybe they are. Maybe I lied. Maybe they are actually ready for that kind of challenge. Though when you look in on this page, and I think that there's a very big number that stands out to a lot of people now, is those kills coming out from Lakonostra MVP. 41. Not a team that was known to be extremely aggressive back in the Super Weekends and the league plays for the past 3 weeks, and yet now they get strong positions and they use it accordingly, just like Polaris improvement in Week 3 Super Weekend. So Lakonostra, I want to see those kills just coming in the front gate even more today. I want to see them keep on going on this kind of direction they're going for, because they've been just doing fantastic yesterday, and I think that if they get some even good results today and tomorrow, they could remain around top 3. But when you see the teams below, you're looking at GODSENT, you're looking at Panda, QLASH, you're looking at them and you know exactly they want to have a clear improvement compared to day 1 yesterday. So they might be the teams to try and overtake those spots from Lakonostra or even Nexus.
So you say like a clear improvement from yesterday, and this is, I'm not trying to harsh you at all, Max, because this is something we mentioned quite a bit yesterday, right? Is that Panda, they weren't able to field their 4 players they want to be playing with in their matches yesterday, but they still scored 62 points. Like, without their main roster, one playing every single one of those matches, they still looked pretty good, right? And I think that's scary for a lot of the other teams out there.
I would say is mainly, like, you talked about the one player, so that's Years. We want to see Years play potentially. But I would be lying if I said I was expecting them to be in this kind of position. I was expecting some wins to come their way. I was expecting them to not try and just pull off 2 heal strats in actually out of 6 games. I think it was very out of the ordinary because they would lose players very early. So hopefully, normally today, I did check a little bit, and normally Years should be able to play, so I might be expecting a little bit more because we're expecting to see the Panda was like, 100-point lead that we had in the Super Weekend, so I want to see a little bit more.
They're no stranger to the eel strats though on Sanhok, right? As much as
Sure,
you're saying that you saw them happen and they were pulling them out during this, they're still, they're capable of doing it. Yeah, it's happened in the past. I think with Jason, when you look a little further down the table here, of course, one of the surprises that does definitely stand out, even though they got a win, was Destiny, 39 points here, which we expect them to be doing a little bit more for. So I think they're going to be angry today, if I'm perfectly honest. This is a roster that we know is championship caliber from looking at them throughout the season so far, and I definitely think we'll be seeing them rise up today.
But Kalaris, I got to ask you about another team in here, Eastern Stars. I mean, I had them in my top 3 throughout the entire event. I had them in top 3 at the one drop before we kicked off our finals. They got into constant battles up against Polar Ace, and we haven't seen the Eastern Stars. If we talk about Panda, not looking as good as we saw before, Eastern Stars is definitely one of those teams that's filling that same role.
Yeah, you can't be losing out on these fights, especially when they're coming in on edge and having a bit of a harder time winding through some of the teams to get into those later circles. And I think for Eastern Stars, just give them an opportunity to be strong on a decent hill range or something like that, and we will see the likes of Kapahala being able to frag out and do some damage. So let's see how it goes here today, Jason.
Yeah, hoping to see it, honestly. I mean, it's just one day of games. We did talk about how you can have, a bad couple of matches, maybe a bad day, but it's all about this now. If we can see Nexus, Unicorns of Love, which I think we can all agree, Max, Unicorns of Love should be able to keep up this level of play. They are being one of the most consistent teams I think we've seen throughout the entire event.
I mean, when we were talking back to Destiny about what was happening in their Super Weekends, we thought that they could keep on going because it didn't seem like their playstyle was forced. It doesn't seem that way for Unicorns of Love either. Like, literally, their lowest scoring game in terms of kill is 4 kills. Other than that, they got themselves a bunch of games with 5 kills, and even one was 8 kills, which is an absolute banger when you think about it throughout the entirety of those 6 games yesterday. Unicorns of Love, they're known to be an aggressive team. They have 2 incredible talent, which is going to be both Ked and also Fresh. The rest of the team doing great. Savage X especially. I love Savage X and how he plays the game. But it's a normal playstyle for them. They like to go aggressive. They like to get to the late game. If they could convert that into a win, then now they would actually start to build up a really big lead on that 2nd and 3rd place. So I think that Unicorns of Love, it's not too much of an issue when it comes to remaining in that top 3 throughout today, because yesterday they were looking really, really confident.
Well, if yesterday was our end of matches, we could take a look at how much money they would have won. It would have been $10,000 for first place, but also a spot in the PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1 coming up a little bit later on in this month. But you can see how much money each team is going to win. If you just get into the finals, you get a minimum of $1,000, but also you get money based on how many chicken dinners you got in our Super Weekends. So if you got any chicken dinners throughout there, you might get extra money in your pockets. Also, if you're the MVP from the finals, an extra $1,000 in your pocket. Claris, I know exactly what you do with that $1,000. You would look for another part for your new and shiny car, though I don't know if that's going to cut it for what you would add on to it.
It might cover half a carbon fiber part. Maybe.
Oh man,
no.
This is why I don't have a car. I don't need the expenses. Anyways, let's move on from this. Let's talk about some teams here in particular. As we're going to kind of dive straight into our new and our old champions and see how they've been performing over the course of our finals compared to how they've done in our Super Weekends. And Max, off the bat here, we talk about consistency with Unicorns of Love, but they stepped up where they were already performing well overall in the Super Weekends.
Yeah, of course, that's only over the course of 6 games, so it might go a little bit lower today. If it does go higher, then I'm just going to be even more surprised, because that would be an insane showcase of what Unicorns of Love can actually do. But for that to happen, they need to try and close off games and look for those wins and those double-digit kill counts even though. But over the course of these now 4 weeks of PMPL, being able to actually hit just about a 10-point average for the first 3 weeks and almost 13 for this finals, I think it's astonishing on its own regard. Unicorns of Love are looking as one of the favorites coming into this, and they are now just proving that there is not just a random decision, right? People decided to go behind Unicorns of Love because they have this incredible talent lineup. And I think that Unicorns of Love, really, they want to take that first place. They want to take that 10,000. And I mean, hey, you know what? Hey, no, not for Unicorns, okay? For Clash, then maybe a little bit. I do feel bad for that.
Well, not your curse.
The Unicorn's curse.
Oh, the Unicorn's curse. I mean, there's too many curses, man, but they cancel out each other. It's okay. It's like the equation. Got negative, it becomes a plus. It's all going good for them.
Oh no, Max is doing maths again. In contrast here, Jason, you know, you've got teams that I think a lot of people didn't have that much stock in, as you say, like Nexus. But Lakonostra is one of the teams that yesterday obviously shone very, very brightly, technically 10 points behind where Nexus is right now. However, even in that second Erangel game of the day, I think they got a little bit unlucky with having the Game Lord Snake kind of pop out of the apartments and kind of reduce them to that kind of 4v2 where it could have been a 4v3 after looking very, very hot and fiery over in that east side. So we could have seen even more from Lakonostra had it not been for some unfortunate circumstances. And I think it's great so far what they've put up here in the final.
Yeah, honestly, if you were to say to me, you know, before we started off the day, Jason, Lakonostra are going to have the most kills in the entire lobby, I would have said you're a liar. I wouldn't have believed you because, not to downplay them at all, but because I don't think we ever expected Lakonostra and Nexus to step up like they've been able to. I know John's out there, he's like, oh, wait a minute, I have the stats to prove Nexus are, you know, ended on a really high note. But for these two teams to have this big of a step up when they've never really shown that throughout the entirety of the league play in general, like there wasn't even a single day where they had numbers like this, I think is a testament to how good they can be and also testament to maybe how much prep work they put into the finals.
I can only agree. I think that we definitely have seen that step up. The fact that they were, I think they got, what, 17 kills in the Erangel game, which could have been converted into more. As I say, had that unfortunate incident not occurred. Just brilliant stuff by them. That shows that, technically speaking, they can challenge for a top 3. Whether consistency tells that tale here in the next 2 days, though, remains to be seen.
Okay, one thing I love so much about Lakonostra, I'm going to jump on it because I think that 17-point game was very interesting, is that the moment they take a fight, they actually execute it so well and so quickly that they always survive as a 4-man team and get to the late game as a 4-man, which I think is a great mark of improvement of how they approach those team fight situations and scenarios. So I just like how they always make it as a 4-man. It does help a lot to try and find closure in games eventually.
Okay, well, why don't we focus on another team here, Max? We got GODSENT. We take a look at... Well, yesterday, their numbers over the course of the event, they had 2 back-to-back super weekends at 165 points. They were looking phenomenal coming into the finals, and they only continue to, well, I want to say continue to get better because I feel like the pressure's mounting, and obviously just a 0.17 point difference on average isn't that big of a deal, but we can just see like they're maintaining that performance from the from the last 2 super weekends. And we said yesterday, if they maintain that performance within the first super weekend as well, they would have actually been the #1 team coming out of our league play.
Exactly. They got 165 points in the second and third super weekend. They could have ended up in first, right above, I think, like about a 15-point margin above Panda. They would have looked absolutely golden. But this is actually a point that Banks brought up yesterday in the meeting after the show, and I thought it was very interesting because he talked about starting off your tournament in a really good fashion, and that did not quite happen for GODSENT. They had to like build that kind of speed for themselves and that momentum to actually start getting some really good points on a per game basis. They started so hot coming into these finals right now, and it's just looking like, because it's such a short term kind of situation they're in now, it's just going to be a 3-day finals compared to the past 3 weeks of Super Weekend and League play. If they just keep on going and rolling off of that high, we might see GODSENT being able to catch up to the likes of Unicorns, Nexus, and Lakonostra. Then fourth, they're just behind a few points more, and they could be in first at the end of today.
It sort of makes sense for me as well, because when you look at GODSENT's play and how it's progressed here throughout the tournament, I feel like they have, every single week, been looking for game-winning positions. Now, sometimes when you try to rotate to game-winning positions, sometimes you get caught off guard, sometimes some people will die on rotation, or sometimes maybe you just go to a dip that gets instanated. However, I think GODSENT, as they've progressed throughout these weeks, has refined that transition to the game-winning positions and then been able to kind of split slightly in those game-winning positions to be able to hold down a decent amount of land. You can see it in a few of these moments here as well. And as that culminates here into the finals, I think it's paying dividends for them here, as you can see with the 2 wins that they were able to accrue yesterday.
I do worry a little bit, though, Max, with the 2 wins they did have. They had 30 points in total from, obviously, those 2 chicken dinners, but they had 39 placement points in total. So only 9 points outside of those 2 chicken dinners. But then again, winning 2 games out of 6, winning a third of your matches isn't bad at all. Reminds me of maybe UDR Killers back in our second super weekend, which was their first super weekend. I know it's a little bit confusing. We're going to move on to Unicorns of Love, though. Take a look at all their players and in all their glory, to be honest, and their performance over the course of our first day of the finals. And this team, #1 for a reason, and I think we're seeing why.
Yeah, I mean, Fresh is very clearly, he's aiming for the MVP slot, and they were talking about it. I talked to his one of the owners of the Unicorns of Love mobile lineup, and he did say that Fresh, he was running straight for the MVP, right? They had that competition inside, you know, who's going to be the MVP? Is it going to be Ked? Is it going to be Fresh? They're having that little inside battle, but I think it's just good fun competition between the players, and I think that if you mess around with it properly, it could be really good fun. But I think that both Fred and Fresh and I did a mix of those two names, Ked and Fresh. I don't know. Hey, we're going for it. But Fresh and Ked have been able to step up really big time since the first week of this entire PMPL, and especially Fresh. He's been an MVP of the first week, and he's come into this to try and be the MVP. And the thing that I love so much about Fresh is that even if his team is not there, he will perform. I remember that Miramar game where he took down the last player of Panda. He just pushed it. He knows the terrain just so damn well every single time the circle shifts, and I think that that should be the big highlight of this team, is Fresh is just always able to step up for the team when they need it the most. And the rest of the team does great, don't get me wrong, but when Fresh is there, you know that already you put the game in easy mode for yourself.
Gotta agree. I mean, look at how Unicorns of Love is playing the game right now. They look like the most confident team in the lobby. Name another team, other than maybe Destiny when they're on form, that has 2 names that are potentially competing for MVP. Name another team. No, they're not even competing right now. Like, they're 28 points. It's a difficult prospect to kind of deliver here. But right now, even though Fresh is in what you would consider to be that MVP position, Ked is like 300 damage behind. Still 11 kills, still 11 knocks. When these guys as a unit get together, and when the other 2 are enabling them to get together, that's what I mean with the confidence. And I think you've got to be very scared here of Unicorns of Love in the final.
We saw this graphic in rehearsals, right? And I noticed the damage, I noticed the kills, like I noticed how far up he was on a lot of these like prime statistics. But I didn't realize his healing was so close to the highest amount we've had so far in the entire event, Max.
Actually, I didn't realize that. That's actually really high in healing coming out from him. I mean, that means that he just gets involved in every single fight, and he comes out from those fights just fine. We'll have to heal up, potentially get rezzed up by his teammates too from time to time, which is why it's good to have a team that can back you up around this one. But these are the stats, by the way, for those you can't see here. It's like 75 matches. These are the matches that he played throughout the entirety of this PMPL, and he's almost topped on every single section, except for a headshot. But you know what? He likes the body. He likes to get more damage stats, so you can't go for the headshot. You're not going to pump up those numbers. But Fresh here...
so weird.
Yeah.
The heal. I find that so weird, because every time we see like the big kills, big damage, the heal is always like one of the lowest amounts. I really kind of wonder, how does this define his play style?
It shows that he understands the dynamics of a lot of the fights that he's going into, right? The fact that he knows that how much damage he can do whilst taking damage back himself. It's like trade for trade, but then you're not the one that eventually is the one that falls down first. So you trade it, you get behind cover, you heal up once again, you go for the trade again. And actually, I mean, as long as you've got the right meds available to you, or you've got the right compound to work from, I think it's a great play style if you can walk that boundary, that thin line that he's currently walking.
I guess it also makes sense because they were one of our top teams throughout the league play, which means they were alive longer, which means they had to heal more. So that makes sense. Okay, now I think about it a little bit deeper in. Let's take a look at the schedule though today. Get you guys an idea of what matches are coming up when and what battlegrounds we're going to be playing on. And just like yesterday and just like tomorrow, it's going to be in this exact order. Erangel to start things off with, to get the players all comfy and cozy and ready to go into our day as things heat up over onto Miramar. But then things get a little bit moist and sweaty as we head over to Sanhok, and we go through that one more time. Just like it's getting hot here in Europe. It's 27 degrees yesterday. I think it's about that today. It's getting a little bit warm. It's making me regret wearing a button-up shirt like this, but I got a fan blowing on me. I'm feeling great. I'm feeling cool, and I'm excited to get underway with our second day of matches. But I'm going to go straight into predictions for you guys, and it's not a prediction of which team's going to win. It's going to be a prediction of, do you think Lakonostra and Nexus will maintain the performance from yesterday?
Ooh. I don't know for Nexus. I'm not going to go in for Nexus. I'm going to say Lakonostra can, because there's been a very clear change of how they play the game. And I went down to them able to take fights and always remain as a four-man crew. And they know really well how to take positions and how to rotate. We've known that since the first 3 weeks of this PMPL. So I think Lakonostra can. Nexus, not too sure. I think that there's a chance that they might fall a little bit lower today.
And I am a skeptical Brit that lives in a wistful melancholy of rain and overcast weather. So as such, I am skeptical as to whether both can continue on the trend that we see here. I think some other teams will rise up today.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much for checking with you after the first match is done, as it's time to bring in our commentators here for the very first match over on Erangel. We're going to bring in John, Allen, and Blank, and maybe I can get their thoughts. We have 2 more Brits to join the party. Lakonostra and Destiny, what's your thoughts on how they can do today?
Are you going to go first? Do you want to take this one?
I'll take this one, man.
I'm just happy you guys didn't say just yes and then stop talking.
Dude, that's fine. Look, right now, John Allen, he's like my big brother at the moment, so I've got to make sure that I help him out. I help him out here. I give my predictions. He can stay up there, chilling. But honestly, I think for me, Destiny, Lakonostra MVP, we'll see if they can keep it going. Destiny's a team that I think can do well. It worries me that we're not seeing them perform confidently when we see them do so well throughout the entire of the league play and Super Weekend, Jason. I'm just a little bit scared for them.
Okay, well, Joe, why don't you give us your thoughts as I'm going to head out. I'm going to leave. I don't need your permission.
Bye.
I'm going to get my own permission to get out of here.
Fair enough. Okay, well, you have my permission as well. So actually, I've given you permission. So it wasn't actually you, it was me. So that's great.
Wow.
As we get rid of him, we are going to be talking a little bit more, as we said, about the performances, trying to carry that over from yesterday, because that was a 6-game set. There's a lot of momentum in a single day to be gained, right, Blank? And it's a matter of being able to transfer that when other teams might have prepped into your playstyle.
Yeah, so here we're looking at the map. Going all the way across. It's a pretty good time for a lot of these teams. Not too crazy overall, but all down from Milta all the way up to Zaki. You know Mickey, he's going to go up to Zaki by himself. You got Severny, that's the rest of the Destiny squad. That's where they like to lie. But we're looking at these scores at the moment, John. And NEXUS Gaming, they've wowed everyone yesterday, and we have to give them big props. Though, we do believe that they were handed a few of these wins, some really nice positions. But I do think, on the other hand, we have to credit them because a lot of times the biggest weakness they've had throughout League Play and Super Weekend, John, is the fact that they're not able to close out those games. They shut themselves down. They get scared. They get nervous when they're in those buildings. They're locking the doors. They're shutting the windows. But this time, they're opening it all up and they're taking fire out to everyone. And it's Rana who has really stepped up for the team alongside Dexter, who has been great throughout this tournament. But I think that's what they needed. They needed someone else, and Rana has improved massively.
Absolutely, been so instrumental in part of their success. But as you say, what we've seen from them is that sort of style of getting into a building fast in the center. We saw this from Gaijin Seraphim, right? They had a really good day where they just sort of careened into these buildings in the middle and got a load of points for it. But then as soon as people realized that's what they were doing, it kind of turned a little bit topsy-turvy on them. And they started having a not so great time. And I mean, currently Gaijin Seraphim sat down low on the tables on 20
Not
points.
having a great time.
Having a great time. So, you know, see how that turned out for them. But NEXUS, we'll see if they can pick up the pieces. I'm hoping they will. I mean, as Jason mentioned on the desk, I was the prophet who foretold NEXUS's rise to be one of the top teams at the end of those Super Weekend games. It looked like they were on a little bit of a streak, and that's definitely been demonstrated in the first day.
Yeah, the Oracle coming at you like a bee, like a buzzard, man, with your little crystal ball. Yeah, you're finding everything.
That's it. I'm moving to Delphi. I'm moving to Delphi.
You're moving to Delphi, man. You're moving to Delphi. Look, you've got the crystals, you've got the curtains. You're ready to go. And we come and consult you in Delphi. It's fine. I like it. I like it a lot.
You must bring me snacks.
You must bring me snacks and 3 bird feathers. No reason other than they look.
I'm making a cool hat.
It will have 3 feathers. It will be very nice. To be fair, we have a producer called Adrian who works on the show with us. Hello, Adrian, if you are watching. He's got hella hats, man. He's got the coolest hats. We're so sad you can't see them. However, someone who's not being as cool in this game, sadly, is Polar Ace. Contrary to the name, they're not having the best time here, John. And honestly, I'm a little bit sad to see it. I thought they could have a big rise up coming into the finals, but obviously not meant to be. And some teams, they do just break underneath the pressure. And their playstyle, which is very, very heavily rotational based, making sure you're in the right buildings at the right time, it puts a lot of pressure on you. It's a lot of mental game. And if you don't get it right, like little things, little minor things can come back to bite you 100%. On the other hand, there's a team like GODSENT who uses sheer brute force to get into those game-winning positions, as Kalaris rightly mentioned on the desk. That is a much more efficient way of going about it. But for Polar Ace, I just don't think this playstyle for them is working out here in the finals where there is so much on the line.
Working out for Unicorns of Love, though, they seem to be... Max sort of called it an effortless playstyle. They weren't forcing it, and they were sort of playing to their strengths, and that absolutely has paid off for them. Yeah, they were perhaps a little bit more consistent in their performances than NEXUS, but as we spoke about a little bit yesterday, it feels like Fresh was just this guy who was keeping them in those placement points. Yeah. As just this solo player. So they're going to have to try and keep together a little bit more as a unit, like, as also Max highlighted, Lakonostra MVP, who've been playing to keep all 4 alive, and it's paid off pretty well.
Absolutely. I think that this team puts a lot of stock in making sure their members are all up, all healthy, all got their boosters, all been first aided. I mean, they're basically wrapping each other in toilet paper at this point with the amount of bandages each other have got on. But it's fine. This works out. It's a good way to play. They trust in each other. And I like that about a team like this. It's very odd coming from a British team. You expect these kind of teams to be shouting at each other all the time. That's just how it works. But now they're rocking up on Gaijin Seraphim's point, and immediately Daddy goes down. So down to 3-man strength now, which is not great. And we've already set it up. When they're not as 4, things can start to get a little bit shaky.
They're trying to scout. Maybe they didn't realize. I mean, quite frankly, they should have known that there was a team dropping around this area. It was close enough that they should have seen those shoots. But they just rock up onto a compound and perhaps think it's empty. Not to the best of situations.
This is Gaijin Seraphim to a T, though, right? Is that they will just rush into a compound and then just sit there. And sometimes it catches you very much off guard when it's like, why are you guys here? Like, we're not even in second circle, and you just sat in a building. It's ridiculous, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean,
that's the Gaijin Seraphim playstyle. Yeah, that's how it is. So going from not having a great time to having a slightly better time. That is an improvement in my eyes.
A whole extra point.
A whole extra point. We love whole points. It's nice. We don't want any of those, fractional points. That's disgusting. I never wanted to look at that in maths.
Increased their points total. They've just increased their points total by 5%, blank. That is huge.
Jesus.
5%.
Jesus. That's humongous big points right there.
Humongous big.
Currently up to 21 points now. Very, very good. Very good for them. Still sat a little bit further down the rankings, though, sadly. One thing I do want to quickly talk about, because I'm coming back to Unicorns of Love. I know. I predict them as first. Come on, guys. I have to talk about them a little bit. And I do like what Max coined on the desk there. Maybe accidentally, but still, very aptly. It is the Fred Show. I mean, these two guys, absolutely insane powerhouses for the team. And yes, we have to give props to Aegon as well as Savage X, particularly Savage X. This guy plays a very, very good support role for the team, oftentimes being that backstop player that allows these two guys to go forward. But it's very, very uncommon that we see when we look to that 4-player stat graphic, Fresh as a player, or just a player in general, to have the most stats, but also have the highest survival time. Now, that is the markings of a great, fantastic, amazing player. You don't see that often. It's lovely to see it here. And honestly, I think Fresh could become one of these huge names in the future if he continues performing like this. And what is a little sad to me is that Ked's being overshadowed, despite this guy being an absolute nutter.
Certainly nutty when it comes down to those fights, making sure that they have the shouts from both fronts. And you're right. I mean, the number of times we see Fresh do, quite frankly, insane things. I mean, obviously the buggy launch over the roof in Miramar comes to mind.
I'll never forget that.
But it works, right? Like, and it's the same idea with going out early in the buggy over, well, again on a different Miramar game, but I think it was yesterday, able to just swing out, get the drop, and sort of sow the seeds of confusion and capitalize on it. I feel like part of his strength is being that crazy entry fragger who really confuses the people he's playing against. Now, my question is, when it comes to, further stages of tournaments, if Unicorns of Love can make it there, if Fresh can get there, when the teams are equally nutty, when they can frag out as hard, if not harder, than people like Fresh, is that going to really stunt their growth? Is that going to really stunt their point scoring ability? And that's what I'm going to be interested in for the Unicorns of Love future.
100%. I think you're very, very right here. And let's take this to a broader view over the entirety of the lobby. I don't particularly think we have a huge frag-heavy lobby at the moment. A lot of the teams in here are much more towards placements, and we have kind of a few exceptions. And I think those exceptions are excelling because of it. I'm looking at GODSENT right now on our screen. This team is a very aggressive team. They have very good team fighting power when it comes to entering in compounds, entering circles, finishing out those final moments in a game. And a lot of the teams, they don't have that. I mean, Unicorns of Love, another team like that, it does have it. Eastern Stars, perhaps, they're not really competing, as Kalari said, at the moment. It doesn't feel like they're playing to their full strength. But everyone else, I feel, is much more like placements heavy. Find a compound, get a couple of kills here and there. QLASH is starting to show up as a team that could perhaps do it. And I think they're showing a lot more confidence playing these center positions. But honestly, I think Unicorns of Love, you are right. Teams like GODSENT, they are having having a fantastic time just because they get to bully a lot of these teams in this lobby.
Have those openings. At the moment, Lakonostra MVP sat head and shoulders above everybody else in terms of kill points, Blank. They're on 41 kills, the next highest total. NEXUS Gaming on 32. In 6 games to have an 8-kill lead, that is pretty significant when it comes to those averages. So fantastic stuff coming through from them. They're certainly putting up those kill numbers. However, it's got to be noted that the majority of those come from that one really spectacular game. I think they got 17 kills in one game. So that could potentially be skewing that a little bit. We'll see if they're able to continue that fragging power. They're only down to 3 at the moment for Lakonostra MVP.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that not only it comes from that one game, it comes from that one player, Alicio, who's currently sat on 15 kills, I believe, at the end of yesterday, which is a ridiculous amount. Like, that's 15 out of 40, which is, we're all looking at almost half here. So this guy has been playing out of his mind for the team, and he was a player that wasn't really on my radar towards the beginning of the weeks, and he's just slowly become more and more of this guy we have to pay attention to because he demands it. He demands that respect a lot of times, and he has these cheeky little outplays that we see quite a few times. I just, like, sometimes I feel for Lakonostra MVP, despite being in 3rd place right now with 66 points, they just lack a little bit of oomph for me, really. Just a little bit of oomph.
Or oomph, all right. We'll see if we can get that on board.
That's what I want. It's a very vague request, but that's what I need. That's what I need. And to clarify, I feel like teams that have oomph is Destiny, Unicorns of Love. I'm looking at Panda. You know, these teams, they have a big sizey oomph to them.
At the moment, I mean, Panda's looking a little bit
Oomphless, yeah.
On their gameplay so far.
I think mine was better
in this week. Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, to be fair, they did manage to pick it up towards the end for Panda. They are definitely still in that conversation, but I feel like we didn't see the Panda that we're used to, and Destiny as well. They spoke about it on the desk, right? Like, this is a team on 39 points. It doesn't feel like they should be there. Certainly not from their performances early on in the tournament and during a couple of those super weekends as well. They did phenomenally to top the tables in 2 league play weeks, right? In 2 sets of games, they came top. And that's not the team we're seeing again. So things definitely changing, adapting, maybe for the best. Who knows?
This is why I find finals quite exciting and also sometimes a little bit disappointing when we have this 3-day format, is that teams that, you know, we know can perform over a long period of time suddenly fall off because maybe they have a bad weekend or just things aren't clicking. But we know they can perform, so it's a bit weird. But it also gives opportunity for teams, and which is why I find it exciting, to suddenly strike out and prove to everyone that, you know, they are the best in the lobby. They deserve to be here, which is also why I quite like Unicorns of Love being in 1st place, because I do think that this team is deserving of that 1st place currently. Yeah. Talking about Panda, though, very quickly, coming back to it. Currently fielding Yiz, Linye, GK First, and Kato. This is their standard roster. This is what they need to be having every single game. Chopping and changing is not good, and I don't think they had much choice yesterday, just because of timings and who was available. But now it looks like they've got the full roster on board once again here in the lobby. And this is where we get to see the true Panda. And honestly, those guys yesterday being able to put up 62 points is absolutely phenomenal going forward. If things went badly yesterday, it would be so much harder for this mainstay roster to catch up. So really, really well done to QE, honestly. And I have to give this guy mad props.
Well, let's take a look at this circle. It's been a pretty hard shift, Blank, to the northwest. Over to Yasnaya Fields. Panda on the guard right now, and everybody's trying to get across. GODSENT moving, Blacksbox moving, Polar Ace coming in as well. Clash are thinking, hang on a minute, we don't want any of that. Blacksbox crash straight into Polar Ace as they cross each other's movement paths, and the sprays around the side of the UAZ go the way of Polar Ace. Holes able to get 1 kill back in pocket, but his teammates falling in the meantime. GODSENT staying alive. All 4 of them are there. So are Panda as well, as Blacksbox and Polar Ace getting the worst of this crossing. It's a very difficult move to make, and they all tried to do it at the same time. It's all come collapsing down their ears. It's been a very quiet lobby up until this cross.
Absolutely, but this is a typical rotation from these European teams, is that they will fly over roads. As soon as they see a hard shift, they immediately try to get in. Unfortunately, this is probably one of the worst ones to do it. We have so much of Yaz fields in this circle. The entirety of this eastern edge is the playable area. So crossing those roads early is very important for these teams, but so many teams had the same idea. So many teams played down towards farm, down towards shelter, that this was the main crossing point. Panda getting to this position straight away is absolutely magic for them. They're going to be able to perform some miracles going forward, hopefully from this position, if they hold it well.
But a lot of this ground, Blank, we talk about Yasnaya Fields quite a lot. A lot of it is just so open and difficult to move into that those teams on the south might struggle, depending on where this circle shifts. We're seeing a couple of scuffles going on in the south end of Yasnaya as well, on the other side of these fields. But GODSENT continue to try and take the fight. Vito, maybe a little bit bold there, gets sat down.
This is much more like Destiny, though. I know I'm going away from the current fight on screen, but they have rotated all the way up on the northern side towards Yaz. Now, that is a very, very Destiny move. So what I respect, it's what I like. Sometimes you've got to pull out something a bit cheeky if you want to get the upper hand, especially with the circle like this, where things could get messy very quickly, and they still have some open rotational paths themselves on the western side, but they're essentially waiting for the next circle, decide whether to stay in Yaz, try and hold out players in the fields. They're unsure what to do next.
Belarus really in a pinch right now as Panda pop the molly, trying to push forwards through the smoke maybe. GK first throws another one, trying to displace them, trying to move them out wide. That should tag Carsano. Safe for now, but holes. An angle gets spotted. GK first again looking for the tag. A lovely cook on that nade. I thought that was going to be a knock. Goodness me, GK first stands up, takes it. Fantastic, like a champ. And they'll have to move a little bit further. The next circle shifts out northwest if the fields finish blank.
What is that? What is that? Oh, dear me. That's grim looking. That looks awful. I hate it. I bet the players hate it just as much, but Destiny, this is the play that they had to make. Now they're in a really good spot to decide immediately the correct compound, and that is the one all the way on the western side of the field. Lost Bullet trying to get there as fast as possible too, but Destiny has rolled up almost immediately. They have all 4 players, they've taken control of it. This is so important. And now teams, they're just going to go belly first in these fields and try and make it through. Panda's found a nice ditch, obviously playing on the new Erangel, released a little while back. It has these lovely ditches here and there on this field, makes it a little bit more manageable, but you are also open to nades because they will just roll down into that ditch into the bottom, so you got to be very careful.
G-Wars going on in the fields right now. Blank, you got GODSENT next to GSG and Game Lord looking over from Yasnaya. It's definitely trying to take that initial for themselves, but only one can reign supreme. Certainly only one can finish at the top of the pile. The question is, will they be able to take on the non-G teams?
It's true. Finish your G-Wars and then find the other teams and take them out too. Unicorns are love though. They are currently all the way on the northeastern side, outside of the circle currently. It's not the best start to their game, but with all 4 players still alive, things aren't the worst. Question is, how long do these vehicles stay alive for, and where do you go at this point? Game Lord typically has taken this position a lot towards the southwest of Yasnaya inside the buildings. This is pretty much their typical position that they play inside of this zone. Eastern Stars, on the other hand, holding down the blue houses. I mean, it's a little bit out of the way, doesn't give you the best sight lines, and also it's right out on the edge.
Eastern Stars, they have been spotted by Unicorns of Love. Bazzy goes down. A little bit of crunch from back, but the circle will pressure Unicorns of Love in. Good thing they were able to find a knock. Gaijin Seraphim in the meantime taking a fight with NEXUS, who are trying to move up on the eastern edge of the circle. It's not going well for NEXUS right now, as both Dexter and Rana have been knocked here. Blank, it's just Sushi and Aimbot. And make that just Aimbot. Oh no, they tried to cross open ground right next to Gaijin Seraphim. It has not gone their way. Sushi gets flushed on out, and only 1 player now standing for NEXUS. Actually, hang on a minute, they managed to get the... No, I was looking at the wrong team there. Aimbot still the solo player, looking for the res onto Rana.
Get Rana up, things get a little bit easier for them, particularly how well this guy was performing yesterday. But Dexter down, you're left with one of your star players, and it's a guy that's newly up to the bat. Perhaps without the confidence of Dexter on his side, he won't be able to do as much, but nade in hand, looking to throw that one out. For Tony outside the building.
Not too sure.
I'm confused about that play. A bit weird.
Well, I'll take it. Nexus will definitely take that. Rana's still down, though, and out in the blue, it's going to push them in further. I don't think they're going to be able to get Rana back up. Aimbot needs to just try and heal on out, maybe sneak forwards in those fields as time goes on. Didn't lose the body in the meantime. But anyway, Unicorns of Love back into their fight with Eastern Stars. That's Nexus eliminated. They will go down and out. Unicorns of Love really struggling right now. It's just Fresh standing right next to Savage X. You see those meds just going across. 2 first aids. I caught that on the UI there, but there's the shift, and it goes straight to Lost Bullets and Destiny.
I think Destiny picked one of the best compounds within this lobby, honestly, if it goes towards the fields. I think GameLaw was really hedging their bets on a hard shift, but regardless of what happens where this circle goes, unless it's a hard east shift, Destiny almost always has the upper hand from this position, especially with the road there. Lost Bullets are going to struggle a little bit because their exit from this compound is difficult. They are really hoping for a hard southern shift on this next circle. But Destiny located the winning position within this map very, very quickly, and a beautiful little rotation at the beginning to make it happen. So this is much more akin to the Destiny that I'm used to, and they've won around this area before. So we'll see if they can do it again, and this will be a much needed points boost if they want to make it up towards those top sides of the actual leaderboard.
And not only that, it's much more valuable. Lakonostra MVP actually really struggling to get on through now, just well remaining. Nexus, Unicorns of Love, they're both out blank. Those are our top 2 teams, and with Lakonostra MVP crashing pretty much solo into the path of Panda right now, with GODSENT looking their way as well, I don't know how much further they can go. Is Will really going to try and send it all the way in? I mean, fair enough. You got to give it to the guy. He's certainly trying. And they are going to go down finally. That's top 3 teams eliminated with no points. Blank. They've only got kill points to show for their game so far. Really great chance for teams like GODSENT to try and jump on up. For teams like Panda as well, who are waiting in the wings. Clash are still going, by the way, on the south side with 2.
Panda definitely needs this game. They had a nice position, a good hold early on too. Actually, like, push some teams back. Our Game Lord just rocking up underneath this compound. It is so difficult to breach this compound that Destiny's currently holding, purely because it is on a little bit of a raise. So this is one of the god compounds around Erangel. It's very nice. Several different locations to hold down. Lots of angles to hold out too.
A lot of cover as well. If you need to get those heals on board, you're
good to go.
Into the broom cupboard. Pop a first aid. Sorted. On the northern side, Game Lord's trying to pressure on in to that compound that you mentioned earlier. There's the kill over to Team Umbra, who do go down. We're on 9 teams remaining. The eastern side, very difficult to cross right now as GSG and the remaining GODSENT players looking to try and move on in. GSG really suffering. I think they're down to 1 now standing. GODSENT certainly are. They only have Reeves out in the fields. Game Lord also having a tough time of it. On the western edge, by the way, the UDR killers have been laughing. No one's been able to touch him.
Yeah, I mean, they're right on the ridge side, so no one's really able to come and take them out anytime soon because they're all very preoccupied trying to live, just trying to be alive right now. That's the main thing. Spicy does go down during his rotation. Next circle pops. Destiny still have a little bit of a shout into this one, and from this position, they should be able to take out a lot of the stragglers who are making their way into the circle. Lost Bullets, they have a single compound that they're probably going to head over by the time this circle shrinks and just hold within it. There's really no point at this stage of the game to cross the road for them, because if they cross the road, they risk dying almost immediately, and I think for them, it is much more beneficial to play for a second place. Right now, Destiny's compound, all eyes are on them, especially if they've been shooting at pretty much everyone during this match. I think for Lost Bullets, cut your losses here. You have a decent spot to ladder up.
And they go for the sale. Eastern Stars rock up on Destiny. 1 goes down early, but they trade it back. Octavian able to get the flush as well. 2 players standing for Eastern Stars, but make that 1. The top of the roof will come caving in as Mazzaro drops the bullets from above. Bazzi, now last player standing for the Eastern Stars. Meanwhile, though, Lost Bullets are fending off against the UDR killers who descend from the hills. Blank, the woodsmen emerge, and they are into the fight. Mazzaro gets shut down. There's no way you're getting away from that. Maybe able to drop back in. Okay.
Smoke.
That was a clutch smoke. I mean, they dropped it a little bit earlier, maybe not knowing about the angle that Bazzi was holding. But the question is, can they get a res? Can they get back in? Or are they just going to try and go for placements? There's a wheel out on the buggy, but you'll take it. You'll go for the sail on in. And if they can get the reses here, this is an even fight.
is a fast res onto Mozero. I think Beast knows that this is happening and he's just holding the angle. Very, very smart. Mozero now moving out. He knows there's another team there. Will finish off Athis, but the rest of Destiny, they need to have his back.
Certainly checking those angles, making sure that these rotations can't come through. I think they know exactly where these two players are. UDR Killer's actually looking to get a little bit done against Lost Bullet as well. Their players going up and down. There's a nade through the window. That's what you like to see. And Eastern Stars get eliminated. Destiny able to take them down. Hang on a minute. Nope, that was a nade coming through from Panda over towards the fight with Lost Bullets and UDR Killers as we jump on board with that one as well. Master sprays down through the door, holding in the bathroom right now as Danny moving around the side as well. A two-man killing machine, it seems, as Lost Bullets able to take down the UDR Killers. But what's that coming over the hill? I think it might be Destiny.
Mozero immediately moves out into the field, sets up the buggy for success as well. So now they've got a nice split here. This is what Destiny do best. It is mass of land control. But with that Southern Shift, Panda's in a much better position. The question is how many players they have alive, and it's only two, GK First and Kato. We know how good GK First can be in these final situations where he's by himself or with another player. He is really that clutch master for the team. They need to bring it out now. Destiny, though, 2 loot crates come their way. If they don't win this game, they're going to be very, very sad, but they need these points. 8 kills already on the board is massive for them.
You know, Kamara drop the backpack, going full snake right now for GSG. I mean, fair enough. You've only got 1 player left. You want to make it to those top 4, top 3, if you're lucky. Clash, they're down to 1 as well. Just MZ. Destiny with 3.
That was health.
Panda with 2. You're right. That health bar not looking the best, and our GK First is looking a little bit worse as well. Worse for wears, could tell. Might need to pop up for this res. Kamara gets spotted. Okay, Clash able to ladder up and an aid over to that direction. It's going to draw some attention from Lost Bullets, who currently sat on 7 kills. They've been in this compound for a long time. They still have a wall that is in the next compound. Wow. MZ just drops a nade down, and Clash looking good right now. Lost Bullets, the team that almost didn't make it into the Super Weekend blank, and they're looking to make their mark here. 46 points at the start of the game, and a hell of a lot more now. Destiny, 8 kills, 3 players alive with the northern side of the circle.
Yeah, Clash shot on 54, I believe, at the beginning of this game. So they actually have a good chance to actually ladder up a little bit. Around Destiny down in 39 points. I think this needs to be a chicken dinner for a chance to get that first place now, because they really need to start bringing it back now. After that performance yesterday where things felt a little bit sketchy for them, you don't want to leave it up to chance for the rest of the day. When you're given such a good circle, you have such a good rotation into it, you want to win this game and you want to take those names. It's unfortunate MZ's already taking a lot of those points off the card for himself. I think it was 3 points total with Kamara going down, the 2 players from Panda. But now, Destiny desperately need to pick up these last 2 kills from Lost Bullets.
Fantastic stuff. If Destiny can get this one in, it might be pretty good for it. Lost Bullets, they try and regress the ridge, and it's immediately sat down. There's not really too much more to say about that one. Excellent control there from Destiny on the final circle. They make a heads-up rotation over the north side of Yasnaya. They move down to a compound, and from there, they claimed their throne as the chicken dinner winners of game number 1 today. We said that they needed to step up, and, well, Blank, I feel like if you're going to do it, that's exactly how.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've grabbed the ladders, they've grabbed those rungs, and they've lifted themselves up this leaderboard. I think it's really important as well, because that match defined a lot of things for me. Because for Destiny, it's not enough to see them get a chicken dinner and get a lot of points on. We have to also see that they're able to perform to the same level that they were doing during the league play and the Super Weekends, right? And that, for me, includes smart rotations. Being able to hold off teams, specifically Eastern Stars, is not a pushover of a team as well, by the way, John. They're able to hold them out after a decent little crash onto them, and then after everyone's looking their way, they're able to spread out, get a nice little split going on, which is much more akin to their gameplay before, where they had so much success with it, and find a win that way. So it is all of the classical little maneuvers that we've seen from Destiny before being incorporated into this game, which sets a very, very promising outlook going forward.
Definitely. I mean, it's great to see that them a little bit potentially back on form. Of course, it is the first game, so there's still more to play, but great, fantastic start. Also, something that's quite interesting is obviously that the top teams so far, they went down very early, Blank. They went, you know, Lakonostra MVP went down, I think, in like 12th, something like that. NEXUS Gaming, Unicorns of Love, they all went down with basically next to no points. And what that's going to allow Panda to do is jump up. I think Panda managed to get 11 points total on that game, which is actually going to put them right amongst the pigeons as they are going to be moving on up towards that top of the table spot, which is where they were sat during the league stages and the Super Weekends.
Yeah, exactly. I think that with those top teams going out, like you said, John, it opened a lot of things up that wouldn't necessarily been opened up before, because once you have like a nice points buffer, being able to continue running without having to stop for a break, without having to stop for water is great, because you can kind of extend that lead regardless of a team's catching up at the beginning. Going down early is probably one of the worst things that can happen to you as a top team here in the finals, because you lose momentum massively and it opens up for other teams to get forward. This is the worst possible result. This is exactly what they didn't want to happen with this game, which is teams that aren't super below them actually getting a huge chunk of points. I think it was other teams, and it wasn't GODSENT, it wasn't Panda, it wasn't Destiny with a big win, and then Destiny is the type of team that can just run away with that kind of win. It is all the worst teams that you would want hounding you at that top spot.
Certainly not ideal situations coming through from pretty much anyone at this stage, but you know, those top of the tables, they are really starting to shape up. I spoke about where we expected that third place bubble to be at the start of this tournament when it comes towards the end, and what I was looking at is about 170 points overall for the third place team, plus or minus 4 is what I had on my spreadsheets come on out as the number to look for. But at the moment we have 5 teams who are putting up a 10-point or over average, Blank, and then there's Clash, who are sat on, what is that, like a 9-point lots?
9-point lots,
close to 10-point average, right?
Truer.
It's well, 9 and 5/7, whatever that is a decimal. I'm not entirely sure, but it's phenomenal to have so many teams doing this well. Almost halfway through the set of games. So we're going to head back to a break. The analyst desk are going to tell us what their expectations are, where they see people finishing, what are they going to do? Well, I don't know exactly what they're going to say. That's why we've got them. Let's go to a break.
Well, Destiny have been able to bounce back after a subpar performance from the first day and proving that they still are a team to mess with here as they lock down a chicken dinner and a much-needed chicken dinner as well to get them up the rankings. Jason Kaplan, Kalaris, Maxman there on the end. Let's start to break this one down, gentlemen. Destiny put up a fairly good fight. We saw them pick up multiple teams. There was a fight against Eastern Stars where we did start to maybe criticize them a little bit in terms of how slow they were to capitalizing off of the 2 knocks they had, with Bazzi being the solo one left alive. But all in all, looking much better today than they did before. All right, good job, guys. Destiny, we're taking a look at all the rankings. I guess we're not going to go into them. 25 points. Last bullet, picking up 20. I'll just solve myself. Don't worry, you two take a quick little break. I realized, the match wasn't long enough.
I'll chill.
Clash third place at 14. Panda, I mean, pretty much consistent with what they did in the first day. 11 points yet again. I think that's like the third time we've seen them at least put up 11 points. Third time at least where they put 11 points up is what I wanted to say. Max, okay, sounds like you want to talk, so go ahead.
I'm ready. I don't know who we were going to go for the first one, but yeah, Panda, it's good to see them get a little bit access to the later game stage. It was still not an easy finish for them whatsoever, and we had some great nades coming out, especially from Master, from Lost Bullet, got himself the knock on GK first, and then MZ is like, you know what, I'm going to yoink their mine, and he just gets the 2 kills at the end with that 1 nade. It was good. Though it's unfortunate, I would like to see QLASH try and maybe remain a little bit up as, you know, a 2-man, a 3-man, even potentially a 4-man crew. That would be great, but you know what, you get, and QLASH can't complain on that one. It's still 14 points come into their name. Though Lost Bullet, I think this was amazing for the simple reason, and Blank mentioned it really nicely in that cast, was that they had a strong position, but not strong enough to get themselves a win, because they would have had to cross over and they could have got third party. It would have been horrible. They knew a win was going to be a very hard thing to aim for, and they just like, okay, you know what? We're not going to aim for the win. We're going to just take second position, but from the strong position we currently hold, we're going to get as many kills as possible, which is why they got 8. So Lost Bullet for that alone, not aiming for the win, but aiming just for strong performance instead, I think is a good showcase of the mindset shifting for them.
Yeah, sometimes a difficult one. A lot of teams try and commit to the fields, but then they eventually shift away from the fields up towards those compounds on the west. But, I mean, Destiny gets the better end of all of that, right? Because they were effectively in a very, very decent position in compound to be able to capitalize off that. So it's nice to see them get this rise back up. A little bit fortunate in their case, but, you know, it's Destiny who round things. I thought maybe they were going to be a bit more aggressive on towards Eastern Stars, but, I mean, they cleaned up completely fine anyway. So, you know, very, very well done by them.
Speaking of Eastern Stars, they weren't fielding Kapahala this game. It was Fury coming in for the lineup, as you pointed out, Kalaris. We're watching the match, I believe. And he's only played out 6 matches in the entirety of the league play. So the 3 weeks of league play, plus the 3 weeks of Super Weekend. He's only played 6 matches. So an interesting choice to use him here. I'm not sure if that was due to Kapahala not being able to play in this match, or if it's maybe a change-up happening within the team based off the performance from the first day.
I would certainly hope that eventually Kapahala does make an entrance. Again, I do think he's a powerful player for the side, and also I need to be able to sing my Kapahala song when he eventually pops off. But moving on to our top players, I mean, Mihi and Beast, you know, being able to make graces with their presence here, very impressive. But Dami for a Lost Bullet keeps showing up, even when they weren't having the best of days by any stretch of the imagination. They weren't like top 3 yesterday. Dami was here, so very, very impressive to see him constantly being a fixture.
I got to change his name from the Molly King that I had for him on the first streak of this PMPL to the Survivalist. He always makes it to late game in some way, shape, or form. It doesn't matter if he has his team, doesn't matter if he's alone, and he can convert it in some kills from time to time. It's still 3 coming his way, and he's looking golden when doing so. But Lost Bullet, I think that this game, especially if you want to talk about another name, because Dami, we hit the point home that he was doing amazing yesterday, is Master. I talked about his nading capabilities, especially up against the likes of Panda, up over the road. Master was really good at zoning teams away, and I think that that's a very important part when you only have 2 compounds in Phase 5, Phase 6 circle. He was taking shots every single opportunity he had to make sure teams did not come their way. And when you talk about Lost Bullet, I don't think right away of this being an aggressive team. They're a team that like to rotate, get strong positions, but don't want to get fully involved and don't really want to take too many fights because they aim more for position. I think this is a good showcase for them, because positioning points, when you get into the finals where you have to aim for top 3, unfortunately positioning points are not going to be enough. And getting a little bit more kills is a good showcase of them having a chance to go for that top 3 at the end.
And just as an aside here, Jason, those positioning points, especially in a circle like this, are really difficult. I mean, if you take a team that, you know, Imperium was talking about, for example, like Game Lord, I mean, especially, they knew this team has a big amount of potential behind them. Unfortunately for them, though, they had to cuddle up over in that apartments area near Yasnaya, transition to the field somehow, and then transition away from that field afterwards. It's impossible to make happen, Jason.
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. I did like that quick little breakdown of you, Kalaris, and you do get kudos points. You can see Lost Bullet, 2,100 damage coming through with the 8 kills, and then Dusty coming through with the 1,810 kills for themselves. But we can see like the kind of spread that's happened across the other teams, though. But GODSENT, Max, you know, obviously a team that's really looking to push into first place and make top 3 in general when it comes to playing in the PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1. 6 kills isn't too bad for the damage they did. They also had a good read, I believe Imperium was pointing out, by clearing up a certain team. I can't remember who it was now, because they were being forced by Polar Ace and by Panda, but they cleaned up a team before they actually forced those fights.
I think it's good that they got themselves 6 kills, because in my eyes, this game, they have one also of the potentially, I would call weirdest rotations. They were over to the eastern side, southeast actually, of the fields of Yasnaya Polyana, and they went straight center without any information, and they were aiming right for the position that GSG Europe actually were in. That was the Harry Potter Tower in the dead center of those fields. Unfortunately, when you have no information, you're going straight for that position, and you are going to get your buggy, which happened right afterwards, get completely exploded and sent to smithereens by GSG Europe. You're trying to survive. It didn't go their way, unfortunately. So when you're trying to go into those fields, information is key, and I would have said maybe try to avoid it, because getting close to the Harry Potter Tower is always a very big risk. They took it, and luckily they got rezzed up as a 3-man, but it was still a very big risk for the long term of that game.
This is exactly what I was talking about, though, when it comes to GODSENT in terms of the start of the show, what they're actually doing here. We've seen it through the tournament. They are looking for game-winning positions. Sometimes, though, when you try and send it center in one of those game-winning positions, it can be very finicky when is exactly the right time to go, or where is exactly the right position to take. And, you know, we were theorizing, as you say, Max, like maybe they were looking for the GSG position, but maybe you can't see it on that rotation in, and then they realize, oh no, somebody's there, and then it's all for naught. But a lot of the times, this kind of tactic has been working for GODSENT, and that's probably why they've been trying to utilize this in this field ending.
Well, I mean, speaking of game-winning positions, Destiny had one in this match, and we wanted to dive into, I guess, their numbers a little bit here and take a look at how they're doing so far today, albeit one match compared to how they did yesterday on average. And we're going to see, obviously, a big drastic change. Again, you know, there is a caveat that it's only been one match. But the fact is, the Destiny, this isn't the same team we saw had first place in League Play Week 1, have third place overall in the first Super Week, and have first place in League Play Week 2. Like, this team came out the gate swinging with dominance, but they haven't been able to quite hit that high ever since.
Yeah, we've been able to see a little bit of their stats too at some point. I was checking out the stats page for Destiny, and they started off their first week, Super Weekend, really well, and then they just started fizzling out very consistently, actually, on a downward spiral, and it's been really weird to see that happen. And here they started on a low, and I think they understood that there's been a big slap to the face, like, no, your playstyle will not work anymore, because teams are improving over time, and they are aiming for that top 3. There's going to be a lot more competition in this lobby now with these 16 teams, and Destiny, I think, are catching up. It's shown by how they were playing. Like, these were great rotations. They saw the circle shift. They saw an opportunity to take their compound. They didn't even think. They just went straight naturally for the compound, held on that position. Though there was maybe a negative aspect of that, is I think they could have played a little bit better when defending it away from Eastern Stars, but that's just the small little caveat I could potentially think of this game. But then when the circle shifted away, they went for big spread. Mozaru's like, what the hell is a team? I have no idea. Moves away, gets the spread, and they get the win off of that. So Destiny, they're back into what makes Destiny Destiny, and trying to go for the spreads and aim for good positions in the early game.
Yeah, the thing is as well is that, you know, we expect almost every single member of this team to step up, and you see in the numbers as well, Mihi and Beast are kind of both focal points here of this roster, but it's not just them that are actually able to put something on the board here.
Speaking of, you know, Destiny looking better, mobile gaming has never looked better than with the 1+9 series. I'm sorry, I was expecting Max to start laughing there. 1+9 Pro with the 120 Hz refresh rate, you get the smoothest experience possible, and you add that with the 1+9 Pro's new HyperTouch technology that syncs 6 times faster to reduce display response time, and you get the most responsive gaming controls ever. Hashtag never settle. And we're going to head into our schedule now, because we have our second match ready to go in just a few seconds time. It's going to be over to Miramar, and then we'll be heading over to Sanhok as our third match of the day. And then that'll repeat one more time. So we'll head back to Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok before we get into a half day's break, or day's break, I guess you should say. And before we get into our third and final day of the finals, and we find out which teams will be representing us in the PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1. Kalaris, Maxman, you can go. You can go. You can go. I'm going to bring the I'm going to chat with the casters.
I was ready for prediction and everything. Okay, it's cool. Fine.
Nah, I don't want to talk with you guys. Let's get out of here.
Fine, yeah.
I want to bring in John Allen. I want to bring in Blank to chat with them a little bit more about that last match, and obviously about how we see Lakonostra, Unicorns Love, unfortunately, and Nexus fall relatively early in that match. So we were questioning whether or not they can maintain the performance, at least 2 of those 3 teams, into today. And it seems like, John, they've already hit a kind of brick wall in the first match.
Well, I'm hesitant always to make predictions on just a single game, but yes, yeah. I think I kind of agree with you. It felt like we didn't really see the strength from Unicorns of Love that we're used to. I'll have to see what they have for the rest of the day, but I'm skeptical. I'm on board with the skepticism, and you know what? I like it. I'm here for it.
And Blank, Panda
is a skeptic.
Oh, well,
Panda. Well, yeah. I mean, Panda, look, I think they're in a good position, and they did what they could with it, and that is the main thing. There's not much more you can do from that position. It was rough to get out of there. They basically played for a third place without the compound, which is difficult. Lost Bullets and Destiny, they almost get that free second and first place, depending on how they play it, and Panda just takes the third. I think the Unicorns love those. A really rough rotation to get into that circle, so I honestly kind of discount this game for them.
Well, there's nothing rough about you two's commentary, so why don't you take us into our second match of the day now?
I don't know. I have to think about Blank's Sparky the dog coming in. That's pretty rough. And that's a very funny joke for you all at home, but we're going to get into something that is not a joke at all. It's this lobby. It's this next game. Blank, we're on Miramar. It's going to be big. It's going to be rotational, and it's going to be exciting.
It is going to be. I'm going to need you to stop squawking like Squawky the Parrot, otherwise I'm going to be very upset, to be honest with you, so you need to calm down.
Don't tell me when to stop squawking.
Wow.
My heart's
I'm
content.
here.
If I want to.
Oh, you stop that.
I just don't want to right now.
All right, fair play. Well, you know, I feel it would be rude of me to deny the squawking, but we are going to get into Miramar very, very shortly, about 20 seconds, approximately. But Miramar is a different beast entirely. However, our Miramars recently have been quite brutal, to be honest with you. A lot of hot drops, a lot of almost instantaneous kills. People are really looking for that amazing spot within the circle almost immediately. And leaving things less up to chance now is not a bad idea, because, you know, you only have 18 games to do this. You're already through 6. Finding those good places within the map and fighting for them is not always the worst idea. I think throughout the Super Weekends, you know, you can have a pretty slick performance without having to try anything too crazy and also come out on top. But during this time, you don't really have those 5-point, 6-point games to fall back on to say, it's fine, we're putting up points, it's cool, we're going to be in like the top 8, it's chill, we're going to be in the finals, it's fine. You don't really have that to fall back on anymore. And on Miramar, more than ever, there are some very specific locations on elevated spots, amazing compounds, which are surrounded by areas without many compounds themselves, which are highly desirable. So this is where you really need to pull everything out of the basket and make it happen.
Chuck those eggs out. Got some gaming to do. Basket, not the place to keep.
We hate the eggs.
Anything behind. I don't even like eggs. It's past 10 o'clock. I don't want eggs. Just get rid of them. Just get rid of them.
Yeah. How'd you like your eggs in the afternoon? In the bin.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I like mine with the kiss of death from one of these teams. Going to be able to take the top spot here. Taking everybody else out, get those kill points on board. We spoke about teams that had pretty heavy kill presences, and it's still Lakonostra MVP with the top spot. But a couple of teams starting to rise up. Panda, obviously, with a pretty decent showing in that last game, now on 34 kills overall. And they should be pretty happy. Circle drops. It's a little bit northeastern, but the teams on the southwest should be fine. There's a couple of opportunities for them to rotate in. You could even swing out as wide as El Pozo and sort of go in through La Copleria over on the north side.
Potentially, there is potential for that one, but with this map, with the actual playing path, we're going to have a scattering of players from the southwest up towards the northeast. Polar Ace once again in Campo Militar. For once, there's a circle that goes up towards their way, making their rotational path a little bit easier. Lakonostra MVP, on the other hand, in Al Azahar, another lovely path to move out from. Also a really good spot to gatekeep teams like Black Spark, Eastern Stars. Eastern Stars almost always starting in Impala, Black Spark's always starting in Puerto Paraíso, so you can effectively predict these teams' pathing, because they're not going to go for Minas Generales. It's rough, most likely going to head up on that eastern road, and Lakonostra MVP can set up for a little bit of a brutal ambush.
Potentially. I mean, I just want to go back to what Jason was sort of saying of, do we think that the performances have faltered a little bit? And I want to think about Lakonostra's start to that game, right? And what we said their strength was. 4 players staying alive. What happened at the start of that game? They lost a player to Gaijin Seraphim sitting in a couple of buildings. And maybe they should have scouted it. You know, maybe there was a little bit to be done there for Lakonostra MVP, but they dropped down to 3 players. And we know that as 4, they function so much better as that unit, as the rotational unit. So maybe that's where that sort of weakness was found in that first game for them.
Yeah, perhaps, John. Perhaps. I think it's a rough position to be in as Lakonostra MVP. As you say, they love to be with 4, lose a player immediately. That's momentum loss. That's your mental game affected. Playing as 3 is almost never fun, especially when you go to a field finish as well. You're almost saying to yourself in your mind, if you don't have 4 players, you're in a really bad spot. You have less sidelines to work with. Overall, Lakonostra MVP, with the rotation coming in from the eastern side too, it wasn't a fun game. It wasn't a fun game, we'll put it that way. Destiny, however, they have 4 members alive. They make a very smart rotation. They don't lose anyone early, and they kind of focus on that mid game. Lakonostra MVP, on the other hand, it's rough from the start, and that's kind of where things go wrong. This time on Miramar, it looks like they're being far more preoccupied with scouting out, making sure the surrounding area is free. They've got Daddy out wide on the western side. Also, the rest of the team in El Azahar just looting up, so they're ready to move when they do need to. Taking a look at this leaderboard, though, Nexus still in first place, tied with Unicorn to Love, 77 apiece, and Panda fly up into third. 73 points, so really good stuff from them. I think that was such a huge game for them, from 62 to 73, which flies them very quickly up the ranking. And again, I want to repeat it because it does bear weight repeating it, which is the fact that yesterday, not with the full roster, still fielding players that they're not 100% used to playing with. QE did a really good job to honestly keep them in this one and play to his heart's content, really, to put them in the best position to launch forward into the second day.
A massive roster, though, being fielded now for Panda. So hopefully with a little bit more oomph today. You said you wanted to see it, Blank. There was some oomph in that last game, I feel.
There was some oomph.
We were oomph satisfied. I can't find anything on that. I'll have to do some research, get back to you on just what sort of wordplay I can come up around with the word oomph.
I guess.
You're forcing it now. You're forcing it.
You're forcing it. It's terrible. Shut your mouth.
Oh
Thank
dear.
you.
Unicorns of Love, again, in that first game, quite frankly, a terrible result for them to try and maintain the top of that tables. They, as you say, now tied, and the tiebreaker is going to mean they are in second place right now, under NEXUS Gaming, who got, I think, a point or two during that last game to see themselves up there. But Panda is really that story. They had such a perfect set of events occur with GODSENT, Unicorns of Love, NEXUS Gaming, Lakonostra MVP, all taking an early knee, that they were able to jump on up. And that's fantastic. The question is, can you convert that advantage?
I mean, for me at the moment, just looking at these tables, realistically, John, you have 8 teams right towards the top. Destiny currently in 8th place with 64 points, first place at 77. I love this for a finals, John. We got a real bar fight on our hands where nobody's safe. Nobody is safe whatsoever. Everyone is in a position to leapfrog everybody in the second day. And we're used to watching a lot of the finals as well, John, aren't we? Where we see one team just fly out towards that first place. And it kind of becomes one of those weird games of, well, who's getting second place? And that kind of becomes the thing to focus on. But here, I'm really not sure. I think that with the right games, the right circles, almost anyone in this top 8 can win it.
I'd agree. I think that there is absolutely the scope for so many of these teams to come on through. And even some of the teams below. I mean, you've got Game Lord, who are on 49 points right now. That's, what is that, 28 points behind the leaders at this stage. So there, whilst it is a tall order to be able to profit over the next, was that 11 games, to be able to profit that many points, to be able to profit 28 points over 11 games, meaning you need to score an average of about 1.5, about 2.5 extra points per game, maybe a little bit more than that. That's doable. That's doable for so many of these teams. I mean, they deserve to be here, and rightly so.
Absolutely, absolutely. I think that we do have such a great collection of teams and players within the Western Europe Pro League. Like, we've really had some very cool talent like emerge during this Western European World Pro League. So I'm honestly very, very happy. And I would love to see more coming through from these teams because they are absolutely all very, very good. And I'm excited to see them in the future.
Ooh. Couple of shots from Polar Ace over towards Lakonostra MVP, who did recoalesce. They brought Daddy back into the fold. They know a lot of teams are going to be sending this way, so they get up onto that hillside and they regroup. Daddy gets some healing off as well, so no knocks found, just damage done by Polar Ace.
Nothing as of yet, but you have kind of given away your position here. Eastern Stars on the backside, currently of Lakonostra MVP. They're getting crunched at the moment, so we'll see how much longer they can hold out. But at the moment for Lakonostra MVP, this fight is almost on a timer depending on when Eastern Stars decide to strike into this fight. You can see it on your map right there. A lot of teams looking to make their way through Minister and RLS early, as well as past Los Leones into Graveyard. It's a fairly open area. You see a lot of teams rotating over these mountainsides where there's a lot more cover to be had. So I think a lot of these teams are hoping for a very central circle.
Uh-oh.
This one works too. The only issue is now is that road becomes a big issue, and QLASH currently holds practically the entirety of the northern side of this circle itself.
Unicorns of Love go face to face with Game Lord, and Ked wins out on the duel. Game Lord very disparate right now. Unicorns of Love, this bike ball in the middle of this Game Lord position. All three of them very, very separate at the moment. I think the closest that they are to each other is about 1 kilometer. And at this late stage, in a position where they know there's going to be teams rotating through, I feel like that's a misstep from Game Lord.
Yeah, it is very, very odd to me, especially being around here in Graveyard too, because this is a bad spot to be in. It's very open. There's so many positions where you can be gate kept from or ambushed. Like, it doesn't make sense to be here.
I don't like it. I don't like it. And they lose a player for it. I think that's fair. And it's probably the least punishment that they could have taken for it. But Unicorns of Love, they get a truck on through with a good start. Good start for now. How much further can they go? Unicorns of Love, obviously one of those teams in contention for those top spots.
Exactly. I mean, they have to make their way through a fair few teams here, especially with the way that the plane went from the southwest up to the northeast. Circle goes up to the northeast. You've got so many teams who dropped out early. There's not many that opt to drop up towards here in Torre Armada, Tierra Bronca, Cruz de Valle. Like, a lot of these teams prefer to drop down towards the southwest. So you're having this huge traffic jam now where teams are clustering together. They're all shoulder to shoulder, bustling one another as if they're going to get on the tube down in London. Hopefully not right now, but maybe in a few months at least. But it is bad, to say the least. And the aircon's off as well on the train.
Oh,
so
no.
It's even worse.
Oh, you give me little horrible memories coming back there. Goodness me.
I'm making it so you don't want to get back on.
I feel sticky.
Yeah, it's awful.
You've done this. You've done this.
I'm always jealous of that one lady that has like the handheld fan.
Oh,
I'm like, why do you have this?
in a summer
outside.
dress, and it's just like,
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, come on. Freeing.
People just know. They just know.
They do. My mother's always
not sure
prepared
I
for
can-
things like that. She's a phenomenally
Yeah.
prepared woman.
What's this? Wait, sorry. I'm just looking at the.
It's like when you go-kart riding and they've got them all
go-karting.
lined up and they're like, right, you're in the first buggy, come on. Let's go.
Like that.
3 laps, then you're off.
I
Goodness
really
me.
like what GODSENT's done there. That's good stuff.
Can you hop from buggy to buggy?
Lads.
Like moving forwards, like a buggy chain?
It could be fun. Like it's like a cart type of deal. Yeah, that's quite cool. I like that. I like that a lot, John. Let's give it a go.
I was going to go into
mechanically viable.
I was going to go into a long and expanded analogy from Dungeons and Dragons, but I feel like that's a little bit too much from any sort of tabletop RPG stuff. But I feel like it would take too much time away from teams like Destiny, who are on the rise again. They've been rolling very well in that last game. They certainly were able to score a lot of points and bring them back into the conversation. 64 points is where they landed, so still not right at the top, but only 13 points behind, and that's a really good spot for them.
Yeah, there are roundabouts in Zoo Lane at the moment, so they need to put up a few more points to get towards the top, but right now, pretty good spot, to be fair, for Destiny. This next game needs to be good as well. Miramar's typically been a place where Mozaro has been able to perform very well. However, dropping it back to normal play, you know, we had a situation where this team looked extremely strong. And then suddenly they were like, actually, Mozaro's really good on Miramar. Let's just kind of like all die and then leave Mozaro alive by himself and see what he can do. And I feel like their rotations suffered because I do believe that they were relying on this guy a little bit too much. And they were getting caught off a few times. So I think they need to be a bit more careful with their rotations here, because as a 4-man unit, we've seen it before, they are so much stronger. They're able to work together so much better. And Mihi definitely needs like a backstop player so he can play to his fullest, because this guy's very aggressive. He's a super aggressive point man. And if he doesn't have a player behind him who's able to take those pot shots for him, he's just going to crumble.
But on the same vein, we've seen it happen a few times where they are playing 2-split and Mazara isn't there with the rest of the team in those situations. And that has come back to haunt them.
I must live. Guys, I need to get that second place by myself. Let me live. Yeah, it's a bit annoying. It did frustrate me a fair few times. I think that they played like a fair good game. But come on, guys, just, get the rope. Tie yourself together, stick together, hold hands. I don't care what you do, just stay together. Like a marriage counselor right now for a team.
Oh dear. Well, perhaps they need it. Perhaps they needed someone just to say it, and then they can listen.
Yeah.
Lakonostra MVP, listening is very important in communication, Blank. I don't know if you know this, but listen to this.
Rate your team play from 1 to 10. Come on.
Listen to this right now. Lakonostra MVP, 4 alive on the south side. Unicorns of Love, they're moving in, and they have a team up the top in the form of NEXUS. These are rivals at the top, and rightly, it's NEXUS above Unicorns of Love right now. Goodness me.
Yeah.
You could not get more proverbial. Metaphorical, I think, is probably a better phrase for that.
Analogical.
Oh no, it's definitely metaphorical.
I'm joking. I'm just throwing out words now.
I will not joke
That's
about
my job.
vocabulary, okay?
I will
you this
pull
before.
out my thesaurus
Told you
right
before.
now.
It's the right word in the right place, or you might as well not say a thing.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll be quiet.
Very passionate about words, Blank.
That's fine. That's fine. Anyway, talking about NEXUS though, and less about words, more about numbers. Currently, they're sat in first place purely because they have a win. Lakonostra MVP. Ooh, that's not fun. That's not fun. I don't know how you get out of this one either. Ironbot's going to get enveloped by the blue, so that's bad. That's not good for him.
Yeah.
I don't think he was thinking very far ahead, and now Lakonostra MVP is like, you've stung us, and for that you will be shot.
Yeah, it's not ideal for them, but they can just wait it out, and Nexus is going to have to move past Unicorns of Love. The top of this hill, though, being pretty tricky for Panda, who had a great game last game to be able to make it as far as they did. 2 of them are down now, however, and I think they might have been spotted out. This is all the way on the eastern side. The blue zone's moving in. They're close to Umbra, and Eastern Stars are guarding out from the hillside. Some shots landing from Bazzi as well still, and they're trying to get those reses on up. Keep all 4 of them alive and keep on trucking. That's what they want to see. GK first, still down, but I think there was that res coming through. And there we go, yeah. So they're all back on their feet. But the question is, can they mount up and get back in? UDR Killers trying to push on through for Gaijin Seraphim. This is on the western edge, the northwestern edge. And Gaijin Seraphim, they're guarding out so many teams. UDR Killers go down first.
Well, that was amusing, to say the least.
I'm amused.
I like that a lot. Bit crazy. But I think for GODSENT, I really wanted to take a look at the map really quickly. They're currently fighting out against Destiny at the moment.
Yeah.
But GODSENT just had the biggest bullseye painted on their back here after the circle directly dropped on top of their position. And now they have to fight for it.
Central position being crucially fought for between Destiny and GODSENT, but there's a fight raging on the eastern side. Destiny eliminated in the meantime. GSG will keep going on this fight with the Eastern Stars on the eastern side. Umbra as well, potentially looking to crash in. Talon, one of the 3 remaining players for them, will just be topping up the fight in the long building. Potentially picking up anyone who tries to scraggle away. So potentially a good point scoring position. But in come Panda as well. Oh dear, look at that crash. From the side, they're going to come straight on through and maybe straight into this long building. Talon, oh, you got your work cut out for you there. We'll be able to find one, but goes down in the thick of things. Yes. Dropped, and Eastern Stars and GSG will know that there's another team in this compound. They should have heard the vehicles run up and the smokes bloom, but now it's a 3-way fight for this compound. It's right on the edge of the circle, Blank. It's being poured on.
An incredibly important fight here between 3 different teams. Panda would love to win this one. Having 2 great games in a row would be beautiful. But they have to fight up against 2 teams, and they've only got 4 players, make that 3, so now it's an even fight. Lin going down as well, one of your better players on the team. It's a bit rough. They really have to accelerate the fight now because they cannot get to Lin to res him from this position. And if they do want to get him back up, they have to finish the fight. And these nades just aren't good enough.
Yeah, unfortunate bounce there. Hits the side of the car, will bounce back as well. Yiz actually makes the cross. Undercover.
Yeah.
And they go for the res.
The nade, that was really smart. That was really, really smart, in fact.
Nicely done. I mean, it was a difficult push. It was difficult to coordinate, but Panda get it done. They might not have been the best nades in terms of damage, but certainly in terms of utility. This is so smart from Eastern Stars. I love this move. They've just completely left this fight. They know that you can get trapped in these. You can get bogged down in these fights. They call to move away, and GSG now going to go on in. I think Panda might have known that the other team has left, because look at that. GSG are just melting right in front of them. And Alito lost to stand, and there's the flushes coming through. Be spotted from across the way. I think that might be Polar Ace, it might be Umbra, not too sure who's taking those shots, but Andalito now last player standing for GSG. In a compound with 4 Pandas. They swing out wide around the corner, gets some damage in, tucks it through, but will not be able to find too much more as GK First moves on the inside, takes the window, and GSG fall.
GSG there, Wicked Witch of the Western Europe. Just turns to goo, as you said, melting away in that fight versus Panda. Really smart move from them, seeing that Eastern Stars, did leave. And they were out of there, making that fight work fantastically. But now they still have a little far way to go, so I'm assuming they're just going to try and loot up as much as possible. That fight was probably heavy on utility for them, and they want to make sure they have all that they need coming into this last fight. GODSENT, though, still with a beautiful spot at the moment. If they can hold on to this one, they're going to be looking very, very pretty. Most teams have to push down towards them, and Polar Ace, it's very hard for them to get across this open zone. Right now, GODSENT are just in the best spot.
2 fights going on the southeast and southwest. At the moment, we're on board with this fight between the Eastern Stars and Lakonostra MVP. Lakonostra MVP got some great opening knocks, some great opening damage, and we're able to find 2 of the Eastern Stars players. Unicorns of Love were fighting against Gaijin Seraphim to open their path into the circle, and now they're going to try and turn their attention to Lost Bullets, finding 1, 2 on the hillside, but they trade it, and the flush comes through as well over onto Fresh, which is really far from ideal. One of the star players coming on through. Clever dips back behind the ridgeline. And Ked tries to move forward, but he's down as well, looking for the flush onto Alush. And they'll find it as well. 2 players now standing, and it's the 2 players who we said not as spectacular as Ked and Fresh, but Agon and Savage X, what do you got?
Yeah, they've got to make something happen now. I think this is really time to step up because for Unicorns of Love, they need these points this game. We're still at 11 teams, so we're not quite hitting those points margins as of yet. And now it's Savage X going down. Aegon, the lowest damage dealer, lowest kills, lowest knocks on the team. He has to really prove to the rest of his team that, you know, he is a reason why they deserve to be here.
Oh dear, well he's gone down. Savage X has gone down towards Lakonostra MVP's position. Eastern Stars and Lost Bullets potentially trying to play spoiler here. Lakonostra MVP struggling to move through, so are Unicorns of Love. This south side proving absolutely brutal. Panda on the eastern side, still with 4. It's keeping everyone alive. Such a crucial position. Aegon now last player alive for Unicorns of Love. They got a lot of points replacements yesterday, and they're going to try and vie for them here on Miramar.
Panda has to hope for one thing and one thing only, and that's an eastern shift on this circle. If it remains towards GODSENT, they win this game hands down. There's no way they do lose. That circle will give opportunity to Polar Ace to actually try and do something in this game, but being harried so much on that northeastern edge, you wonder how much further they can go, how many meds, how much utility they have left. Do they even have the smokes to finish out a fight? GODSENT, on the other hand, they've been sitting pretty within this compound for a long time. They don't really have to move as of yet, but it's Panda forced into an awkward scenario. All these teams in the southwest, though, they are going to die. I'm sorry to say it, but there's no way they make it in over this area. There's too many teams around them who are going to take shots at one another. Aegon would be very lucky to live through this.
Lash really struggling as well to make that move on in. Just Hakoni left for the squad. Sorry, Hakoni and MZ on that western edge. Black Sparks trying to hide it on out, but you're right, these blue zones are just crunching. On the southwestern side, Unicorns of Love did go down. Lakonostra MVP kept both of their players alive. And we're able to take down Lost Bullets as well. So now they can maybe move towards GODSENT's position, but as you say, it's just so brutal here.
It's not enjoyable, especially with the spot that GODSENT's got. As soon as you approach this compound, they're going to take quick shots. And then if you even try and rotate up towards the northeast, Polar Ace is waiting for you in the wings too. So all in all, a rough time. That's a really good knock there coming through from Years onto Prolord from Umbra. They're clearing out that eastern side. It would be awful to have a team there, but an instant knock comes back their way from Marley all the way across from GODSENT. So now Panda's position's compromised. Overall, GODSENT's got a super good hold on this lobby.
Lakonostra MVP make the call to heal out in the blue. You can see Will's health bar ticking up and down. Panda able to take some shots over towards Umbra, who are eliminated. 5 teams remain now. If Lakonostra MVP can keep on going, they've got 7 kills already. It's great. Lovely long-range shot there from Bardo on Polar Ace, and teams on the west are going to go down as well. That is going to be elimination time on that western edge, and Polar Ace trying to control the north side here. Panda with 2 players, GODSENT with 4, and Polar Ace with 4, but Holes is down and no one's a res. Look at these go. Jesus Christ, Panda really feeling the burn.
GK First just made one of the cutest little mechanical plays I've seen in a while. Gets shot from GODSENT, realizes his head's poking out, so immediately 180s to make sure it's his feet on the other side so they can't see the backpack or the head. Really nice little play. I know it's a very small thing, but it kept him alive in that situation because there's no other reason why he'd look over towards the blue.
Gets it around. Oh, GK First with the range, with the shots. Not able to get the knock just yet, though. And now it's a 3-horse race. Blank. Lakonostra MVP got 15 points, and that'd be great if it wasn't for GODSENT and Panda still going in this situation. 9 kills for GODSENT with their incredible position that they've had so far. They will have to leave with this next circle and move up towards that crate.
They will, yeah, and that's the striking point for Panda here. Polar Ace really need to have a few more members alive for Panda to try and engage on this fight. Right now, though, GODSENT, everyone knows where they are. Everyone's annoyed at them. They want to get rid of them first. Polar Ace is probably not going to focus on Panda as of yet, just because this is the biggest threat. This is the team with the most players. Having them out of the way would be really nice. Lin is making the most ridiculous moves at the moment. How the hell has he got away with that? I don't know.
Sometimes you just got to take fate into your own hands.
Pulling a UDR right now.
Just get across. Get it done. Bardo moves up and gets into the circle.
So bold.
Goodness me, you're right. It is absolutely very, very bold. I'm surprised there's no shots going on underneath the party bus right now. I think you might just be able to spot a couple of ankle bones there. Muzi gets spotted out. GK First, I believe, gets the flush on that. No, it's Polar Ace to take one down with a nade as well. GODSENT finally leave their stronghold, and Bardo with a Vector. Oh, taken very low, does get knocked as well. Teammate not able to get a refrag here. Vito up to bat though, finds one. Panda eliminated in the meantime. Polar Ace able to hold that one out. And now it's just the one player caster from Polar Ace. GODSENT able to capitalize. Blank, it's been a game or a couple of games of position, of compound play that has won out the day, and that is going to be the final kill going over to GODSENT with a great win. Blank, I think we might just have our new top spot. Chicken dinner for GODSENT.
Absolutely, GODSENT played that game very, very well. Despite them being kind of gifted the position, they did the exact things they needed to do, which is cleared out as many teams as possible all the way around the map during those final moments. But Polar Ace make a crucial mistake in that last moment, which is focusing Panda. In that situation, when the smokes had dropped down from GODSENT, they gave them a free exit because they were far too preoccupied with getting rid of Panda. Whereas I think it's a really annoying play from Panda that they pulled. I think Lin's push across like the little ditch shouldn't have happened in the first place. But the fact he's able to do that takes attention away. And I think there's a world where, because of that, potentially Polar Ace go out in third, Panda gets second. I don't think they were ever going for a first place finish there, to be honest with you. But yeah, I do think that Polar Ace just dragged their attention away from GODSENT way too much. And they pulled it away at the worst time, is when they're leaving that compound, jumping over those fences, relatively open space, where it's very easy to get some pot shots off. They are trying to finish off Panda in the meantime. I guess you secure your second place, but I do think there could have been a first here for Polar Ace.
Certainly a heavy-hitting game from them, which we haven't seen so far. I think in that game they earned more points than they have done up to this point in these finals, Blank. And, you know, it's good, but I just don't see it being good enough to see them towards the top. I mean, they finished strong on the Super Weekends, right? They were the highest team outside the top 6 in terms of that moving average where they finished, which I talked about yesterday. I will keep bringing that up because I really enjoyed that.
Oh, yeah.
But they were absolutely one of the teams that was on form towards the end. And yesterday, we didn't see that from them. Game 1, we didn't see that from them. Now, maybe a little bit better. Get back into the swing of those final circles and see what more you can do.
Exactly. I think with Polaris, though, I do believe it might be too little too late. 19 points at the start of that game is not amazing. They come away with like a good chunk, though, so it could be enough to push them up slightly. But with the performance we've been seeing from Polaris, remember they started in Campo Militar, which is all the way toward the northeast. I think they were one of the only other teams alongside Clash that had the entirety of the northern side of the circle to themselves. So that game, they had like a lot of free position afforded to them because of that. Going forward, how much more of that are you going to get, especially on Miramar? We've seen so many of these southwest circles. I don't know. I think for Polaris, that was a game where, you know, a lot was given to them. And yes, they're able to do a little bit with it, but they need more of those games given to them. But GODSENT, they get a circle, huge game, huge kills, huge point lead. It's very hard to compete with that.
Absolutely, and that's going to start to separate the teams at the top in terms of those scores. When it comes to those final tables, GODSENT were not in the top 3. I don't think they were in the top. I think they might have been 4th at the start of this game, but they absolutely struck out there. So I think that was phenomenal for them to be able to control that. My question is as well, is it just those circles? Because we saw, again, Panda with that incredible play from a position where, quite frankly, was really tricky to play from.
Yeah, again, I think a lot of this is warm-up from a lot of these players, because now we're starting to see player identities, team identities start to bleed through again in the finals. For instance, again, Unicorns of Love, high kill games, high pressure games, GODSENT, when they get those zones, when they get those winning positions, they absolutely pop off. Panda, fantastic game control, fantastic points control, where they're consistently getting towards the top, even if it means, you know, they're only with 2 and they're cutting their losses a lot of times, but still putting up those points. It's beautiful to see. I'm really excited about it. I'm wondering how excited the desk is about it, and we're going to find out shortly after this quick break.
Well, GODSENT, they had 2 out of 6 chicken dinners yesterday, and now they add a 3rd to the tally. 3 out of 8. I don't know the number of that exactly. Our stats man isn't here at the moment to calculate it for me, and I don't trust Max to do it himself, or the calculator he might use to figure it out as well. But that is still GODSENT putting on such a dominating performance, looking fantastic, looking so strong throughout the finals. And again, that's kind of what we've been talking about, guys. GODSENT in Super Weekend 2 and 3 both put it up 165 points. We looked at the start of the day at the average points per game. It's still really close to 11 points per game they were averaging. I think it was like 10.83. GODSENT are on a tear, and now Claris, for you, full package, GODSENT? Yeah?
Yes, Jason, they've won 3/8 of our finals games here. So yes. I'm doing, there you go.
That is technically true. That's, I mean, it's true.
It is true, yeah, it's just math. 27 points for them go their way. They held this compound really well. I mean, I've saying that they're looking for the winning positions, but I mean, the winning position kind of came to them for all intents and purposes here in this moment. However, you know, they were holding it at a pretty wide split, I think is fair to say here, and they were able to pump out some pretty decent damage throughout that as well, so very impressive by them.
Yeah, I mean, the widespread that they did have in those two little compounds was actually really strong, but the moment that they knew the circle was shifting up north and that they were going to get collapsed upon, they regrouped into one compound alone. That was a good play, and I think that allowed GODSENT to transition really well from the mid to late game stage to actually have a chance to actually secure that win, so I think the execution was really clean. But I'm really sad, Jason, I'm not going to lie, because you didn't ask us for a prediction, and I was actually going to say Polar Ace this game.
Yeah, okay.
As to do potentially well. Really, because I had my entire thought process.
I was going to say GODSENT too, actually, Max, now that you bring it up.
Hey, you know what? Normally my team that I choose, they're always in zero. They get 0 points, okay? So a 21-pointer, I would have took it. But Polar Ace, I think they had a really good circle for them and a good playing path because they drop all ruins or in Campo Militar. Because of the playing path on the east, they drop Campo Militar. Easy rotation from the northern side. Not getting really too involved, but late game, they started clapping and they got himself 9 kills along the way. So yeah, Polar Ace, I mean, strong rotations. We didn't see too much of them yesterday, and they finally back on board when it comes down to this Miramar game.
QLASH, Panda, 11 points last game, 18 points this game. They're not winning matches, but they are putting up solid numbers every single time, it seems. It's not the same Panda we saw in the league play, but this is the consistent Panda that I guess we technically saw for the majority of the event.
I'll tell you something, Jason. They're back on the road again. We're going to see it here from Panda. I think 18 points going their way. I mean, you're seeing, you know, kind of the formation of this roster back together here with years now being able to be in these games. And it's great to see them getting some numbers. I mean, they came in a sneaky little manner down in that southeast side. And, you know, it didn't quite work out their way. But I think on Miramar, they're always kind of going to be a relevant team that we have to look out for sure.
Maxman. Lakonostra MVP. We talked about them and Nexus at the start of the day. Can they maintain the performance? Game 1, they both fell very short, very quickly. But here, 15 points, and again, 7 kills coming through. They were our kill leaders. I don't know if they still are our kill leaders overall within the finals so far, but they are showing that they can still, you know, keep that level of consistency from day one. And I remember, you know, I asked John, you know, after the first match, like, oh, you know, I never really take first match results as an idea of how they'll do it throughout the day. But Lakonostra have been able to bounce back from a subpar performance in match 1 to now a great performance in match 2.
Well, I'm going to answer the question. Yes, they're still kill leaders. They got 51 points so far throughout the entirety of these finals, so they're still going to be on top of the mountain when it comes down to getting kills. I think we saw especially a step up from a few other players, and we talked about yesterday, especially Alicio. He was the top player throughout the entirety of day 1 of these finals. I think Will has been playing really well as of recently. Yesterday was still a decent day for him, but I think today even more so in this Miramar game. So yeah, I think that Lakonostra able to find himself some decent points, but when you see teams like Unicorns, Nexus now behind, QLASH even, they could catch up, so they need to try and get those consistent points coming their way every time, and seeing how they've been doing yesterday and today, I think is definitely a possible feat to achieve for them.
Destiny, QLASH, what happened? They got a chicken dinner match 1 and then 0 points match 2. Why did we see this happen so often?
I'll tell you what happened, man. They crashed into the game-winning position, and you know what? GODSENT was there, because they were in the game-winning position. So, unfortunate for them.
No, actually, that's a good point to make. Because if they win that fight versus GODSENT, there's a realistic world where they could have won the match, actually, right? So
it sounds like a meme, but I'm actually making sense here. Oh, almost 4 for 4 GODSENT, damn. But yeah, it sounds like a meme, but I'm making sense, right? These teams, they know where game-winning positions are, so actually crashing into them and trying to find that position and even struggle through it, they know that if they win it out and maybe take a little damage here and there, they know that it's a really good spot to push on through the game. And
I mean, that is the Destiny we always seem to have happen when it comes to the map like Sanhok, right? Where they're always in the right compound for the zone shifts to win the matches. But we can see here, Maxman, 3 out of 4, GODSENT, Reese, Vito, Azzy, and of course GK First going to make an appearance as well.
It's GK First. I mean, we're expecting GK First to be on the top, especially when it's... You know what? That's
not GK fourth.
You know what? That's a good point. That's actually a really good point. But when you look at the entire PMPL, I think it's especially Azzy was definitely the rising player for GODSENT, but Vito has made a big name for himself because Reeves beforehand, I'm not going to talk too much about him because he was already really well known before this tournament, but Vito is actually the top damage dealer and he sets up Reeves so well. Not going to lie, Reeves might be snatching away a few kills here and there, but Vito is always going to be that entry player. He's going to be the one breaching, he's going to be the one getting that damage down, finding a lot of those knocks. Another one converting most of that time, but you know what, Reeves, he's a great fragger when it comes down to it. You need some players to set you up for those kind of situations and those initiations, and I think that Vito is exactly the player that Reeves does need in these fights.
Good damage, 2,500 coming through with the 12 kills. Again, I do wonder, I mean, GODSENT, they were already chasing the top 3 positions. Destiny, as we did see, if they could have taken that position away, as you're mentioning, Claris, like this could have been a large amount of points for them. That really could have shot them up the rankings. But now GODSENT, I'm curious where they're going to lay at the moment. And don't worry, you don't need to spoil it yet, Max. We're going to get to the overalls in a little bit of time. But what else? I mean, Polar Ace. I guess we haven't touched too much on them. I know going into day one, we did mention they ended on an extremely high note, having a very good surge of points. I mean, the third super weekend.
For this game, this needs to be where the Polar Express pulls into the Polar Ace station. I'll tell you that much, because they need these points. Wait, a honk honk!
That's not a train. What do you mean?
Get him out of here. He's failed.
Leave the stage. Sorry.
But yeah, this was actually a brilliant result from them. They were they were waning, I think, relative to what we saw from them in the Super Weekend, where we saw that that brilliant surge of power from them. But they had the north position. They were able to shoot a lot of people from that position, converting that into 9 kills. Nice, but we need to see more from Polar Ace.
Yeah, I mean, again, Panda's going to be in there nicely. I think for me, I'm a little bit worried about Eastern Stars, though, Max. I mean, 1,000 damage, 5 kills. It's not that bad. Like, I think for most teams, that's pretty commendable. But for a team like Eastern Stars, like, that's kind of really subpar from what we've seen them be able to do in terms of kills. Now, I know Kapahala isn't playing. Fury was in a second match here. I'm curious if this will change throughout the day. But right now, with what we're seeing out of this team, they're not a team who's going to qualify for the PMPL Championship Season 1.
Look, if Kapahala is not here, we're going to be putting straight our attention towards Octavian. We're expecting him to potentially step up. Bazi too, but mainly Octavian. He's the one we want to try and see frag out. But it's weird. They're taking fights on the edge of the circle, and they're struggling. We saw it yesterday. They kept losing to Polar Ace, which normally you would go back into the Super Weekend and the league play. They would win those most of the time. So I'm not sure exactly what's going wrong for Eastern Stars, because there's nothing big that's just changed. They're just not winning fights. And as you talked about, especially today, Kapahala is not playing. That is not helping them. But even yesterday when he was, they're not able to win some fights that normally should be achievable for them to take for their own. So yeah, I don't know. It just seemed like their fighting capabilities have just went downhill since a week ago. And it's very weird to exactly pinpoint what's going wrong. Maybe communication, maybe something inside the team is going poorly, but it's not the Eastern Stars that we were expecting entering this tournament.
Yeah, and it's kind of a shame to see them perform so well in the beginning of the league and then start to falter at the very end. But one team who performed really badly at the start of the event and is starting to rise up, or continuing to rise up, it's going to be GODSENT, as we're going to jump into their stats here over the course of this finals and take maybe a deeper dive into what they've been able to do. And on average, 12 points per game. That's pretty damn good, Claris. That was like ahead of Destiny at the end of league play day 1 of week 2, I think it was.
Yeah, prior we had our 2 super weekends. There were 11 points, and then we had their first day of the finals, and it was 10.83 or something like that. So
10.83 exactly.
Oh, okay. So 12.38. I can't remember. I can't believe I remember that exactly, but there you go. But yeah, this is
of course, obviously.
Repeating, of course. But to be able to have this kind of step up, even off the back of that, is pretty nuts. So again, you know, it comes down to how they're playing things out right now. Very, very impressive stuff. I do think that there was a little bit of circle favor here in this game, but that's not to say that, you know, they can't find those winning positions even when the circle is not in their favor. We've seen it.
I still also want to at least mention, like, just because you have the right position doesn't mean you can play it out properly. I think we've mentioned that before. Yeah. I think it was like day 1 of league play, and it was Rescue up against, who was the other team? No? Was it Nexus? There's the box compound we were talking about.
Oh, no, that was Destiny. Destiny defending against
Destiny
Rescue,
right?
Yes.
You can have the right position, but doesn't mean you can play it out properly. And GODSENT have been able to do it, and one player in particular on their team has been able to do well. It's going to be Reeves. So we're going to take a look at his radar when it comes to our finals as well and see how well he's been doing compared to everyone else within the lobby. And, you know, as you're saying before, Max, you talk about Azzy, you talk about Vito stepping up, but Reeves has been pretty damn solid. And what a perfect time for him to come alive as well here in the finals.
Yeah, as Imperium calls him, he's the Irish god coming into this, and he has stepped up big time for the team. His assists are going to be low, but as I said, he doesn't share kills, okay? He's just taking everything, and Vito typically is the one that sets him up really well for these kind of situations. But Vito is just, I think, the reason why Reeves is able to perform so well. Like I talked about the setups, but Reeves in his own regard, if you put him in a situation where he can frag out, he will frag out. He's just a very aggressive player, and if he's set up properly, he's going to do just fine. And you can check out by his stats, top headshot. He's typically a player that likes to play more mid-range and also short range if possible, so he likes to try and find those little pop shots every once in a while. And yeah, I mean, it's just good stats in general, but the healing way lower, and that's something you were expecting earlier for our first radar we were looking at earlier, but he takes the fights, and most of the time he wins them dominantly by a landslide because his healing then is going to be a lot lower. So yeah, Reese, I want to keep on seeing what he can do and bring to the table. I want to see him back in the likes of PMGC because he is one of the few European players I could very easily see fight versus, you know, your Bigatrons, your Forangi men. I think he definitely has a spot on the world stage. Yeah, and I want to see him again. I want to see him back there.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the overalls. I know we're, through 2 of our matches today. We still have 4 more to come up today. But I want to see where all the teams currently stand. And GODSENT have taken first place away from the likes of Unicorns of Love at 99 points. But Panda, again, 0 chicken dinners. But look at how consistent they're being throughout all these matches, Kalaris. 91 points.
To be 7-8 points behind GODSENT here after they have 3 chicken dinners is ridiculous, especially considering we weren't seeing that full level Panda yesterday. Every team has got to keep an eye on them. They've got to somehow deal with them, because even when they're not having good days, good games, they're still somehow up here. That's scary.
That's something I really like of Panda when we talked about GODSENT and we were talking, for example, even Destiny, and you were talking about this, Kalaris, about how they always aim for the winning position, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and they're on 2 sides of the spectrum very clearly. And Panda, the reason why I like their shift of playstyle a little bit coming into these finals is they're not always going to be aiming for that win. Sometimes they know we're not in a winning situation, we're going to aim for a second, we're going to aim for a third and try and farm as many kills as possible. And when you have that mentality, that playstyle that's coming your way, I mean, being in second position with 0 wins is 100% achievable. But the thing is now, if they can convert 1 game, they could be first, and they could actually start creating a very, very massive lead up against the likes of GODSENT, Lakonostra, Unicorns of Love, and they could just run away with the advantage just like we saw in the past Super Weekends.
Yeah, the Super Weekend 2, I think, is what really struck fear into people, right? Everyone, all of a sudden, you saw the chat explode with all these teams in it on the Discord of, like, Panda had earned 234 points in that Super Weekend, and that really does show that this team really means business. And I don't mean just means business on this stage, I mean business on a world stage, when you kind of are looking at those numbers in a lobby with the caliber of the lobby that we're looking at here, Jason.
Yeah, and I think it's even crazier to realize that GODSENT, out of their 55 placement points, 45 came from chicken dinners. So they have 10 placement points outside of those other matches. So in 5 matches, 10 placement points, it's not ideal. Now, I know it's not, you can't really do a direct comparison because Panda, they could have been like, second in 3 matches and still be relatively close in placement points, but there's a massive discrepancy. But then you look towards Destiny, and this is the part that kind of worries me. 2 chicken dinners, 37 placement points. Yeah, they're in 8th place at the moment, but that's not really a telling sign of how they've actually been playing, because they've been a little bit underwhelming, I'd say, in these 2 days.
Well, lucky for you, Jason. It's Sanhok next, so we all know what's going to happen.
Okay, let's head to our second page. Let's see our other 8 teams. Remember, it's just top 3 advance into PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1. So these other teams need to make a big push here. Now, we mentioned Black Sparks yesterday, unfortunately. I don't know if it was just yesterday, but I believe it's throughout the entirety of the finals that unfortunately playing a man down, and they've had some other turmoil within the team in their personal lives, or private lives, I should say. Not between each other, but in their private lives. But we do have, Eastern Stars 11th place. We do have UDR Killers with that 1 chicken dinner in 9th. But unfortunately, Umbra as one of the teams, and I guess Polaris, that we were coming into this event of saying, like, these could be teams that could spoil the tops. Max, they've not really been so successful at it.
Yeah, it's been really surprising, especially Eastern Stars. I mean, we already touched upon them. I don't want to hit on them too hard, but it's definitely not what we expected from Eastern Stars, and I'm hoping to see Kapahala join the roster. Hopefully throughout today, minimum tomorrow, that's what we're going to be aiming for. But I'm starting to be a little bit scared and skeptical for these teams' comeback potential. If you're around Eastern Stars and below, and you keep getting some bad performances, you're going to be almost out of the runnings for the top 3. There's still a chance that means you're going to require big game after big game after big game, but if you're just aiming for consistent points coming your way around that 10-point margin, then if you're at 40 points now or below, things are starting to get a little bit sticky, and it's going to be very hard to leave that bottom page.
I think if you take Team Umbra in this case that you're looking at here, and you're looking at their points, it's weird. There's a weird disparity between what points they actually have and how much impact that they potentially have on the lobby. If you think about this previous game that we were just in, they had 800 and some damage, if I recall, but no kills. If you're having 800 and some damage and you're putting that on the board and you're having that impact on the lobby where you're doing damage to a certain team, but that kill might be being stolen away, or you're just taking these firefights and breaking down somebody's armor, somebody's helmets, etc., and things like that, you're having an impact. You're making something happen there, but not being able to convert it really, really stings. So I can only feel a little bit for Umbra, especially on our previous match.
Yeah, a little bit of rough times for them. But again, as we were saying, they still have time to claw it back. It's just going to take a big effort, a Herculean effort, is if they keep at this pace of not performing well. But let's take a look at our schedule. Sanhok, you mentioned QLASH is coming up next year's our third match of the day, our third battleground, of course. After that, going back to Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok once again. Before we round out our second day, and then, you know, a swift 24 hours until we're back into the final day, where we're going to find out which 3 teams will be representing us against some of the best teams, or the best teams in the region. And I want to see it happen. I want to see the possibilities. I know Turk is bringing in some insanely strong teams, but I once again want to give a quick shout out here to our sponsor of OnePlus. When it comes to power, get your game on all day with a full day's charge in 15 minutes, courtesy of OnePlus's unique 65-watt warp charging and warp charge wireless 50 available on the 9 Pro only. Hashtag never settle. And if you're one of those teams out there playing without one of these phones, maybe if you got a little bit of money for the super weekends or maybe the finals, you should easily pick up 1, 2, maybe a couple that maybe you want to send some to the talent. You know, I think all 3 of us here would be more than happy to receive a OnePlus 9 phone. I think we wouldn't say no to that. But Max, you complained last time about not getting your prediction in. So now I will give you the opportunity to get your prediction in. And now everyone else out there can hold you accountable for when you get it wrong.
Well, when I'm allowed to actually try and aim for the team that's going to be winning, I get it wrong all the time. But normally Destiny would be the team to go towards, but I want to go with Lost Bullet. I think they had a great chance yesterday to get himself a win. I think they did throw it a little bit, so I'm hoping they did some VOD review, saw what needed to adjust. They needed to adjust coming into these games of Sanhok, and hopefully find the winning formula to try and secure a win. So I'm going to try Lost Bullet. I'm going to go for a little bit of a tangent here.
Now, QLASH, can we say ours at the same time just so it's not like I'm piggybacking off you?
I'm not picking them, but go on.
Okay, so I'll count down 3, 2, 1, go. So at 3, 2, 1, and then we say it, okay? 3, 2, 1. Unicorns of love.
Panda.
Oh, okay. Okay, no, that's fine. No, we're not trying to get each other's. I just don't want people out there to be like, oh, Jason picked them because QLASH did. So why Panda?
It's got to be Panda, man. They're back on form, back on the road again. Let's get it done. Let's get that done. Bosh. I love it.
Okay, well, gentlemen, thank you so much. You can take a quick little break now. We'll watch the match together in a few. Get the popcorn ready because I'm hungry to watch this game. Let's bring back in our commentators for last time today with John, Allen, and Blink. Back on the road here for Panda. John, is it going to be the match? Is it finally going to be their first chicken dinner of the finals?
They don't need chicken dinners, and I think that they've proved that. They just need a second, third. That's all they're good for. Well, no, it's not. That's not all they're good for. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I say that's all they're good for. Just that, right? Like that's all they need. And if they're going to continue to keep up those numbers, GODSENT, they have potentially got a little bit of a way to slip down if they aren't going to be able to keep things up at the pace that they're going. Because 3/8 of the wins, that's a lot to keep up with.
Exactly, it is. I mean, I rate my Pandas very, very highly, man. It's got to be done. It's got to be done. And I mean, these Panda boys, they're good. They are good. It's not all they're good for that second and third place. I think that potentially a win here on Sanhok wouldn't be out of the ordinary. But you know what? I'm going to go with Destiny. I'm going to go with Destiny on this one. I do believe that coming off that hot streak from that first game, I think there's a potential here. I genuinely think there is a big potential. I think that, you know, they're making the right decision, they're making the right moves. And coming with that Miramar, like, that game was a game that they were going for the win. Like, they tried to take the compound off of GODSENT. So I think that here, Destiny's looking for chicken dinners. They really want a big bump up in points today, John.
A big bump indeed. But you know what? I'm going to go for it. I'm going to predict Lakonostra MVP. And I'll tell you why. Because no one challenges them in Pi None. And I feel like that's a really strong spot for them. And in general...
They're just chill down there, you know? I mean, this is the game where, you know, it definitely goes to the Northwest Island, right?
No.
Then your prediction is terrible.
No.
It is definitely a Pi None finish.
Don't worry about it. It's definitely Pi None.
All right, fair play. But looks like QLASH are heading over towards Lakonostra MVP's position right now. So we could see a little bit of a drop around this position, but they're going a bit further. You've just got MZ who's waiting in the wings. And, you know, there it is, John. What more can I say?
I know it's still in the circle. It's still there.
A little bit.
It counts.
This is where Destiny excels. They pull out the Excalibur on this match. Usually when it comes to Sanhok, as soon as it goes to that Northwest Island, usually on the other matches, the Rock is a little bit more difficult to pull that sword out of, but here it is the Damocles that is hanging over everybody else's heads. So we'll see how they can do. That's a few different swords I've just thrown out there in quick
Do
succession.
you really have any more for us? Any more mythical swords?
No, I think I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough. You know, we've had enough. Don't spoil us, Blank. Don't spoil us. But
I won't. I won't.
Polar Ace pretty close to a player from Umbra. And they don't want any of that. Talon just running away. Should have scouted out that area. Potentially valuable information. This is on the northeastern side near Mong Nai. Of course, the circle does sweep a little bit over Cow and that sort of area of the map on the northern side, which means some of Umbra are in this circle.
Just a bit. Just a fair bit. And this actually circle doesn't really work out for Umbra, in my opinion, because we've seen so many times where their gameplay style is to just head up towards Mong Nai, chill it out, and then decide where to go next. And their typical rotation paths have been either down on the eastern side or over the top side of the northwest bridge. Now, that doesn't work here because there are going to be so many people around that area, and so many times we've seen the likes of Unicorns of Love holding this team out when that happens. It is the war bike that MZ is on as well. I love to see it. Put some spikes on the front of that thing and you're good to go.
We've seen it go well sometimes, Blank.
Sometimes.
We've seen it go horribly wrong on a war bike in the past. You're going to roll straight on up to Black Sparks. Find out about it. They leave any doors open? Do they know that this compound is occupied? It looks like MZ's very wary of this.
Got a cheeky little outfit on as well. I'll give that. That's a 10 out of 10 outfit.
You think? Is it 10 out of 10?
Yeah, I love the ponytail.
Full marks.
It's a nice little addition to the fit. Works well with the mask. Bish bash bosh. You know.
All right.
Might throw my own fashion heart here.
Look at that. I mean, you know what? Sure.
The war bike brings it down a little bit.
I feel like the aesthetics of the powder blue moped kind of bring it down. So maybe best go on foot.
Yeah, oh, that looks so much better now. Yes. Yes.
Love to see it.
Thank you so much, sir. But yeah, this is an interesting one. This is definitely an interesting one. Lost bullets though, they're over towards. Now, this is the problem. This is the fault I see in Max's prediction now, sadly, is that Lost Bullet have had about 0% success rate on living from this southwest bridge, to be quite honest with you. It's not good. Usually they do fairly well at holding people out, but at some point, it's basically like, they're at this point in the game, they're essentially playing a zombie game. Because, you know, you're holding off just hordes of enemies coming your way. The first little bit, it's just a couple of zombies popping in the head. It's fine. Get on with it. But then suddenly you've got about 8 different hordes of zombies coming up this way, like all trying to cross. And you will just finally bear down under the brunt of Season 5 of whatever zombie series this is.
When the reviews start to tank.
It's like, damn, you killed my favorite character, and it's all Max.
The hardcore fans start to...
Yeah.
Get disgruntled, but still defend it. That's what Max is right now. He is the Season 6 stan.
The Season 6 stan. They can do it. It's fine. They've got one guy left.
It's actually really interesting, and the storylines are developed really cool, so I don't know what you're talking about.
That's true. That is true. However, you know, I think Jason, he's just trying to get on board with Kalaris a little bit too much on the desk for my liking, to be quite frank. You know, Kalaris is doing his best there to rate these teams, and then Jason's just coming along. I'm just going to piggyback off the back of him. Like, did you hear that? There was like a slight pause as well before they said it at the same time, because I think Jason was trying to predict what he was going to say from the like little mouth movements that come out from the tiny Kalaris. So I don't know.
Tiny Kalaris. Oh no. You've just beansed the entire desk in the last.
I've just attacked them all brutally.
You're a terror.
I am the horde of zombies for the broadcast team. I'm coming for you.
Oh, a one-man horde. Don't think I've ever heard that before, but there you go. Fair enough.
The amount of noise I'm making, it sounds like it at least.
I don't want to know about that, quite frankly. Lost Bullets take a knee early. They tried to make that cross. They are on the right side of the river now if they want to go to the northwestern island.
I told you. I mean, what they have done is smart, though, because I think they've either listened to the broadcast or reviewed their own gameplay, which is much more likely, because they do not have a good time on that southwest bridge. So getting across immediately is a really good idea. I respect this. I respect this from the Lost Bullets. I was going to call them Los Pilatos, but I was like, huh, that's like not their name.
That's a bit far. That's a bit far. That's not even their name.
That's a stretch.
Lakonostra MVP as well. They're sort of in this queue behind Lost Bullets to get across. They've moved north from Painan onto the hillside that's on the peak of that southwestern island. A very valuable rotational spot. But if you think it's going to go to the northwestern island, it becomes all the more tricky. Polar Ace engaged with Eastern Stars, and what a nade from Athis. Able to perfectly sink that one, get a knock. A little bit of a bounce on that, and that's cheeky. Polar Ace, they've been spotted as well from the off angle. Look at this Octavian flanking out wide, moves out, and there's really nothing that Polar Ace can do in this spot.
I mean, who'd have thunk Octavian flanking, right? It's very typical Octavian fashion. That is some nice suppressing fire coming from Fury, but fortunately, not enough. Holes is able to take that fight. Very weird we're not seeing the Kapahala, the Warlord, within these games. I do think he's fallen off quite a bit recently, however, so perhaps, you know, Eastern Stars just trying something new.
The drums lay silent for the Warlord right now.
And there's no pitter-patter on the top of them.
Polar Ace still struggling. Bardo down and really unresable in this spot. The blue zone will envelop, and this is all the way out on the eastern side. These fights can't last too long. We saw other teams sort of play out in the blue a little bit earlier in the tournament. I mean, Umbra sort of took up that mantle of playing out in the blue. But you can't do it if you are in a fight. It just doesn't work. The nade is there, it's cooked, and it doesn't get the knock there. I thought that was going to be a solid one and done, but no. Caster, opportunity to heal up now.
A little bit of an opportunity. Like you said, though, this fight needs to conclude, ideally, here for Eastern Stars. They'd like to get out of here, get out of dodge. I mean, the difficulty comes in pushing up this hill.
Oh, I thought that was going to go the other way there, but there comes the flush, there come the kills, and Polar Ace drop down to 2. Just holes. Muzzy up top. Muzzy goes for the spray around the side of the rock. 2 of them are down now. Athis in danger. Finds another on the drop shot. Look at that. A quick 1, 2, 3. Pick up there from Polar Ace, and they might just be able to turn it around yet. Bazzi, nowhere to be seen. Long range, and a nade will finish it. Over the top, you cook it, you're getting it done. Brilliant damage found. What a turnaround from Polar Ace.
Bazzi's just dipping from this fight, though.
Fair enough.
Going straight to the boat. I think he must have been calling for this for quite a while, been saying, guys, we just need to get back to the boat. We need to dip. I kind of expected Polar Ace to actually leave this fight, but it's Eastern Stars who wanted to go out first, and Polar Ace continues to push it. And I think it's one of those do or die moments for Polar Ace where, like, we don't have a lot of points on board. We need to do something now to make it happen. Next circle, about to pop on our screens, heads up towards the northern side of this northwest island, so a little bit more awkward for Destiny. This is not typically where they're used to this map finishing. I've not actually seen this finish in quite a while as well, because we've got a huge chunk of water in this one, which is going to crunch a lot of these teams together, but we've got kind of 3 separate territories that are being locked down.
This is great, actually, for Bazzi, funnily enough, because it means he can sit out in the water.
Yeah,
if he wants to try and sort of go for that spot, right? He can just sit there, go for a wide swing, and try and chill. Unless Umbra. Oh no, yeah, that's it. You're done for. You have to jump out immediately, and then you're on the swim. Out in the blue, you can't. Out in the water, you can't even heal. And with the boat going up in flames, there's no vehicle to sit in to heal on up, and that's pretty much Bazzi's game over. So I take back what I just said, Blank. It was. I didn't even mean to say it. You know, it wasn't even me. Who are you? What?
Who are you? Okay. To be fair, he should have... It's hard because this is probably the most northeastern point on the side of the island where these 2 players are taking shots from. So I was going to say Bazzi perhaps needs to be further out in the ocean, but there really isn't that much further out that he could have been. And this is the worst of it. This is the crossing that he needed to get past, and unfortunately he's not able to make it. Drowns, takes the only point for himself, so at least he's not giving points to other teams.
The crossing, as we tune back on over, the team's with a little bit more of a shout into this one here. It's Gaijin Seraphim trying to move through Panda, and fair enough, they get Couture at the start. And now Yiz up to back behind the car. Steps to the plate, looks for the spray. Bujo spotted, doesn't want to take it just yet. Costi looking for that high ground position, looking for the angle, but this will be spotted. Yiz will know all about this. Yeah, you can see that. Sight's trained. There's no way he stays alive there. Yeah, just knocks straight on down. Bold from Costi. Don't think it was wise. For Tony, though, could prove spoiler on the left-hand side. I don't know if you've spotted him out, but there's an angle, and in it comes. Actually, hang on a minute. There's Alicio, Lakonostra MVP. They've crossed. They've taken this opportunity to move across to the north side, and now they're controlling from the other end. Yiz goes down, and Gaijin Seraphim have an opening all of a sudden.
Panda kind of in a bad spot because they have a straggler on the team. They attempt to try and make this one happen, but with how close everyone is because of the circle, with so much water in this one, there's not a lot of area for all these players to be scattered around. It's very easy to hear when a fight goes off, so Lakonostra MVP was prepped and ready for that one to come through, and are easily taking shots off onto both of these teams. It's going to be difficult for Gaijin Seraphim as well as Panda to even try and make their way out of this one. Again, this is why that decision from Lost Bullets was so smart to move across early. I really enjoyed that move from them.
I was just going to highlight this, and I was moved to it. Perfect timing. But Black Sparks, they're going to be moving on a similar boat rotation to Team Umbra. Umbra, though, not taking shots out this time. They should see this. They should have known this. They had a boat out in the water earlier. How are you not taking shots here, Umbra? Goodness, I feel like that's a drop ball. I feel like that's a missed trick.
I mean, you don't expect 2 in a row, right? You just don't expect 2 in a row.
They had a boat out in the water. They should have seen this. Umbra were in a boat before they landed up. I don't know. Maybe they see something I don't.
Or maybe they don't see something that you do.
That's also possible.
Next circle, about to come on our screens very, very shortly. Panda's been able to make their way over towards this western edge of it, which is nice. Still only 2 players. Gaijin Seraphim, not going to be Gaijin Seraphim at least here. Lakonostra MVP are definitely going to be holding them out nice and easy. This is a really, really weird circle.
Oh, yeah.
This is very, very odd. It's going to be hard to play around, but I do think there's a possibility for a team to play on top of the mountain. I know it might be a little bit crazy, but I'm just throwing that idea out there.
Costi makes it to the beach. Okay, fair enough. Doesn't go down. And Gaijin Seraphim have the other 2 swimming. Did they notice?
He's dead.
Did Lakonostra see
He's
this?
dead.
Did Lakonostra see this? Hang on a minute. Well goes very, very low. The spray down is there from Prada. And Costi's still there.
Dead.
Okay, finally they're able to take it down. That looked a little bit hairy there for Lakonostra MVP
He
in the
got
meantime.
knocked immediately.
Yeah, he got knocked and then he crawled to the beach.
Oh, right. I thought
Because he made it to the other side.
Okay, fair play.
Maybe they were going to be able to get that res, but they were able to take down the 2 swimmers there. And now it's just for Tony left on the other side of the river.
Yeah, that's probably the easiest kills of Lakonostra MVP's life, to be honest with you. I really don't think that went any other way. So Gaijin Seraphim is just ruined on this coastal side. And immediately Will spots out another one. So very quick kills coming through. Good stuff from Lakonostra MVP, much better. Looks like your prediction is slightly nicer here, but now it's Destiny under the cosh. Beast in the water, GODSENT, trying to take a fight with them. It's a bit awkward.
It is pretty awkward, you're right. I mean, GODSENT right now are a top spot in the tournament. Trying to defend against Destiny, who have been having a great rally today, but had a little bit of a dip at the start. I say a rally. I've sort of gone back on what I said earlier. They had one good game and one not good game so far today, and they're looking for a little bit more here, and will really decide the pacing of their game, how far they're going to be able to go. But with 2 players remaining, no kills on the board, it's not looking super hot right now. Lakonostra, 5 kills. And this is great news for them. They're on the south side. They're going to have to push through a pretty tricky bit of terrain. But the main thing that they have done, and that they have to their credit, is cross that river already.
Yeah, that's cheeky play from Clash, though. Drop out of the vehicle. I believe that's outside of render distance. Nice nade from Reeves comes through into Destiny 2. Now Clash is just going to swim in like a bunch of piranhas. Oh my god, Beast is in for a world of hurt soon when he sees this whole school of fish come towards him. Bloody hell.
Don't know if Clash want to go for this fight, though. This is a really tricky place to land up. It might even be worth it to go to the into the river and try and go in around the side. To be able to make it in there and try and jump up the coastline there. I'm not sure if there's avenues to get up there, but might be a little bit safer.
Just a wee bit safer, for real. Yeah, very, very odd circle. I don't think anyone was prepared for this one. Black Sparks have got a nice spot on the coastal side, though. Next circle could define a lot. If it heads to the eastern side, Unicorns of Love are absolutely crying with laughter. It would be the funniest game ever if that does occur, but no. Goes to the mountain. Come on, guys. I said, go up there. Go up there. No one does.
Lakonostra MVP are in the best spot right now to get up there if they want to go for that mountain rotation. Potentially moving up unchallenged. Lost Bullets can't cover that path.
Not as of... I mean, it is open ground looking up to there, but I do think the Lost Bullets, like you say, are just a bit out of sight lines, trying to make that one happen. Mozero is able to stand up. Oh dear, Clash is not happy about that.
They have been spotted. They have been spotted, haven't they? Yeah, look at that. But that gives the game away on Mozero's position as well. Trayson just ducks below the waves and gets out of sight lines. Can't get back to it. Oh, look at that hop. Slips off, unfortunately. Didn't have his climbing gloves. Didn't have his climbing gloves on. Did get the spot, but
away.
That's going to be it. They are going to have to try and get away. In the meantime, Lakonostra MVP actually lost a player to a sneaky little Umbra. Will does go down, but they're able to take Talon in response. We'll be able to get that flush. Now they need to move up. Now they need to try and move for a position. Do they go up the hill? Do they not? Beast finally shut out on this northern coastline. This has been brooding for quite a while, this fight, Blank, and it's about to hatch, I believe, as GODSENT guarding out. Currently, 3 teams who are on the north side of them in their massive spread across our tin. Look at that.
Yeah, this is such a fantastic spot for them. It's so difficult to breach into Hattin because there are so many places players could be. It's very difficult to determine exactly where the players from GODSENT are. I think that's the biggest issue. The only other problem with Hattin, though, is it's also very easy to occupy for another team, as we see here from NEXUS, who just make their run in, and now GODSENT have a very unfriendly neighbor to deal with.
Lakonostra MVP did make the move up towards the hillsides, towards the mountains as well, which means that they have got actually a pretty good spot here, despite them being at 3 to an unfortunate backstab coming on through. There are still Umbra players out behind them. Polar Ace, they took those fights early on, and now it's just Holes out in the blue right now, on the other side of the river, just southwest of Boot Camp. But in go the Black Sparks for the fight with Clash, pops up, takes one down. Clash lose another player, but it's still so tricky to move south past this barrier, this wall that GODSENT has erected in front of them. And NEXUS is going to join that in. They're going to be the mortar for them.
I think a lot of players here in this circle kind of hedging their bets where this next circle is going to go, because realistically, it's rough. It's rough going forward. Umbra's coming under fire from Panda, just 2 players on that side too. But yeah, you kind of have to just decide in the compound and just hold it. And we'll see how that does occur in this next circle. Oh, on top of the mountain.
Unicorns of Love trying to push in towards the compound. Wow, that's a really good shift for Lakonostra MVP. Unicorns of Love trying to cross the bridge, but it's just not going their way. They will be shut out. Black Sparks trying to pick up some of those points as they make their run for it. Just fresh standing now, out of luck, unfortunately, for the Unicorns of Love. And it is going to be, I think that's Jason's prediction. Unicorns of Love coming on through. Unfortunate there, but the tall man comes up short.
He does. He's definitely spotted fresh, so yeah, he should definitely go down. Narvalo's got a really, really cheeky little spot here on the mountainside. Lakonostra MVP then make their way up now. Panda, though, they are also in position to actually get up on top of the mountain. Could be some moves. Oh, wow. You definitely need to make that happen. That is beautiful from AZ. Very quick reactions indeed.
They gun them straight down, and they're making their way for this valley, Blank, this opening into the rock face. Is so difficult to hold from the top lines, but might get you into those third positions. NEXUS moving on foot this time around, but they've been severely diminished. Just Sushi and Dexter left. They are up to the cliff face. GODSENT, they make it in, and maybe looking to try and get up higher. Game Lord controlling it, and Lakonostra MVP, again, just sat on top of these rocks. Look at their positions there. They've got oversight on so much.
It was a quick decision to head up there. You mentioned it earlier about how they're in one of the best spots to make it up on top of the mountain. Lost Bullets just are not in a spot to make it happen. Next circle goes towards Panda, though. So Panda could technically make this.
I mean, that's true. That was Colaris's prediction. Goodness me, I believe. Well, he'll be a happy Panda, hopefully. For his chance to be the winner there. GODSENT trying to mount up against Panda as well. If GODSENT lose players here, that's disastrous for their strike to control the hillsides. Polar Ace finally eliminated. They were trying to heal out in the blue. Destiny still with Mazzaro going, still trying to survive. 8 teams remain. Most of them down a couple of players. Only Lost Bullets and GODSENT are still full force. Lakonostra MVP and GODSENT on 3. Sorry, and Game Lord on 3, but Lost Bullets looking to take more off GODSENT. Our two full squads going head-to-head right now, and GODSENT are getting demolished, quite frankly. Sushi tries to be cheeky there. Get away from the fight. That's not yours to be part of, but GODSENT looking to hold it out. That's going to be NEXUS eliminated. Lost Bullets going low, and GODSENT losing members. Lost Bullets, 4 players alive. They're down in the valley, they're down in the doldrums, and it's going to go away from them. There's no way they can keep this one going. This is a fight blank between Lakonostra and Panda at this stage.
Pretty much, yeah. And I think the thing is, though, is that with this terrain, it has worked massively in the favor of Panda, purely because this is the kind of circle where... Oh, yeah, this is diabolical. But yeah, this is the kind of circle where you could effectively play as two. And really, this is way better for Panda than it is for anyone else, because they have a much better opportunity to drop down to here into this next circle and get around. Lakonostra MVP, they're really just... They're kind of stuffed on the side of this hillside at the moment.
They've got Elicio in the circle. I don't know if Lakonostra MVP can climb back up. I'm not sure if they have the paths to do that. So it's just
they're in a really awful spot.
It's tricky, and Panda looking to go for it with 2. Potentially an overinvestment there. Lost Bullets lose their player on the out and out. Elicio, though, that's the player you want for Lakonostra MVP in that 2v1. But it's against GK first. And it's against Lenye. 2 heavy hitters. Danny, looking to try and control it. Drops on down, goes for the shots, but knows he's going out. And I'll give them the point. Destiny finally eliminated. And that's going to be some damage going on through. The rundown comes out, and now it is just Daddy out in the blue. I think he might have dropped some meds over to maybe go for some heal strats there, but Elicio nade over the top a little bit long. Position given away. 2 versus 1. Panda versus Lakonostra MVP. John versus Kalaris on the predictions. I know which horse I'm backing, and I still believe in the boys from the UK. Come on, you can get it done. Minimal meds there, seemingly, for the forward player GK first on Panda. Not going to have it just yet. Lenny making a lot of noise right now. Daddy drops down as well, maybe looking to pick up some points. They're not going to find any. No heals there. Elicio playing around the rock. Panda don't know the position right now. They're scouting. They're wary. I think they're going to isolate it. They've isolated it. There's the shots. Looking for 1. Looking for the spray. Damage found. Elicio takes some in response as well. Linye drops down with a Vector, finds 1. But no. Panda able to shut it down. And the final moments of the fight. It looked good for Lakonostra, but they dropped down onto that hillside. They could not climb back up. And Elicio not quite able to get those final kills on board. Down to the wire. But Kalaris, I'll tip my hat to you. Fair enough. You won that one fair and square.
Yeah, really nice win, John, honestly. I felt like I've not talked in about 3 minutes, to be quite frank, but yeah, it was a good win. It was a good win. Honestly, for Panda, though, I think the main thing to talk about for them is that, I highlighted it earlier, is that they had one of the best positions for rotating around that circle. And I think that from previous tournaments that I've watched, that hillside, honestly... Sometimes you've got to run away from these fights where you think you can get a load of points if it compromises position. With Panda playing as 2 that entire game, you're still in a great spot to make it happen regardless of what happens in the end, because you can rotate. You can get into position. They also played that last fight really perfectly in my eyes. I think it's one of those things that too many times you have 2 people going 2 ways, but they back each other very, very nicely. And it's almost an unwinnable fight at that point for Elicio when they both drop on top of him. So great scouting those final moments and great team play.
Do have those moments of falling inaccuracy coming through from the Panda players that potentially could prove to be difficult. I mean, Elicio was able to get 1 knock, I believe, at the end, but it just, as you say, was too difficult to deal with the waterfall of Pandas falling over that cliff face. I think you're right, Panda positioned very well. There was a couple of lucky shifts to that cliff face, obviously isolating the players in the valley. I mean, going into that valley, you are, as I said, playing for those 3rd, 4th places, because as soon as the circle goes away, there's no way you're getting out. And there's players up top who will just drop those nades on you, like we saw Lakonostra MVP do.
Yeah, it's one of those things that if we did see that Eastern shift, there is still a possibility for Pandas to be in that game. I think that's one of the most important things for me. But for Lakonostra MVP, if we did see that shift, again, it probably would have been their win, to be honest. But I think Panda just played this game phenomenally despite losing 2 players on that cross. And this is the power of Panda, is that you can never take them out. And they really do embody kind of the Panda vibes. They're just this huge immovable object. Like, you're not going to get it to do what you want it to do. And it's just going to sit here in your lobby till the very end. Like, I think this is the second time we've seen, maybe even the third time so far today, where we've seen Panda in those final moments of just a couple of players. The ability to lose limbs off your team like that and then continue crawling in towards those final moments and even standing up in those final moments, it is incredible. It really is incredible.
But I think from that game as well, we're seeing a clear top 3 start to emerge almost. I mean, Lakonostra MVP, a surprise probably to most who have been watching this tournament. Yeah. They had a great game. They had some pretty solid rotations. I think their best decision was to, well, actually I think they had 2 very good decisions during that game. To cross the river when they did, to guard out the fight on the bridge to their west, and then to go up towards the mountains instead of trying to go around the sides and try and go towards the coastline. So I think that it was a sort of a 2-step plan for them that went very, very well. Probably more steps involved, but that was the broad strokes of it. And I think that obviously paid out very well.
Yeah, it really did at the end of the day. And we also got a bit props to Mozero once again. I think there was a 4th place that he ended up getting over on that top side. Really, really took his time and waited it out. I think QLASH thought they were going to do something a lot more in that circle with the amount of players they had, instead of taking the approach that Mozero did, which was, look, this is almost an impossible push for me. Once you come out from the top of Hartin, it is a road into practically open grass with an outlook of a mountain coming straight down. It is really difficult to get out from that position. So Mozero immediately being like, I can't win from this position here. I'm going to heal it out. Getting 4th place it is really good. It keeps that point score up.
Absolutely. And now that we've played that 9th game, Blank, we're halfway through the finals. So getting those points on board now to be able to set yourself up as you have less games left to play than you've played already is so, so important. So Destiny keeping that up, keeping themselves in that conversation is fantastic, fantastic news for them. But Panda definitely at the forefront of everyone's minds. GODSENT made it into that valley and they managed to get pretty late into the game, right?
100%. And I think that right now, like I said, halfway into the tournament, this is where we've had our, mission control countdown from 10, and now it's start to get those rockets firing now as we see those teams rocket towards the top of the leaderboards. But we're going to put those engines on hold just a little bit as we head back over to the desk, and they're going to break down that game for us. So we'll see you in a little bit.
Well, who would have guessed it? Kalaris was correct in his prediction. Well, I guess he would have guessed it then. With Panda taking home the chicken dinner and getting themselves a lovely 15 points to boot with them already performing so well throughout the entire event. Kalaris, you'll be pretty happy, right?
That's right, Jason. Back on the road again. We're going down to Sanhok for a little chicken dinner. I've heard it's banging. I've heard it's a great little place down by Painan. We weren't there. We were up on the mountain. But Panda, brilliant stuff, Jason. What do you think?
What? Did you go full northerner?
No. Don't expose me. Don't expose me.
Max, you had Lost Bullet, right?
Yeah, they're right third. I'm still really happy. You know what? As long as the team that I choose doesn't get 0 or 1 point, I'll take it as a win. I'll take that as a huge dub for myself. We're going to be checking out the
page. Oh no.
They were going to be looking at the overall rankings here, and Lakonostra MVP. That's a lot of kills coming their way. I mean, they had one of the strongest positions, right? They were on the hilltop up north, on the northwest island, very, very early on in this game, allowing them to zone teams away. They sent Daddy to jump down in Death Valley to pick up a few kills at the end. Didn't quite work his way, but they were looking to aim for the kills once more. They are still the kill leaders based off of this game alone, right? They had 51 before this one. Now they're up to 61. And Lakonostra, I think I found a working formula, allowing them to push themselves back up in the top 3 after this game. And there's a big advantage that's starting to be made between 3rd and 4th, so they're starting to run away with a big lead now.
I mean, as much as Panda salvaged, I honestly, they got themselves the win, but it was a salvage situation. They lost too early, and then they managed to get themselves favorable circle positions to be able to rotate through. I do have to give big credit to Lakonostra MVP with what they've been able to do here so far. Another big game for them is only extremely impressive considering what they were able to put up yesterday.
Unicorns.
Max. Did I steal the Maxman curse?
I think, yeah, it's like a hot potato is yours now. There you
And
go.
the unicorn's curse. Damn, Jason. 2 curses in 1.
Well, according to Max's math, 2 negatives make a positive, so...
He did say that, yeah.
It should work
It's
out
not,
in the end.
according to math in general, not just me. That's
He's not wrong. I suppose he's not wrong.
Let's take a look at our top players. Daddy coming through, Marley, Alicio, Clever as well. We're seeing, actually, Daddy a couple of times now. Him, Marley, Alicio, I think Clever, we've seen him maybe once or twice now in our top players. But Lakonostra, Lakonostra MVP, living up to the MVP part of their name here, have, like you said, found this magic formula. And I guess they answered all questions on whether or not they would be able to maintain that consistency of day 1.
Well, that's the funny thing, especially when I'm entering that situation to what I'm expressing it as if it's my personal pain. But Panda in a 2v1 against Alicio, I'm like, there's the moment when I'm talking to you guys in the back, I'm like, damn, it's Alicio, he's the good one. So he might actually be able to clutch this one out, right, against Panda. It wasn't to be, though, as Panda, you know, when you've got GK first, kind of leading the charge there for that kind of moment, you know, he's going to be able to sort that out. But yeah, Lakonostra MVP, just brilliant to see them up here once again.
He did get himself a knock, actually. It was last second. I think if you just blinked, you would have missed it. But he did get himself on a knock. Just a little bit more time to switch weapon, go to a secondary weapon. He could have maybe got himself that 1v2 versus Panda, but it wasn't meant to be. Though a lot of damage coming their way. It's going to be 1,400 for Lakonostra. Really good conversion rate, as we expect from Lakonostra now in these finals, especially from what happened yesterday for them. And they were playing really well, especially in the early to mid-game stage. I loved how they were playing around the northern side of the Western River. They were on the northern side of that position, and they were making sure that teams like Panda, like Gaijin Seraphim would not move into it. And just how they played in general was really strong because they cleared those positions, made sure no teams were coming from the south. Then they know they could start their going uphill, and they were not going to get backstabbed at any point in time during that rotation. So the fact that they made sure that they cleared all the south before going for that winning position was a really good play, and I want to see more of that because they're just playing so well on their rotations, especially. And they know how to rotate from phase to phase, and I think that that's been their true skill that's helped them get so many good points on these finals.
Well, Panda, I mean, as we did talk about them getting their first chicken dinner of the finals, you take a look at their stats here in the finals compared to their super weekends. Now, again, we've been maybe harassed them a little bit when it came to day 1, not fielding the same roster we were expecting of when they hit their highest performance, but they've still been performing exceptionally well. And we can see here, they're actually performing better than they did in the super weekends across the 3 weeks.
A little bit scary, I must admit. The interesting thing about the Panda strat for Sanhok is you can see them prepping it very, very early. And you saw it in this game as well whilst we were watching things out. As they were 4 alive, they were grouping around and already trading a lot of first aids to one person. So they were already prepping for that style of, you know, healing out in the blue. I saw 10 first aids on one of the guys very, very early on. So they... When you look at their style on this battleground, it's almost as if they are taking a bit more of that passive approach to it compared to some of the other battlegrounds, even though I think that they could easily get away with falling back onto their normal style that they use on other battlegrounds. But maybe it was to do with the circle, moving away from that southwest island, I want to say.
I mean, either way, Max, this team has been improving. Obviously, as we take a look now at maybe Lakonostra MVP, they're also a team that have been massively improving because we didn't really see them in the 3rd super weekend. We only saw them in super weekend 1 and 2. And I mean, they were decently up there. They were towards like the middle of the pack, but they weren't one of those teams that's having this kind of performance or one of those teams that has been standing out like they've been able to do in the finals.
And maybe trying to hide a little bit where they wanted to go into the finals because from where they were standing, especially at the 2nd super weekend, they knew they were going to be in the finals. They knew they were going to be in the top 16. They were feeling really confident, and maybe they started relaxing a little bit more to try and hide and maybe working on different play styles because there's been a few scrims happening in the background that maybe they've been trying different things that we haven't quite seen on the actual official broadcast of this PMPL, which I find very interesting. But looking at the overall stats too, I mean, there's definitely been a really big step up here since overall the super weekend and the league play phase. You're going to see the damage going up, every stat going up, of course, as you might expect. But the kills too, that is the main outlier for Lakonostra because we talked about this team being normally a team that we would get to late game like, oh, they're in circle, and they actually get themselves a decent amount of positioning points. But we said it, positioning points are not going to be enough if you're aiming for top 3. They needed to frag out a lot more, which they are doing now. And the main reason why it's been working so good for them is because they take fights, they're very short, they're very snappy, and they survive as a 3 or 4-man crew that allows them to remain and retain that opportunity to aim for a top 3 position at the end of those games, which is why Lakonostra stepped up in so many big ways. They fight so well, and they know if a fight's going on for too long. If a fight's going on for too long, especially on Sanhok, you know you're going to get third-partied, and they just leave the fight if it doesn't make any sense. And I think that that is what helps them out the most to get to that late game, is understanding if a fight is valuable or not for them.
Well, you know, if you remember back to the very first one drop we did, Highland Wolf, he talked about Lakonostra MVP, and he was very confident in them. But within that first week of play, we're like, not really seeing what you're seeing here, Highland Wolf. But maybe we're seeing it now as we progress here into our finals. We do have a quick little video for you. I actually want to show you our top plays from PMPL. And I'm hoping production is not trolling me here, and it's a blooper reel. But let's head to the video. We'll come back here and get ready for our 4th match of the day. Day of league play as we move into a new week with new teams. I don't know. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. As you see my lovely torso here as we talk about everything that's happened in our last match. You can see clearly I've been working out. I wonder if I am tall enough in my chair. Okay, no, I'll pull hot jukes. All right, guys. We got a great game coming in. We're going to do some more games, but we're going to do a post-match breakdown with absolutely nothing prepared. And here's the player you chose, Claris.
Oh, it's Baby Godzilla! Okay. Oh, look at how cute he is! I didn't expect this. Oh, Jason, you've done me a solid here. This is... Assists don't need knockouts like crazy. Who filled this out? Baby Godzilla filled out, I suppose.
Lovely graphics guy, Matt.
Changing the John. John, we will be changing you now.
No one can change the John.
It's Imperium, and it's the skinny guy of Banks. How you guys doing today?
Do you know what, Jason? Yeah, you really did Max a bad service there. You said you're going to get him ice cream, you're going to get James car parts. Like, that doesn't weigh up, you know, in value. Why does Max get less?
We're back. End of rehearsal. Oh. Thanks for watching, everyone. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Not tomorrow, because tomorrow's the day off. We'll see you the next day. Well, this is one thing you learn working with ESL production here in Poland, that when they try to get you to throw to a video, it's probably not going to be what you're expecting. It's probably a blooper video, but I have to say this, Kalaris, I am hungry now, because it seems to be you're always eating in rehearsals, and I never realized it until today.
Actually, yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm always ultra ready. Everybody else like has to shower after rehearsals or whatever and do stuff. I'm mega ready. I've got my salads going now because I have to eat vegetables, damn it. But I know I need to order some of those dumplings again. Those bows are so good. Oh.
Favorite part, though, of the video, Max?
I look depressed all the time. Oh, that's true. Okay.
Yeah.
And of course, Baby Godzilla! All right, let's take a look at the schedule here really quickly so we update you guys on what's still to come today. We still have 3 matches left to go, and just like the start of the day, we'll be hitting right back to that, kicking things back off on Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok once again before we end out our 2nd day of the finals. Gentlemen, we did predictions last time. We're not going to do predictions this time. I'm tired of losing. I don't want to be a loser anymore. So I need to make some drastic lifestyle changes, and we'll work on that. I'll talk to Blake after so he can help me out with stop being a loser. But this has been an interesting day, and now I'm curious. You know, Nexus, they've been on a downward trend here today after such a stellar performance yesterday. Lakonostra have been able to hit another high again today, but I'm still worried that Panda, now that they've got a taste for chicken, even though they normally eat bamboo, they might, you know, be insatiable.
What happens when all the bamboo runs out, Jason? You know, like, you know what I'm saying? I'm actually just ordering. That's right. They eat my bows. I'm actually ordering some right now on my OnePlus. So if you don't mind, Jason, you can continue.
Okay. Well, you have my address, so send some my way. Gentlemen, I'll let you go for now because we need to talk about what you guys at home can be winning because we do have a little challenge going on for you at Hull. So you two get out of here. Yeah, get out of here that way. And then we'll show you guys at home how you can win. Guess the PMPL champion. We have many prizes to be given away. You can have a super prize. You can win yourself a OnePlus 9 phone. You can maybe win yourself one of the 3 OnePlus Buds special editions, which honestly look pretty damn sick. And OnePlus, if you're watching, you can send them my way. I would not mind. And also 5 PMPL parachutes as well. So head over to PUBGMOBILE.Europe.official for more info on how to enter. And make sure you guys do that, because once the day is done tomorrow at June 12th at 11:59 p.m. or 23:59 if you're in the normal parts of the world, it's gonna be close. So get your entries in time. John, we're not John, though you're looking as skinny as John, I have to say, Blank. Blank, Banks, where am I going with this one? I don't think we can win though, unfortunately. Hey guys, take it away. I'm gonna get out of here because I clearly need to stop talking.
Just as we did a blooper reel as well, and Jason just does a live blooper, absolutely wonderful. Blanks, I'm making a mess up.
I'm done. This is it.
Game number 4.
We're getting a divorce now, Cormac. You can shut up. I'm not listening to this anymore. First Jason, now you. What is going on? What happened? We watched one blooper reel and everyone just went crazy.
Everyone just had a bit of a brain fart, my friend.
Yeah, I can see that. You know, I'll take being called Blank because it's close enough to Banks, right? But you can't call me John. Yeah. Come on, that's like ultimate disrespect, man. That's like the polar opposite of me. Come on. God.
Oh, man.
Oh.
You know what? I'm going to blame it on that last Sanhok game, because that last Sanhok game was absolutely like wild with the circle shifts and the craziness that I think it just rattled all of our brains. But hopefully we have a little bit more of a settled game 4, the second Erangel game of the day. The playing path is on the west, which is a little bit of a nice change of pace. To be fair, allows the teams that like to land around the George Paul area to get there a lot easier. Look, you know, when we're looking at the overall standings a little bit, just to highlight, I think we're not too surprised with the top 2, right? GODSENT and Panda, right? Panda in first, GODSENT in second. There is definitely a surprise with Lakonostra being a third. A good surprise, but a surprise nonetheless.
Yep.
And what's even a bigger surprise is how badly teams that were expected to be fighting for the top 3 are doing badly, right? QLASH in 7th, Destiny in 8th, Eastern Stars in 12th.
Wow.
I don't know what's changed exactly. I can speculate. We can pinpoint a couple of things, but it hasn't been easy to watch for a lot of these teams in these games so far.
Oh, it certainly hasn't, mate. And you said you wanted a bit of normality. You know, you wanted a normal one after what we had on Sanhok. Well, maybe getting teased again. I might get my military base ending. It may happen, may not. One thing I'm noticing, obviously, we pointed out on the first game of Erangel that actually we saw Umbra head on up to Zaki. Well, this time around, they have not gone Zaki. They've changed it up again. They're moving around, trying to look exactly where they've gone this time around. Oh, they're going to be down on Primorsk. Also near some of the Black Sparks players. This is... What's going on with Umbra today, man?
I don't know if Belend is having a bit of an...
It might have lagged out, yeah.
Issue? Might. We'll keep an eye on it. Other than that, it is still a relatively weird drop spot for the rest of the Black Sparks team, to be fair. Lost Bulla have gone to South George buildings, which isn't normally their drop spot. I think, again, a lot of this is influenced with that more western playing path. Eastern Stars are going for their kind of split drop around the western side of the map. And other than that, most other teams are pretty much placed where we would expect them to be.
Yeah, Belen's definitely gone. I'm just looking at the map stream. He is down and out of it, sadly, for the side of Black Sparks. I'm glad you mentioned GODSENT, right? Because obviously the devs were talking about it a lot as well when we opened up the show. And just the fact that, like, we expected this level of GODSENT to be here from the very beginning of PMPL. Well, now, when it really matters the most, they have turned it up, right? They are delivering in the best way possible. And if they can keep this going, well, they've already set the pace very early on. We're halfway through here on day 2. It's looking good for them massively here. And this is it, right? You can have these bad games. We can question what they've done. But when they step it up on the most important one, on these final 3 days, that is what it's all going to be about here. And that's what I'm excited to see, is the fact that if GODSENT can pull this off right, it's not like it's a surprise to us, but it's going to be a nice positive effect, as that nade going out on top of Ked. Oh, that was perfect. Ked didn't even have time to react.
And Okay, and that nade kind of sums up Unicorns of Love's day they've had so far, to be fair, with the results of the first 3 games. But we are going to be having a bit of a rehost, unfortunately. We low-key expect it with noticing Belend having a bit of an issue, but in the end, the teams will be able to kind of restart, and hopefully that phase 1 circle after the reset won't be as crazy as that was before that.
Then one thing, right? I just think at this point we rehost whenever we might get a circle that I'm going to have a lot of fun with, like just try to steal it away from me at this point. But all fun and games. It's serious that we do need to get a rehost in to make sure everyone has their players in the right spot and everyone is in the lobby. It is important when it comes to this. But coming into what you mentioned about Eastern Stars, right? I don't know. I can't even put my finger on it. I'm doing all my I copy all the circles and I keep looking at it all. It's not like they've changed anything massively. It just feels like they themselves are just not able to feel that confident. We've looked at some of their engagements where they'd go 1 by 1 into fights, which you go, Eastern Stars, you definitely know better than that, you should be playing together as a team. And that's what's wild to me. It's not like the other teams are playing massively better overall. Okay, we can say like GODSENT, for example, or Lakonostra for coming into it. But what I would say is that it's really an interesting point on Eastern Stars. Maybe, I don't know, the pressure is there, the confidence knocks come in. I don't know. We'd have to try and speak to some of them. But you know who we can speak to real quick? We got an interview with a Lush in there. So let's fire that off while we get the lobby started up.
Looking at your team as you guys head into PMPL, what's your strengths and what's your weaknesses?
نقاط الضعف فريقي طبعا هي توسون النفسية. طبعا نحاول أكثر يعني نحاول نقدم أحسن ما عندنا، نحاول نحسن من نفسيتنا بعد كل جيم. إذا نبلع توسون نقدم الأفضل والأفضل.
Did he mention any strengths?
نقاط القوة بصراحة حماس التيم هو هاي القوة تبعنا.
So looking at all the competition you have in PMPL, what are the toughest teams you think are going to be out there to beat?
Qatar Forces, Uncas Love.
If you could talk to your opponents before a match starts, what would you say to them?
بحكي لهم لا تطلعوا قدام.
Since we saw you last year, what have you been able to improve on as a player and as a team?
صراحة حسنا كثير شغلات، الدراسة، الخبرة، التيم وورك صار أقوى فينا نقول، وإن شاء الله نقدم شيء حلو.
You guys had some roster changes since we did see you last year. Do you think this is the lineup you need to get to PMGC, which is your goal?
صراحة ما فيني أحكم عن هالشيء هذا، لأنه آخر شيء بطولة توفيقي وأداء اللعيبة، فأنا بتوقع إيه أحسن.
And Alush, I want to give you a chance to give shout-outs to all your fans out there, so feel free.
انتظرونا في PMPL وإن شاء الله نقدم أداء حلو. See you in the PMPL.
And we're back after getting to hear from our Lush there, and we're waiting for the new lobby to start. There's still 3 more games to come our way, and we did have to have a rehost before going into our 3rd game of Erangel. But maybe this will benefit some of the teams in not getting that military island finish. Maybe we'll get a nice normal circle like you wanted out there in Imperium.
Yeah, well, hey, I didn't say I didn't want a military island circle. I'm just trying to give the teams, I'm trying to be, empathetic to what we had in the last game, to a little bit more of a normalized circle pattern in this game, albeit the team should be used to it. By now, they should be used to the potential of hardships, especially in a map like Sanhok, but it can happen anytime, any place. How the teams really need to set up for this next game, right? Because we are getting past the halfway point of the finals, right?
Oh, yes.
So games are starting to dwindle down. You're going to have the 6 tomorrow, the remaining 3 today. You do want to end that day too in some way on a strong note, or some form of stability by your side. Because if you don't, that can really rock with your brain overnight, right?
Oh, yeah.
You all know that, if you end the day on a little bit of a poor note, that can just seep in, and then you doubt yourself. And a good rest might help for the next day, but that doubt will still be there when you wake up the next morning. So it's important that these teams that are performing badly in the first 3 games today use the last 3 games today to really turn it around.
And it's very hard as well, right? Because when you're so far down on points, maybe you're a lot further down than you even expected to be. You do have to look at the risk versus reward on, do we change something up? Do we maybe go for a different spot? Do we stick to our guns because it's what we practice and what we know and love? Like we always talk about this. It's some teams are better at making these adjustments in between games, you know, while the day's going on, and other teams need a little bit more time to really think it through. And the one thing I come on to is, like, for example, a team like Destiny, where not everyone is a native English speaker, they were talking to me about this when I was doing the interview with Mihi, and he said, like, communication for us is actually sometimes very difficult because we may forget words, or we stumble, or we don't maybe be able to communicate as clearly as we'd like. And when you are trying to change things up, if you've gone for something different, you try to make that change, then obviously it's not as natural for the team to do. So a lot of teams in there have to really factor that in as a point of, like, okay, we need to either make a decision now and go for it, or we hold back and we do what we planned from the very start. And when you're some of these teams who are right down there on the points now struggling, you maybe have to go for a bit of a Hail Mary play.
Yeah, bit of a Hail Mary play indeed would definitely work wonders if it works out for you. Because even though there is a bit of a gap between kind of 3rd, 4th going down, it's not too much where we won't see a team that's in 8th or 9th, like Clash, for example, instantly jump back into the mix with a strong result. The average points per chicken dinner in the final so far is roughly about 25 points per game. So if you get that kind of 25 points, that's a really, you know, shot of adrenaline to the veins, and you're back in the fold. The high risk, high reward is there if you do go for a bit of a Hail Mary play. But when it comes to kind of trying to end day 2 on a high note, it could be quite valuable. For teams like Lakonostra, Panda, and GODSENT, they don't need to do that, especially Lakonostra MVP. They should just stick to their own game plan, stick to what they are doing best right now, and let the other teams worry about each other. Let the other teams worry about themselves. Lakonostra MVP, you stick to your guns right now.
And I'd be worried if you're some of the other teams in this lobby, the fact that, okay, we spoke about it, that Panda had a slower start than what we may have expected, you know, given what they were able to do coming into yesterday. Now they bring the full squad back into today, and guess what? Well, they're back to their old tricks again. So it's like Panda just steamroll through things. They don't need to grab chicken dinners in order to just take it. Obviously, they just had the one gun on Sanhok, right? But they can just rock through on the amount of kills they're getting, the consistent placement points of it. And it's very scary when, like, you had some of the sleeper teams that were the big top teams that were coming out before we got to the finals. And now they come into this one not hitting the mark, and some other teams go, oh, okay, this is our chance, we can come back up into this. Well, now Panda's back there, GODSENT's right at the top as well. Those two look, not, you can't say they're guaranteed yet, right, because something could certainly go wrong, but they're looking to be in a very good spot. But the rest is still quite open, and anything can change, anything can happen, but it is certainly not going to be easy for these guys. I want to still see some more from Unicorns of Love as well, to give them a bit more of a safety net with it, because you know the day they had yesterday, right, the amount of kills that are coming out of Fresh and Ked, it was huge. I know the Death touched on Ked, Fresh quite a lot in there, because obviously we talk quite heavily about Ked and what he can do, but Fresh was the one bringing it all out through for him and saving him. And I remember he's like a solo player, what, 2 of the games out there, and just managing to hold on to it all. But they really need to make sure that now they step it up again, and they do deliver in some extra points across today, just to make sure that they're not feeling too worried or too scared.
But that's kind of what I touched upon it in yesterday's Miramar game, where it felt like, you know, the fight against Gaijin, where they kind of relied on Ked, for example, and it's the same a little bit with Fresh at times. And we've seen in the games today so far, not only have they gone 2 games with 0 points each, but that game that they got 7 points, they lost 2 players early on. You know, and I know that they are a team that can perform well when they lose a player or 2 at the start, but we also know that they perform best when they have a full squad up coming into the mid-late parts of a game, where they're able to control their position, where they're able to be aggressive. And we haven't seen that from Unicorns of Love today, not at all. But as you do see this plane path, it's come on through, it's coming from the Novo area up and towards the western side. It's very south, of course, so it's going to put a little bit more pressure on the likes of Game Lord, because whether or not they go to North Georgia, seems like there, or Yasnaya potentially, it's always going to be a bit of a strain for them. Panda are going to have Rozhawk to themselves, and what I do notice is that Black Sparks are going for core South George crates drop.
And in terms of the circle we get, this is not so bad at all for everyone. Obviously, it could be split up slightly by the river in there. We had a Stelber ending at all yet? I don't think we have we? We've come close to it.
Sorry, what? Sorry, you kind of cut out for me. What ending?
A Stelber ending.
Oh, Stalbar? No, we haven't, but I would love to.
Yeah, I would like. I'm about to say, now it's there. I'm just seeing it up top, and I'm thinking this could be the fun. You know, who can be on the top and firing on down on everyone? Can they be the kings of it? I do enjoy the madness that will ensue when we do, or if we do, get up there. Umbra have gone back to Primorse though, so that Zaki one was just a one-off, I'm guessing, for them on how they felt at the time. And sometimes we'll see that through teams, right?
Yeah, of course, being able to change up that drop. So we've talked about that. You know, the risk is that some teams are able to do it. I think Team Umbra are the kind of team that can pull it off, and that's not necessarily in a complimentary way right now, because I think even on their core rotations in the finals, at least, they have not been performing that well. So changing up the drop spot, I think they're in a position where they have nothing to lose. Okay, Will, that was
I love it.
Good roll. I'll give that a good 7.45 out of 10.
Now,
4 or 5 out of 10.
It's always amazing that we just capture this, right? We always get to see the rolls and the fun, but they survive. It's just some little style points they'll be able to grab there. You were touching on some of the points here as MZ will try and tick away some damage at them. Can't quite connect the shots as it's quite some distance now. Lost Bullet though, right? Obviously in 4th place at the moment with 86 points.
Yeah.
Quite a surprise coming out from these guys. I know we spoke about obviously with Nexus, but they've started to drop down a bit more. But it's like, you see that the big change up here for them wasn't necessarily like, I don't know, I can't even remember some super good moments on them during the opening weeks where I'm like, oh yeah, Lost Bullet, I definitely put them up there. I just see them as like a middle of the pack kind of team. So they know that if they can just push a little bit harder, you know, but then they also have to think to themselves, if we push too harder, we do go too maybe aggro on it and we change it from what we're doing, we may find ourselves getting taken out too early and then we get stuck and then teams do start to overtake us. But I'd like to see them really start gunning for it, knowing how close they are to being able to get up to all them 100-point marks and start to actually be a challenge for like your Lakonostras, your GODSENTs, etc.
It could be a sense that they've gone under the radar and they've gone unnoticed, and because of that, they haven't really maybe been as well studied by some of the other teams when it comes to VOD reviews. Maybe they haven't been as heavily targeted in terms of learning the rotational path lines from other teams, which has given them that element of, hey, you know, we can surprise a couple of teams in the finals, which they certainly have done, and they deserve the credit for it. For the likes of Panda, though, I have to go back to them because their consistency in the 9 games so far, Banks, out of the 9 games, they've had 7 good results. 7 good results. And when I say good results, like over 10 points per game, because that's going to be roughly the average of a top 3 team. You're talking between 9 and 11 points. Out of 9 to have 7 good results, and then you add a chicken dinner in the last game, that's undeniably consistent. That is more consistent than I could ever ask for from a top team in the first couple of days of finals. You know, especially when they didn't have Yiz yesterday and they still performed consistently. You know, it just shows that to me they are more than ready, more than prepared for the EMEA finals.
Yeah, anything but the EMEA finals for Panda is a disappointment, right? Like, yeah, you want to come through in first, sure, no problem at all. But they definitely know that, like, if they didn't get that far, then they've really messed up. Like, they've not just underperformed, they've really dropped off, because this was theirs for the taking. We talk about not just obviously the consistency what they do, but how their game plan is very structured, their game plan is very thought out, and yes, they make some slight changes to it, but they're very confident in what choices they make, and they definitely seem to, on especially when it comes to like Miramar, They have a good idea on like, okay, if we rotate this way, we're going to be safe no matter if the circle is here, here, and here. And they kind of have a good feeling when it comes to Sanhok as well. It's only Miramar, which I say is less less like they have their fingers on the pulse of how the rotations may work for them.
Game order gone to Yasnaya, believe it or not, to get their looting phase off. Makes sense with this phase on circle. Pretty happy with Gaijin's rotation for Novo, and Unorthodox drop spot for them, but it's free because no Qatar forces in the finals. The fact that they rotated early, as in like halfway through phase 1, GODSENT were in a position to in any way bridge camp them, so it made sense, and they're being able to rotate past quite cleanly. UDR moving away from Pachinki, I would actually argue a little bit too early, but they're looking to maintain that core position, which allowed them to get a pretty solid result in the first Erangel game, because when we look at this phase 1, it is tempting towards the area where it finished on that first game of the day. For Eastern Stars, that did once again drop on the western side of the map. They're rotating through North George. Actually, sorry, just outside of North George, but they're behind Lost Bullet. So Lost Bullet and Eastern Stars are on a little bit of a similar rotational path on right now. So I'm curious if they're going to clash coming into the edge of the circle.
Certainly have to keep an eye on it. As for now, Clash themselves have got their eyes peeled and ready. There's potential attack on the Gaijin players. They know where they are, keeping their wits about them, having a look around of all the teams that can be close. This is what it's about now, right? Spotting them out. You don't need to take the shots just yet. You can get a good understanding of, okay, we've got this team that might run past us on the next rotation. You've got to be thinking the next step ahead on all of this. As Trazen's also laying down, having a look out towards them. Now, Destiny haven't moved out of Severny just yet, and they might actually have Eastern Stars and Lost Bullet go past them.
Yeah.
That could be an interesting one, because Destiny would love to have a couple of teams run on by, get that information on where they'll be going and take some shots. Because when we're talking about shots being taken, well, Gaijin, they are now under fire prior to being tagged up, but he's not going to be fragged up. It's Clash who will start to try and get a knock in there, start to try and make a play, but it's not really anything that's going to pay off massively for him here, because Gaijin can just sit back and wait it out.
Oh, but now we see the crash coming in as GSG Europe move into the space held onto by Nexus. A double knock comes through onto the players in Nexus, so it does give a little bit of control over to GSG. Rana's confirmed up. Kamara on his end is knocked down, but it's being great work done by Lau to hold back the players in Nexus. Two doors arriving on the sidelines, and then you have Andalito flanking around, using that underside of the dip outside this compound to get the side angle shots on. Nade gets thrown out. Dexter's aware. All the players for Nexus are stuck inside that building.
Yep.
They're like a tin of sardines right now, and it's not looking too good.
And they could be ripped open here by the GSG players. Remember, we've now turned this into a 4v3. Nexus already in a good spot after day one. They do not want to be going down early on here. They don't want to be the first team to be eliminated, but you are completely pinned. The smoke will at least delay some pushes, maybe give you an advantage if GSG want to push through it. But for now, it's all in GSG's favor. A little bit of splash damage coming off the nades is forcing Nexus to move around as well. They're trying to force them into the opening, get some shots to connect. More damage will be done, but still not going to come into play yet. With a knock coming through. And now, yeah, Dexter trying to be smart, trying to come round, trying to find himself an opening, but it's not going to work out. He gets dealt with instantly. Kamara's there, happily taking him down. And Nexus, they are in a world of hurt. This is not what they would have wanted. GSG, they want to overwhelm them with the numbers. All of them start to push in, bullets firing forward, and Nexus find themselves as the first team to be eliminated. And after an incredible day one for the guys, where we praised them so much, it's starting to slip away.
Man, moving on to a fight between Destiny and Lost Bullet. Lush is down a little bit of health, but he does get a double knock coming on through. He's the last player standing for his side, and Destiny cleaned that one up. It was outside the circle upon this phase 2 shift, an unorthodox position to fight. But in the end, it was Destiny to come out on top of that one, only suffering one casualty. Eastern Stars will be able to take advantage of that by moving ahead of Destiny coming into the circle. That phase 2 shift was interesting because it took away a lot of stall bar, which means you're not really going to be looking to hang around the northern side of the mountain, which allows you to use that high ground to your advantage. Unicorns of Love have done that perfectly. Yeah, you still need to be careful around the very top of it, Unicorns of Love, but you can definitely focus on getting information on the likes of Game Lore, Black Sparks, Panda that are all around that kind of outside of Yasnaya region.
I just love the fact that, like, Lost Bullet, they decided to run past Severny. You always know Destiny's going to be there. That has been their spot over and over again. Eastern Stars have also gone across, but they didn't seem to want to engage in the fight. They used that as a timing to get past for now. But for Destiny, that's just like, they're probably thinking, why would any team come past us and try this? Like, if you're going to do it, you can just rotate around us. You don't have to actually have to take the fight to us. So maybe Lost Bullet was trying to eliminate some of the competition and thought that because they have been playing slightly better that they might have a chance of it. But it will now be their undoing, especially in this game.
Lakonostra MVP are utilizing the eastern side of the map, the very coastal line, which makes sense because of that western playing path. Lakonostra MVP. Gotta talk about this team a bit. A partnership between Lakonostra, an Albanian-based organization, and MVP Gaming, a British-based organization, coming together at the start of 2021. Danny, Will, you have Alicio, and Daddy. They've worked wonders as a team coming into the PMPL. PMCO, they got through the UK region. Very good performance from them. But I gotta say, they stepped up to the plate. They have a lot of experience individually. So on one hand, I'm not surprised, but putting it all together is always easier said than done, and they've impressed us all here in the finals.
I was very scared there for Destiny because you're quite split up at the moment. Mazzaro's away from the rest of you, and you've already lost Noshi. Like, if Eastern Stars wanted to pop out and try and take a fight for him, it may have gone very badly. But luckily, Eastern Stars decided to continue their rotation, continue on through. And this northern side is going to be quite contested in it because there's still a fair amount of water in this new circle as we have shifted over to the east. Lakonostra are counting their lucky stars that's gone out towards them as they'll already sit in a good position throughout. And Clash, well, they're just looking for teams, rotating around. It's Panda they're taking some shots out towards, but not going to find any success with finding a knock just yet. But do Panda want to fight this? Do Panda want to potentially fire back onto Clash at all?
I think it would be a good idea, right? Phase 3, Blue Zone's closing in. You gotta start making a bit of noise, even if it's at the risk of you getting caught out. The split from Panda is definitely risky. GK the first is very close to the compound that Unicorns of Love have rotated to. A nice rotation coming out from the Unicorns of Love boys. Eastern Stars are coming in from the north, along with Umbra and Destiny. Fresh finds GK first on the high ground of the building, so it does put Panda down to now just 3 players, unfortunately, but they do have a bit of a solid position, at least inside the circle.
Yeah, there's still space for now, but more fights will start to take place. This time, Black Sparks going up against Game Lord.
Oh, Victor.
Brilliant stuff coming out here from the Black Stars players, but can Victor pull off something huge? Spamming up, spraying up, finds himself getting some knocks. He's got a bit of backup with him as well. Vindex, the only one alive. Can he turn it around? He's trying his best, and he saves the day. Vindex, brilliant stuff at the end there. Game Lord go down, but both those teams are not really going to benefit from this because now Black Sparks, they're more than wounded with just one player being able to stand up.
Absolutely insane stuff coming out from Black Sparks in that little bit of a team fight. It was close. Game Lord nearly came out on top, but it was the fact that Victor was kind of on his own until his teammate came in late. He got knocked quickly himself, and there's not too much Victor could do. GODSENT, currently in second place in the overall standings, have a really safe spot on the south side of this circle. A lot of space around them, a lot of potential to react to this phase 4 shift quite nicely. It does indeed center up across that mainland. So teams like Unicorns of Love and Lakonostra MVP that kind of committed to the eastern coastline will have a little bit more of a pinch to make it into the edge of the circle.
GODSENT still patrolling the south as well. We have to keep an eye on them. Already up at 3 chicken dinners after 9 games here. The highest we have thus far. They can put off another one on Erangel, be absolutely huge. But Destiny, it feels like no matter when we see them, no matter where they go, they've been fighting off against someone, and their numbers are massively dwindling now. Mazzaro finds himself getting knocked down. One more player left to find, and it was easily done in the end. Destiny, they will be going out of this one. Didn't pay off for him after getting the initial squad wipe onto Lost. Now it's Lakonostra, potentially about to go off against GSGE, who were also fighting earlier. And this is the problem, right? When you have fought earlier in these earlier circles, you become in a position where it starts to hinder you more than what you would like. When you go up against a team that's stacked up, who doesn't see anyone yet, they're ready and waiting for you with everything they need.
Umbra have been quite clever upon these rotations, and they've been quite quick, not afraid to move as a team. Much different compared to previous games you've seen, so hopefully it's a step in the right direction. A push comes in, Eastern starts crashing on to Panda's compound. Davian is knocked. Azzy is there. But for the most part, Panda are protecting their home like it's their last chance saloon.
Eastern Stars really need to have starting some better games, and it's not working out at all. 3 kills already up there for Panda. Bazzi now the solo player, and he doesn't have the greatest amount of meds in here. He just prones on down because he's not sure where to look or where to turn. He's aware that teams are going to be surrounding him more and more. And I certainly wouldn't want to be pushing into Panda at this point when they have a big advantage against you. Still GODSENT uncontested in the south. They've got one player, Reeves, who's actually inside the circle. Everyone else is still outside. I guess waiting to see if any other teams are going to maybe rotate in or still late to the party. Because the information GODSENT had, I think you mentioned it, right? Teams actually bypassed them, got across the bridge quicker. So they've probably not seen too much action overall.
They haven't seen much action at all, to be fair, at all.
They've just taken some pop shots here or there.
Gaijin, the team that did go ahead of them across the bridge, they're in a pretty good position themselves. They hold on to the mansion building, and coming out of the northern side of mansion, there's a lot of kind of bumpy terrain, you know, kind of I think you call it like a pond area or a bog area where you're able to use those dips to your advantage moving out. That's exactly what Gaijin are doing. Polar Ace have a core compound inside the circle, and GSG committed their whole squad to a shack.
Oh no.
Sorry, but I think it's a little bit too early for that. There's an air of desperation with that rotation coming out from GSG.
Yeah, when you've done that very early on, you know, okay, they're in this next circle again. A bit of luck on their side for sure. They're down the south of it now, but maybe they get lucky and the team rolls up on that shack, doesn't expect them to be in there at this point, but they still need to be oh so careful because it's not easy to find out of these ones, right? You find yourself maybe being pinned down early on. If anyone's seen you go there, they're just waiting, having a player look out towards them.
Gaijin, do you know where you even want to go as you go past GSG? Couple of wild rotations coming through. It doesn't seem like they know what they're doing. They're going to get picked off from all sides, Banks. It doesn't make sense to me. There's no real direction coming out from Gaijin. Umbra throws out the nades. Someone, also known as Pro Lord, they're going to clean them up. And Gaijin, they're eliminated. No point in rotating early across a bridge if you're going to make those kind of rotations coming into Phase 5, my friends.
I'm really struggling to make sense of that.
Oh,
you mentioned it, just the circle before, they had a good position. Okay, then you just take your time, you scout forward a tiny bit more, you know? You go, oh, okay, look, we got this. We can just look ahead of us. We'll try and see what's around us. Instead, they just went for it, and you sent yourself out early, you sent yourself going down, and you could have gained a couple of other potential placement points if you'd waited out a bit long, because there are a few teams who are now limited on numbers because of the fights that have been taken very early on. Panda getting aggressive, though. They've managed to eliminate Clash in it.
Nice.
More kills coming on through. And that's certainly a team to keep an eye on right now, Panda, is because they're coming back alive, and we know what happens when they get the ball rolling again.
Now we have this fight between GODSENT and UDR, and GODSENT did what Gaijin should have done, right? They scouted the area on their entry point, noticed that those buildings were free, and they've all pushed in as a full squad. The hard work is yet to begin, though.
Oh, yeah.
Azzy is going to get knocked down. Ulysses finds that one. They will look to push in on that Pokes and Sebi driving forward. Very healthy push from the UDR boys.
So they need to be careful because Vito is not an easy player to deal with. The nade does come through as well. Bit of a trade-off with it all. But Ulysses and Nano now need to fight back. Marley is all alone. He might be able to try and fight this off, but more bullets coming out towards him, and he can't afford to go down. He decides to duck into it, but he's escaped and left his teammates behind, and that's where it's massively problematic. And Pocus all this time is in the building, and he can say, oh yeah, there's a player up here. Don't worry, guys. If you want to come through, we might be able to do this. And Nano now can go on a big...
no.
Oh, the timing! That worked out really well. Did come on through, but can he do enough damage here? Going to go in for the finish off. He's going to go get these extra kills. And GODSENT, well, they're soon not going to be long for this world. Marley now trying to find his way back into it. Already 2 players lost. AZ bleeding on out. Damage being done. Ulysses swings, and he does not miss it. GODSENT, they're going to be out of here despite making some good decisions on where they wanted to go. They couldn't win out the all-important fight. And now we just have 7 teams remaining with 24 players alive.
A little bit of a third party from Polar Ace as well didn't help them. I think it was one of the Polar Ace players that knocked down Vito. It is what it is, but now Unicorns of Love coming into the late stages of the game. Still as a full squad, maybe. PRZ goes down. Beg for mercy. Steps up to the plate. Happy days, Unicorns of Love. Your day 2 finals are beginning right now, but you need to take out Umbra. That's it. It comes through. They have a little bit of space on the northeastern side of phase 6.
Yeah, smoke's going down. They've really opened it up for themselves here. And a good amount of kills there for the Unicorns of Love. They can walk their way into the circle, knowing no one else is behind them just yet. The GSGE, they're looking for a huge spray down. Lakonostra just walking into it. The shack play is somehow still working. We questioned it. Tuna's the one outside hiding behind the tree. Everyone else is in there, and they're not letting teams get close to them. They're just picking them apart.
Why not crash the shack rather than trying to just stop in the flat open terrain? Come on, Lakonostra MVP, you're better than that. Because Unicorns love crashed a compound or a shack that Umbra had. It wasn't as good of a shack, but they still crashed it. Nobody's crashed a shack that GSG holds on to. That's realistically the only reason why it's worked out in their favor. Now, are they making noise and pushing teams back? Yeah, fair play. Of course, Kamara gets a knock on Delicio. At the end of the day, you got to make the call. You got to take a bit of a risk. And it hasn't worked out because they've chosen not to.
Well, Panda ended up going out in 6th place. Lakonostra are going to be the next to fall. There's only 4 teams remain, and Unicorns of Love, as well as GSGE, are up with 8 kills so far. 4 players still alive. Polar Ace are also fighting not too far away from Unicorns of Love. And that's where they certainly have to be careful. As UDR, they may have heard all of this going down towards GSGE. There might be a moment where they can find some success, but it's going to really be off the back of GSGE making some key mistakes here.
And with Panda going out, I wouldn't say somewhat early, but not as strongly as they have in other games. GODSENT going out early. This is a big opportunity for Unicorns of Love to send themselves up massively into the mix for the top 3. Even challenge, of course, Lakonostra MVP, who we did see go out. Savage picks up Muzzy, which is a good start, as they need to take a couple of risks going across the flat terrain. GSG are pinch inside the shack and take the shots. They can't push any more forward than they are right now.
But they are going to have to push forward eventually as that circle shifted up towards the northwest. Starts to more benefit the Polar Ace and Unicorns of Love team. UDR have snuck through while they could at the same time. Beg for mercy. He needs to be careful. That nade is pinned. That nade is ready. Bardo. Oh, beautiful nade. Really well played. They're going to push on it, and they're likely going to go in and finish Beg for mercy off. He tries to back away. He tries to cower some more, but it's not going to be possible just yet. As Savage X, looking out at 2 open holes in the window, wants to be able to shoot back on it, but instead he finds himself being picked off. Polar Ace, they're looking to take control of the north. They want to be the kings of it right now.
UDR killers, they have Nano knocked down, but Pocus is still left alive. Tudor is going to get knocked down. When you take shots from one direction, you got to be careful to reposition as quickly as you can. Fresh is on a sliver of health, but with the blue zone closing in, I cannot see him surviving for much longer. However, they're making it toward the shack. Polar Ace has stopped them so far, but can they continue to stop them?
We're soon about to find out. Big push coming in here. from Unicorns of Love. Fresh. He's looking to spray it out and use all the bullets to his advantage. Can't quite finish off holes. Unicorns of Love goes down. It was a good effort to fight for that surviving spot. And now Polar Ace with 4 alive, 9 kills already, only need to find Pocus as he throws out a grenade to try and find some success. But it's not going to connect just yet. UDR killers look like they're destined for a second place. The molly goes out towards him. Flames go on him, on his feet as well. He will be able to just stick it out a little bit longer. Does have the kits to try and bring himself back up, but it's not going to happen. For few bullets connect, and we get a big win from Polar Ace. And they started to deliver like this towards the end of our Super Weekends, not in the early part. Maybe this is part of the recovery period. Maybe this is their way back into it somehow.
Hey, look, you know, it starts with a good result. That's it. Starts with a good result, whether it's game 1, game 2, game 3, game 4, game 5, or game 6. And for Polar Ace, again, the second half of day 2, they started off with that chicken dinner. And they controlled those circles really well. That compound was potentially an easy one to breach. But if you notice, on the entry point with the garage where you can send a car in, they had 2 or 3 vehicles blocking an entryway that Beg for Mercy sent himself into, as an example. And because of that blockage, it stopped Beg for Mercy from going forward, where he had to try and get a nade off, but Polar Ace had him pinched, and their nade knocked down Beg for Mercy. It covered one area. So the way Polar Ace defended their compound was really, really valuable to them taking that chicken dinner, and it was massively deserved from them. Massively.
Could have been, though. Very closely could have been. Maybe stolen away there by Unicorns of Love. Had Fresh been able to pull something big off. But no, you got to give a lot of credit to Polar Ace for pulling that win out the bag. Do you know what's also interesting when we're looking at this is, like, you said it, for Panda, it's like, oh, 6th place, like, not so great. For most other teams, they'd be very happy with it, you know, considering where they're at right now. Panda's just like, this is a bad result for us. This isn't so good. And that's just the level we're holding some of these teams to right now. And
Exactly.
I don't know what happened to GODSENT there as well, right? Like, that engagement wasn't directly bad from them. They just didn't land the shots. That's the only way to look at it, right? They got themselves in the building. They got pushed upon when they had a player knocked, and they weren't able to recover from it. They got overwhelmed by UDR, and that's where UDR sometimes do step up on their individual skill level, because they are a team that's very up and down. I can never kind of put my finger on whether they're going to be bringing it out. It's like they need pressure, I feel like, you know? They're like a team that actually enjoys the pressure. When they were struggling to have the points they needed in the Super Weekends, when it was all fighting for glory, well, then they just delivered, and we were like, wait a second, is this the same team, you know? And they just took down GODSENT in a big way throughout that fight.
It was for me, like, the failure of GODSENT in that team fight was a little bit less about them making mistakes and more about the fact that the buildings that they held on to had a lot more windows that they were exposed from. So it was a little bit more open. There was less cover and there was less area for them to play around. Plus, as I said, that little bit of a third party didn't help them at all, because if Vito hadn't gotten knocked from Polar Ace, I think it would have kept Marley and Vito up as a duo, which they probably definitely could have taken out UDR with. That's not taking away anything from UDR, because it was a well executed team fight. They got the first knock and they pushed on that. Pocus and Sebi together pushed on that. But in the end, I think that was definitely a part of why GODSENT lost that fight. And it was unfortunate, because they kind of still need to continue the consistency throughout this day too. They have improved in the first 3 games. Unfortunately, it's a blip on game 4. Hopefully it'll be back up to what we've seen from them in game 5.
Now, within this game, right, we had a few hard shifts that came through, but it wasn't like the most difficult circles. It wasn't super hard to fight from. Yet we saw a lot of teams fight very early on, or do a questionable rotation, or even a full send it that didn't make sense, right? And we saw that become the undoing of teams that actually could have had a good position. I was very surprised by that. And even GSG, they went for that shack. We question it, because obviously it's one little shack. You've basically got the whole squad in there, apart from, I think it was Tudor out on the tree, you know? And it's like, they actually still didn't do too badly from it. So it was one of these very, like, slow but weird games on how it didn't kind of pan out the way we expected it. Maybe some teams were just losing a bit of focus in there.
Yeah, I definitely think losing a little bit of focus is a good way of summing up some of the team's decisions. Typical is Lakonostra MVP, and I think a product of that was they committed to the eastern coastline pretty early on in that game, right? They land in Lipovka, or they loot up in Lipovka, they stuck to the eastern coastline. And I'm not against that because, one, you only have to worry about 180 degrees in front of you. You don't have to worry about what's going on behind. And with the way the circle shifts have been, it could easily have been a water finish right on up until phase 7. It could have been that eastern coastal line. But when it did shift away from them, and they went for that kind of rotation into the circle, there was nothing from it, right? And that's weird, but it's also disappointing, and disappointing with how Lakonostra MVP have been performing in the final so far. Whereas if you take another team like Unicorns of Love, who were in a little bit of a similar situation, a bit up north, they edged their way in. They kind of tippy-toed their way in, still somewhat aggressive, and they had to take a couple of risks onto the small shack that Umbra held onto. But because they knew what they were doing, they were confident about where they were moving, they were still able to pick up a good result and a number of kills along the way.
Yeah, I'm glad you touched on Lakonostra, right? Because the way they wanted to deal with GSG just could have been dealt with better. They could have just been a bit more committed to it, because they became an easy shooting range for the GSG boys, and that's always not what you want to be doing when you go into a shack where a full squad is, right? Just line up, stand in the open, and take a fight where they've actually got cover, where you should be trying to use the cover to your advantage, or just going for it as a team and maybe taking a risk with one player being slightly further forward and then everything else just playing out, you know? So, yeah. Some of these games can go like that, some of it can get a bit wild, but I expected better from some of the teams, especially ones we do have in play here. But we've still got 2 more games to go, and we're moving on to the sunny side of Miramar next. But before that, we've got to go back with our analyst desk, and we're going to be back with Max, Kylaris, and some geezer that can't even say people's names properly.
Well, you guys hear that? Honk, honk. The Polar Express has come up to the party once again, back on the platform as they get themselves a chicken dinner and a bunch of points yet again here in day 2 of PMPL Western Europe Finals. Clara said it was very proud of me about getting the right sound effect to the appropriate machine. Let's take a look at the ranking, though, of the last match. How many points they did get, as well as some other teams out there, because we did have a couple of teams get extremely far into this match yet again. And we still have these leads lengthening for some teams out here. Unicorns of Love, 19 points. GSG, you know, again, I feel like I bring them up a couple of times here or there, but we're starting to see some like decent results out of them, though we're not seeing them have like those standout days, unfortunately. And I feel like you almost kind of need that if you're going to break through top 3 here.
I mean, GSG is clearly a team that does not aim for the wins. They're a team that they aim to get consistent positioning points and get some strong positions in the circle, and off the back of that, get a few kills potentially off of that strong position, which they did in this kind of position. They got themselves 9 kills, 4 of those actually being on NEXUS that we'll touch upon once looking at the second page, because they've been having a horrendous day right now for the side of NEXUS. But yeah, GSG just, you know, staying in the middling part is nothing that's going to be allowing them to make into the top 3, but we mentioned that even before going into the finals, the GSG, this not top 3 level just yet, but this is good experience for them to try and prepare for the full split and even the spring split of next year in 2022. So they just keep on going. They're having a little bit of fun on their own, and they're improving quite a bit on their own side.
Not quite the Avenger level threat, as Max would say, right, Cloris?
That's right, yeah. I mean, before this...
He do be saying that.
He does be saying that. He's really into the Avengers. 17 points here means that prior, I mean, they had 28 points. This bumps them up to 45 effectively. And right now, if they want to try and challenge for a miraculous top 3, for example, they would have to have huge games coming up for it to lead into tomorrow. But so, yeah, cool stuff. Lakonostra still showing up here, Jason. 7 points. It's not the highest of highs that they've had in the previous games, but it's a decent number to be able to keep them on the road.
I mean, the downside is that Unicorns Love scored 19, but the upside is Panda only scored 9. So at least keeping their grasp in that top 3 potentially, but not falling too far behind some other teams. So yeah, not bad. And again, really showing that consistency. I wonder, what happened from Super Weekend Week 3 till today, or yesterday, I should say. Like, how did they all of a sudden have this surge of points happening for them? So take a look at the second page here. Max already pointed out Nexus, but GODSENT only 2 points. A little bit rough, but again, they've already had a pretty solid day so far.
They had a really big fight versus CDR Killers. They had a strong position to actually even probably take the win, and I was really rooting for GODSENT to take that entire game. I think they had a good chance. Maybe Polar Ace was the other one that could contest it away, but they had a big fight and they were clearly not prepared. There was some just amazing grenades coming out from UDR Killers, and then there was only one player that was left alone, and they just kept chasing him down. They cancelled the res, they cancelled the heal, and the final player just had to go down eventually. So yeah, GODSENT, strong position, but the defense was just not there in that fight, and that's why we saw them go down pretty early.
At this point,
those are our top players.
At this point as well.
Wants to continue.
Yeah, sorry, I do. Like for Nexus,
outside of online work.
I say it happens. But like when you look at Nexus, I mean, I feel like my fears are a little bit realized from day 1 to day 2. Like could they keep up with that kind of pace? And right now, it doesn't really look so. A little bit of a shame, but maybe they can try and make something happen later on. But I think that a team like this is just still a little bit volatile in regards to being able to keep up that kind of consistency here in this tournament.
Well, there is one upside, though, for them, I will say, James, is that because they had such a good day 1, even with the subpar performance today, they're still in reach, I'd say, of top 3 if they can come back in day 3, right, and have a good day. We can see here Muzzy, Halls, Fresh, Tudor as well coming in onto our top players. We haven't seen, actually, Polar Ace here in quite a long time, but Fresh is always a welcome sight to see and a pretty consistent sight to see here in our top players.
I think especially because Fresh, we know Fresh, he's there quite a bit, so we don't even have to touch upon that too much. But Muzi, that's one of the few players that we do not see too often in these top players. Sometimes you might see Polar Ace, it's pretty rare to see them. But typically, if you have 2 players of Polar Ace, it would be both Caster and Holes. So I think that Muzi has, especially on that last game on Sanhok, was really amazing. Muzi's been stepping up big time today. Bardot is just that player that's focused around scouting, getting information, but Muzi is now leaning more into a fragging kind of role, and I think that helps out a lot. So yeah, I just want to say, Muzi, keep it up, because he is stepping up with the rest of his team around him.
Who's just sitting there like, oh, Max, why did you talk about me? Now I'm going to be cursed.
Can't say anything nice now? Oh, my God. Okay. Yeah, I'll just be mean now. I'll become Jason 2.0. Let's go. I'll just be mean to everyone.
Oh, you become even more awesome. All right. GSG, 2,200 damage with 9 kills. 2,200 damage for Polar Ace as well. Unicorns Levy C at about 2k damage. Panda, and again, I feel like we focus on them a lot, but I feel like they deserve to be focused on a lot. We haven't really had that breakthrough game out of them, I feel like. I mean, yes, they've had, a consistent matches. I believe they had a chicken dinner earlier on today, if I'm not mistaken. But they haven't really been as explosive, or volatile, I guess is the best word to use for them, right? We talked about how volatile they can be sometimes looking at their past track record, but they've been the complete opposite of that, it seems.
Yeah, there has been some of that. I'm trying to think about, like you said, I pause because I'm kind of musing over the idea of it. It can be volatile sometimes, I suppose, in these kinds of situations. The thing that kind of really does stand out to me though here in general is that when you have a team like GSG finding these small sheds, and the weird thing is, Max, is that actually now that I think about GSG, when they find these small sheds and actually run with it, that's kind of where they found their power. Do you remember when we had that school finish as well? And they were in a shed there.
Oh, yeah.
Like, and donated them.
Yeah, they really like the sheds. What's wrong with that?
Oh, it's meta. Is there meta? They play around it. I mean, it was one of the only positions to play around. Otherwise, the only compound they had to play for was the one of Polar Ace. But as long as they find a good position, and typically the reason why they play those small positions really well is because they always have a few cars. They have buggies. There's some Raz to play around too. They just crash it and create like a mini makeshift compound of their own. So it helps out a lot if you have the cars and you use them properly, because they typically crash them, explode the cars instantly, and use it as a big line of defense. It works out just fine. But the thing is, the main issue with those positions when you play around it for GSG is if the circle doesn't go your way, you're almost 100% going to lose. You're going to die instantly, which happened that game. It's not a long-term option, but just to get, as we say, consistent points, sheds do just fine from time to time.
Yeah, I mean, they might not get you top 3, but they're going to get you some consistent points to move up the rankings to win more money throughout this entire event. We can see here our stats coming in for Polar Ace in the finals. You talked about Halls quite a bit. You talked about Caster to be the one to join him. And Caster, as you can see here, has been able to put up the numbers in second place for his team. But let's see, he's, to be fair to him, he's not that far behind either.
And he's only played 4 matches, which I find very surprising. I want to see a lot more of Muzi.
Yeah.
This is a big step up from Muzi, and he's just been playing. I talked about it. He got himself a 1v3 versus none other than Eastern Stars, because it's Polar Ace Eastern Stars. That's what they do. But Muzi, yeah, in only 4 matches, has been doing amazing. Atashi jumping in from time to time also. But this is the roster that I love to see. Holes, Caster, Muzi. Bardot, as I said, he's not really meant to be a fragger. It's not really his objective. He does the scouting. He creates the anchor points for his team when it comes down to finding rotational pathing. You have to have a player like that. Bardot is just the one to do so for his team. And Itachi, I haven't seen him enough to actually have an opinion on how he plays with the team, but I mean, the main 4 roster here on the left is working great, and they got to keep it up. But throughout today, they've been a little bit inconsistent, so they need to try and fix things on the fly today, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, been inconsistent, but we're going to look at their last 5 matches really quickly here and see maybe some sort of consistency. And I mean, it kind of does fit into what you're saying, Max. We can see a 21-point game. We see a 4-point game, a 25-point game. I mean, I would say it's maybe some inconsistencies in their results within matches. However, the overall day is looking pretty solid for them, over 50 points on the day so far.
Yeah, it flattens out. As long as you are able to make, just like Bigatron, remember seeing them back in the PMGC, it could be the finals, could be the league stage. If you have a bad game, you can make up for that bad game by getting a 20-pointer, and you can do that pretty consistently, then, well, you're inconsistent while also remaining consistent. I don't know, it can be inconsistent. Exactly, it's weird, right? But it works out at the end, and that's the main idea. But I think that also, when you're looking at the overall rankings before this game, I would say Polar Ace had a good performance throughout these last 3 games. Reason why, they were around the 40-point margin, and that is going to be the small cutoff for me at the end of today. Is if you're around the 40-point, 50-point, you might be out of the running unless you get an amazing day 3. And what we've seen from a few of the teams on these bottom pages is they might get 1 big game, but then the 2-3 games to follow up, then they're going to have very poor performances. So Polar Ace, the fact that they get himself an amazing game this time around on Erangel on game 4 was just what they needed to stay in the race, but they need to back it up with even more results.
I think it was going to be hard for them to replicate what we saw in the Super Weekend 3 from them, based on the fact that I feel like some of the big teams in that Super Weekend kind of relaxed a little bit, whereas now there is very much so here in the finals an absolute onus on, like, you have to be performing every single game, you have to be doing that, and some of those bigger teams vastly proved that they could do that throughout the duration of a 3-week period, compared to a Polar Ace that only kind of was able to do that in that isolated incident of the Super Weekend, if that makes sense, Jason. So yeah.
Makes sense. As much sense as honk honk for a train.
That's right.
No, it does make sense. We do have to quickly get into our schedule here because the next match is ready to go. We're heading back over to Miramar for our last time of the day. And then, of course, Sanhok at the very end to round out our second of 3 days here in our finals. It's going to be exciting to see now as the teams are looking to take on Miramar. I'm going to let you two go because we once again need to talk about what you at home can win for yourselves while watching the show. Now, there's a little bit of participation that has to be done from your side. You two, get out of here. You can't win. But you guys can guess the champion. The PMPL champion. If you head over to PUBGMOBILE.Europe.official, you can find out the full details of how you can enter. But look what you can win. You can get yourself a 1+9 phone. I would try to enter, but I think contractually we're not allowed to win anything. But those also 1+ buds special editions look pretty damn sick. And I could use some buds for when I go running outside, or just to have around the house. Who knows? Even some PMPL parachutes. So 9 prizes in total being given away. Make sure you guys head over again to PUBGMOBILE.Europe.official to learn a little bit more about how you can enter. But it is time to bring in our commentators. Now, I know I messed up their names last time. I'm not going to mess it up this time. It's going to be Banks and Imperium to cover all the action going down on Miramar. Gentlemen, really? A clap?
You get that, you deserve it.
Well done, Jason.
We're very happy,
well done.
Jason.
We're proud of you, mate. We're proud of you.
You know what? Get me out of here, production.
Oh, you got a standing O. You should be happy. It's the only time in your career you're going to get a standing O. You should be very happy, Jason. Oh, he's gone. We lost him. We got rid of him. Do you know what? He should be happy with that, man. Finally, we're back, Imperium. We got rid of Jason. Yeah. It's time for us to go into some Miramar. It's my favorite. It's the best time of the day for me to watch all of this go down. And it's also to see who could be the heavy hitters. Now, Eastern Stars, we already touched on them. Not looking so hot so far. Nope. Miramar is where we used to be so positive about these guys. And it's all been going wrong. So for them, it's like, go back to what you know and love. Find that confidence, just ignore everything that's happened, ignore the points you're at, and just bring your absolute A game into the mix.
At what point does it stop becoming possible for them to get back into the mix for the top 3, right?
Down
for
to them.
me, I always say it's not over till it's over, but just as you said, it's down to them. When in their head does it stop becoming possible? Yeah. If it doesn't stop becoming possible until the very final moments. All massive respect, all credit due, and I want to see that effort shown in the battlefield. I want to see that kind of, hey, we have the push. But if they stop trying, if they start giving up, that's going to be the end of them in that sense. So they need to kick things off in Miramar, and they need to kick things off hard in this game 5 of the day.
And that's the thing, right? When it comes to giving up, but this part, you don't need to be thinking like that, right? You never really, you should never be thinking it. But like,
that's true.
If it gets to the last day and you're obviously massively dwindling on points, you go, oh, I need to hit like a 30-point average game every single game. It's like, yeah, okay, boys, you ain't got a chance, you know? Now you're just playing for the better practice opportunities. But for them, there is a legitimate way to come back into this. Yes, it's going to be very hard. Yes, it's going to take some incredible heroics from them. But it isn't impossible. And as long as it's not impossible, then you can keep going. Then you should keep trying for it. And again, you've got to just come back to the point of, it doesn't matter. You don't look at these as like, oh, that's this team, that's this team. You look at it as, it's just some bodies. We've killed these bodies before, you know, we've taken shots, we've won games. And that's all they need to be thinking now. Because like, when it comes to it, I'm just bringing up the standings again here. It's like, my God, 14th place Eastern Stars, 43. Like, I can't believe it. I cannot believe it at all.
Yeah, definitely a little bit blown away with the turnaround in a bad way performance-wise we've seen from them. For a team that's continued to rise, GODSENT, Miramar has been their map in the finals, right? 2 out of their 3 chicken dinners so far have been in this map. Their rotation in the last Miramar game, I was a bit worried about it, but it worked out. And they really controlled the game from that position. It's going to be potentially the same in this game, because with this phase 1 being kind of the opposite of the playing path on that southwest side, they, for the time being at least, depending on when they choose to rotate, they know that they don't really have much around them on that southwest side. They only need to worry about the traffic coming in from the north, the northeast, and the east. So if they rotate somewhat early, get onto the high ground outside Chumasera, they could very much control at least the first 10-15 minutes of this game in their own way.
Yeah, this is it, right? Normally when we get this kind of circle, and you see, obviously, Panda's normal position out towards Valdemar, you know, they have the split up around there. Obviously, when the circle goes up more towards the northern side, it's Trailer Park, El Pozo, where they'll spend some time up and go that rotation. When it comes more towards, like, Los Leones, for example, they go out towards Chumasera. Yeah. When they've had this one, they've always done it kind of on a bit of, it was normally, I think it was, this is going to be bad memory now, I think it was GK first, yeah? Normally they have him scout further ahead, and then they'll decide if they're going to take the hills of Chumasera and go from there. Otherwise, sometimes they go around and actually come through across the eastern side of it. So I'm going to be very intrigued to see how Panda play out this specific circle overall.
QLASH driving to El Pozo. Going to start looting up there. Because of the harsh playing path, outside of teams that, again, dropping on the eastern and northeastern side of the map, we are seeing quite a few teams, you know, being late to their looting phase, which will in turn have a domino effect on the rotational times of those teams. Despite them already being inside the circle, it doesn't really matter, right? Because El Pozo, you know, outside of getting a little bit of info to the north of it and a little bit of info to the east and the south, you know, you don't want to be there coming into phase 2, right? You really don't want to be there. So QLASH do need to speed up their rotational phase, their looting phase, and start moving out of that city, I would argue, in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, that's a fair one, right? Because otherwise you might find yourself getting too stuck. And you definitely don't want to see that happening at all. Now, for Unicorns of Love, right, I touched on them just before we came into this when we were doing the opening one. They're sat there now 103 points, not massively far behind. GODSENT only 9 to jump up and try and take that third place. Lost Bullet, obviously they hindered themselves with that strange northern rotation out towards the players of Destiny on Erangel. They are now starting to not drop off, but it's like you can see other teams are catching up, right? Everyone's on their heels again now, and that climb to try and get up towards the top, even top 4, is become a bit larger now and would require them to have some good average point games, maybe like 10 plus when it comes into these last 2 games of the day, really to find themselves in a good spot. So it's still quite open, but you can see that there's starting to be a bit of a runaway here, and the, I'd say, normality on some of the teams that we expected is being restored here.
It's very much about that cushion, right? When you're behind a team, you want to close that cushion, and when you're ahead of a team, you want to increase that cushion. And you're right about Lost Bullet, that cushion between themselves and Unicorns of Love, it's not massive, but for one individual team, for one individual spot, it is going to be something that they need to decrease, and they do need to get past coming into, I would argue, the last 2 games of today. There's only 18 points dividing the top 4. Like, that is quite close. Now, I would argue Panda and GODSENT, they should be good for stability. They should be good for average points per game. I've no doubt that they'll hang around in that kind of top 3. And I would argue it's a little bit the same with Lakonostra MVP, but how Unicorns of Love have been in today's game so far, the volatility that they've shown, I do worry that they aren't going to keep up with the top 3, and they might fall further behind coming into the end of the game. I hope not, but I'm afraid it might happen.
We'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. For me in this game specifically, I'm just all eyes on GODSENT and what they can try and do. Panda, obviously, you can never count them out because it's Panda, it's what they do. I'm specifically just looking at their rotation. But GODSENT, for me, I'm seeing the confidence, I'm seeing that aggression. It's taking me back to before we even started the PMPL, right, when we were commentating the pro scrims. That's what I'm looking at right now in this GODSENT.
Definitely.
The GODSENT that's hungry, the GODSENT that's fired up, and they're ready to take the challenges out here. And they've seemed to have found their groove again, and right when needed. Like, I wouldn't say any team's doing this, but maybe part of this was them just like holding back and going through on the super weekends and stuff like that, you know? Like, not showing everything they've been working on, knowing that, like, cool, we can make this, no problem, we'll get to the finals. And then, like, cool, now we're coming out with a bang, we're giving it our all.
I think it's not so much directly an intentional element of that, but an example of something like it is Lakonostra MVP, because I was talking to Danny and I said to him kind of what's changed between the league stage and the finals, and he actually said we got complacent, right? Because we knew our spot was secured in the finals. We weren't worried about where we finished, but what he did say was not making it to the 3rd super weekend was a slap in the face for the team.
Okay.
It's exactly what they needed. You know, because they were like, oh, wait, you know, not only is it 3 less days of practice, but it's like, wait, you know, we can't let that kind of thing happen in the finals, that kind of failure to step up. And I suppose it's put a fire under their butts, and it's worked out in the finals so far, at least.
Yeah, it's a very good point, right? Sometimes you almost need that little kick to say, okay, guys, look, you can have these bad games, but this is where it's not acceptable, and this is where we need to make sure we do have success. The few shots will be landed onto Ked there. He's going to have to escape. It's GSG's Lau that's going to be taking the shots out towards him. It's technically just a 1v1 at this stage, while the rest of the teams are still maneuvering around. There's Game Lord, now under pressure. Oh no, Victor, you're not getting away with that one, mate. He drove on out, and Destiny, they jumped up over the ridge line. They took all the shots out there. And now Game Lord already on the back foot straight away.
Remember the game where GODSENT picked off Game Lord 1 by 1 in around this similar compound?
Oh, yes, yeah, it was.
It's a little bit of a repeat of that. Victor's gone down. It's not the exact same because 3 of the Game Lord players are there, but I couldn't help but have a little bit of a here we go again. Luckily, Linu's still alive for the Game Lord side, the IGL of her team. So hopefully they'll be able to retrace their steps. Phase 2 has shifted down towards the southeastern side. Los Leones is in play. It's centered up quite nicely, leaving Destiny in a bit of a firm spot. Nexus holding out quite strong outside of Chumacer. I believe it's the church compound they do control. And GODSENT on this phase 2 shift have pushed down towards the south side of this circle.
The Lakonostra looking to try and grab themselves some extra points up here. They're pushing on round. They find the first knock, looking for more as well. And he doesn't have much health. Really well handled, very well held. Lakonostra keep all their players going. Some cover fire was given from the teammates of Umbra, but it wasn't able to connect. And it's a swift 2 kills found for him here. And I'm just going to point one thing out while this still goes on, is that this time around, GK First was further away. He was out towards Minister Val. And instead, he's now grouped back up. And they're going to a slightly different route, but still back up towards the hills of Tumasera. So they don't deviate again too much from what they love and know. But they're sticking together as a team, I'm guessing, because they understand that this is going to be close quarters, right? We're already on phase 2. It's gone and shortened up again. So just a slower rotation from them, if anything, but they still don't sit within the blue, and they still sit within a good spot as well. You just got caught slipping, my friend, and no one is coming to save you just yet. And do they have full idea of where they all might be? Because Umbra, they're sat right at the top. Now they've given away their positions. More shots going to be fired off, but it's all here for Lakonostra to try and save their fallen friend.
But they shouldn't, Banks. They should cut their losses and move away, right?
Okay.
Blue Zone's closing in on phase 2. They don't notice, but we know that there is plenty of space into the circle. They can't presume there is. And right now, they're only hurting their phase 3 position because the likes of Polar Ace could come in around them. GSG could come in around them as well, right? So, you know, you got 2 kills. Unfortunately, Will got caught out. You just take the L and you move away and survive as a 3-man team in Miramar. To touch upon Panda, they've gone a little bit more deeper into Tumasera than I thought.
They have,
It is on that south hill side, but I still think it's a good position because the way those Tumasera hills work in this kind of circle is you have a great exit strategy. So if it shifts once again down to the southeast, as an example, you can just use those hills to rotate around. If it shifts over to the west, you can just go back to where they came from. If it goes up north, yeah, that's probably the most dangerous rotation. But even then, they could probably just exit back down south a little bit and then wrap around the mountains of Tumasera. So that's what I love about Panda's game plan. And pretty much all of these games, they set themselves up to exit into the next circle so much cleaner than many of the other teams around them.
Completely agree. Now, Black Sparks, right down at the bottom of the standings, right? They're not looking too hot at all. And one of the things I was always critical of them is that they would always have a troublesome start to their games, you know, lose a player very, very early on that I would consider them not needing to, and then disengaging, sticking themselves behind, and then it would all quickly fall apart. Sometimes they stuck around too long, you know, like their decision-making was very odd. I like at least what we just saw then because they didn't take the shots out towards the Panda players. We're going to get quite the hard shift up towards the northwestern side here. And this actually still includes a lot of teams in there. There's going to be a big fight down in the south, depending on how many more teams want to move on up. And this benefits GSG quite well. Okay, maybe not the best areas to try and fight from on here, but it's an easy route in for them to look down on the rest of the teams.
There's a lot of bumpy terrain on that kind of north of Power Grid Hill.
Yeah.
So they'll be able to play around it. Indeed, might if we see a phase 4 shift down south, it could hurt them. But for the time being, indeed, you're dead right about their current position. Panda are often just go straight in through Tumasera. Game Lord and Destiny need to know what they want to do. As GODSENT are going to crash in on the UDR Killers. It's a repeat of the fight we saw in the last game.
Oh my god, what is going on? I said I had eyes on GODSENT. I didn't expect to see that. Vito just went flying on through. Marley just going straight in for the revive. They've got a 2-2 split within this building. More nades coming out towards him. Is he going to go back down, Vito? Doesn't pop. Still stands there. Oh, it was a smoke. Oh, what? Why did they smoke it? Yeah, I was almost sure that was going to be a grenade. Strange choice, but UDR, they're not looking to push out yet. They don't want to expose themselves. We talk about windows and the openings in there. That's maybe why the smokes are going down, to make sure they can't be easily seen and found. But it's all about what UDR are going to do if GODSENT do find a way to get the first knock and be able to engage on this. But this isn't going to be easy to breach, and UDR at least are in positions where they can hold their ground. But for how long will that be? Because this is a key spot within this circle. Whoever can hold on to this, might be able to get a huge amount of points from this game.
That's a nice nade being cooked by Ulysses in through the side of the window. Unfortunately, goes a little bit too far. Only tickles Vito. The fact that GODSENT have that 2-2 split, they have the angles where they can punish UDR on the side. UDR are aware of that, which is why they're committing to, you know, essentially that one side of the long building. So what Reason need to do is they need to become a little bit more aggressive. They need to take advantage of their side angle play. That side angle position, utilize the pressure that they can hold on to, and then give freedom to Harley and Vito. Reeds finds a knock on the Bokas, and now the fight breaks through. Another one from Azzy onto Ulysses. Job done. Now they can make it work.
This is huge, but losing Azzy is not what they would have wanted there. UDR are going to try and fight back on this. Vito needs to be careful at the same time as Sebi trying his best, trying to hold on to it all. Got to go in and just do as much damage as possible. If he can get some finish-offs, this could be huge. Damage being done, and Sebi, he comes through absolutely clutch for UDR, and look at his health.
Oh my god, the clutch of all clutches. The fight lost by GODSENT, it shouldn't have been that way. They had the advantage. They got the first knock, they got the first kill, they got the second knock. And yes, they lost Azzy, but that shouldn't have been the reason why they lost. Sebi, clutch master, and once again the fight goes over to UDR between those two teams. The thorn in the side, the kryptonite for GODSENT in these finals seems to be UDR killers, but as this game continues, phase 4 did once again shift up the northwest, favoring GSG Europe once again. Unicorns of Love are in a good spot as well, as they have a 3-1 split. Ked is in a fantastic compound, which the rest of the team should utilize, while Lakonostra MVP, they forgot about the fight against Umbra, indeed disengaging, but putting it into Picado was always going to be risky in itself, as now they have to use the fields in the open to try and get the advantage against Destiny.
And Panda have gone all the way out towards this western side and finding their way in the meantime. Not looking to engage just yet. Didn't want to fight down in the southern side where all the rest of the teams are. Destiny got to be careful. They got some smokes to give cover here from Azaro, but he wants to join back up with the rest of the team for sure. He going to provide some shots out towards the Lakonostra players. Oh no, Polar Ace out in the smoke. Pinned between UDR and a few of the Black Sparks players.
Okay, Black Sparks may be at the bottom of the standings, but the fight is still there. Sam4 is going to be exposed. Oh, nearly down. He's going to get the prone confirmation. A third party comes through. Does relieve a little bit of pressure as Vindex and Bilend looking to send it in one by one. That's a bit unfortunate. Black Sparks, if Sam4 was going to push in like that, it should have been at least another player with him, because that team fight definitely would have gone in their favor if that had been the case.
Chaos is everywhere right now. So many open areas. Very little for teams to hide behind. You can even just see the amount of smokes, right, that are being placed out everywhere. Clash's position's good, but it would have to ensure that the circle goes out more towards them when the next shift comes through. Gaijin find themselves the next ones to fall down. Polar Ace, they're just looking to survive for as long as possible.
UDR are eliminated. Unfortunately, they couldn't keep going. Lakonostra go down as well. Our second place team have been eliminated from this lobby early. Our third place team have been eliminated early from this lobby. And Unicorns of Love, who are chomping at the bit to make it into the top 3, are still up as a full squad. They are still up as a full squad. Lost Bullet, still up as a full squad. Things are heating up, and all the while, Panda, they're laughing at everything that's going on around them. They're laughing at the fact that they just don't stop being consistent.
Consistency is the name of the game. Clash now under pressure. Now they start to move. Eastern Stars looking to try and clean up as many as possible, and it's working out well so far. Black Sparks also trying to move, and Vindex just shooting for dear life. No shots coming out towards him, though. Trazen has managed to spot some of them out. We'll find the knock on to one. And Dexter, he's also helping out from Nexus. This is just a fight for who can make the fastest and first move forward. As MZ wants to hold on to this, the push has come round. They will be able to finish him off. And Eastern Stars, they look to try and stabilize in the best way possible, but they've still got some distance to go.
Finally, Eastern Stars show us that they can execute a team fight together in the finals. Much better. The only reason why MZ called out one of the players is because he was behind the hay bale, but the second that knock came through, the rest of the Eastern Stars team were there to respond. Once again, the circle has gone in the favor of GSG Europe, but they're going to have a bit more company by their side. Nexus, the last player of Clash, the last player of Black Sparks. Unicorns Love down in the compound below, and Destiny going for that wide rotation are down to 2 players. Oh, 2-door. Gotta hit those.
That was the easiest shot of his life, but those are the ones that you could easily miss. He's going to try his best to do some more damage from up high. Looking out for any players that may be around. Game Lord's still up here, wanting to try fight it out. And Lost Bullet, you said they were up as 4, now just Alush as the rest of his team are down and out. Maybe a revive is possible.
Oh, no.
It's such a risk, and now he's being shot at. Now he's out in the open. He's going back and forth.
Hello, darkness, my old friend. It was all looking so hopeful, but GSG become the gatekeepers of this Miramar game. At top of the mountain, they look to ascend the ashes, build upon the result that they had in the last game, Banks, and show that they have fight in their side to make it into the top 3 here in the PMPL finals.
Panda, though, only Lin left. Not what he would have expected. As Eastern Stars, we speak about their previous successes on Miramar. Maybe this is now the time for them to jump up. This would be a huge win if they could pull it off. They're down the south side. There's a lot of teams around. It means they could be fighting out a fair amount. Sushi looking to hold on to this position. It's not going to be easy. And Tudor, oh, from up above, he comes through. That's absolutely huge, and this nade could pay off as well if there's any more teammates that he can get it to connect with. That's not going to find anyone. Dexter is trying to get the revive on. He will get it pulled off. And how did Nexus try to stabilize?
Eastern Stars, you need to go into the blue. You need to use that Eastern side. Kappahala gets knocked. You cannot go through GSG and Nexus like that. You're going to get picked off one by one. Panda go down. They finish in 7th place. So once again, another entry point for Unicorns Love to solidify themselves in the top 3.
Oh, Octavian tries to land the nade, but it's not going to work out. More shots come out from up above. And GSG, they're just picking up the pieces here, doing so much damage. This is painful for everyone down below. Blend got a Shack trying to hold on. More nades going out. Can this one connect? Nicely done from Octavian. Only one more to find, but is he fully aware of how many players are there? This is their time to move. But still, while that's happening, Tudor was getting shot at. Hits everywhere, all over the place. You can't take any risk. Good molly goes forward. Dexter is just about able to avoid it.
Oh my God, Lau!
Keeps him away, and Lau has ripped Eastern Stars apart.
I said that you can't go through both Nexus and GSG. You nearly made it through Nexus, but GSG are the ones to send you back into the lobby. Still 1 player left up. Unicorns of Love fighting, continuing, but they need to push in. Last player of Nexus. Dexter is up alive. Bazzi is looking to heal up. We're down to our final 5 teams. This is such a good Miramar game, Banks.
And all the while, right, Destiny is just chilling in the circle, up at the north, nothing to worry about. Fresh gets found by Dexter. Yep. First aid kit's going to be popped, but will he be able to pull it off? Kamara wants to get some nades through. Dexter's down and out of it. Nexus are eliminated. And Unicorns of Love, they start their push uphill. But this is not going to be easy because GSG, they are ready and waiting for it. Up at 8 kills already. They've been patrolling this area for a long time, but they still need to be aware of Destiny's position within this, because all these fights are going on and Destiny are just sat back saying, cool, you know what, we can have a nice... And look what they've done in the circle as well. Mihi's got out towards the west, Mazzaro on the east. They've got full control and they're just watching. If they can pick up some more kills, this is all going on. It's going to destroy the teams from the side. GSGE still putting in massive work here as the Unicorns of Love, they've gone down. And now it's just Destiny and GSG that remain. It's a 2v3. But look how much GSG have spent within this just to fight everyone off.
11 kills for GSG in this game. Polar opposite of what they did in the previous game in Erangel. No holding onto a shack, they held onto a giant mountain. They need to use that body advantage. They know they have it. Mazzaro chucks up a nade. That could be a lovely pre-nade. Does send Lido back a little bit, but he has to join up soon.
Yeah, Mihi has to be the difference maker in this if they want to stand the chance. Just about enough time, and he gets it. He pops it off. The flames are on his feet, though. Mazzaro, he even manages to avoid it. That's huge. Doesn't take the flame damage, but he still goes down. And Delito bests him in that duel. And now Mihi, he's all alone. He's not longed for this world for too much longer. But can he pull this off? It would be incredible. 1v3 if possible. Kamara runs up on him, gives him the attempt at it, but it's not going to work out. GSGE take the win on Miramar, and my oh my, they were fighting for so long and they dealt huge amounts of damage. And look how even the kill split is.
Man, honestly, hats off to GSG Europe. One of the strongest performances I've seen from a team in the finals across all the games we played. The way they control that mountain, the way that they just stabbed everybody left, right, and center from the high ground without suffering any casualties up until the very end, shows that their confidence levels have been improving and improving and improving, and the conviction to stick to their guns from one game to another is massive. And again, hats off to them and big respect for that chicken dinner.
Yeah, a big one for them, but they were quite far down, right? I think they were like 45 or maybe 47 points, something like that. So it's going to be a jump up that they'll be very happy for, but it's still a long way to go. For Unicorns of Love, they're going to wish that they could have grabbed that game, you know? This was a huge opportunity for them, but it was a true uphill battle because they were taking the shots, they waited for the other teams to run round, but you just saw GSG, they were there, they were patrolling the area and able to do so much damage. And Destiny did well to get that second place. They watched it all go down. They didn't really move until more of the teams had fought it out, and they were trying to play the long game and the smart game with it, but in the end it was just GSG were able to best them because of the numbers, because of them being in a better position overall.
Like, yeah, okay, Unicorns of Love probably could have done a little bit better. I feel like they relied on that compound a bit too much and therefore disengaging, getting caught out by the last player in Nexus. You should have known that there were shots coming from that direction, so moving out, there's a high chance you're going to get caught off guard by either GSG or, as it happens, last player in Nexus. But in the end, again, they were coming into this game 19 points behind Panda. Where were GODSENT? Where were Lakonostra MVP?
Yep.
Panda went out in 6. At the end of the day, when it comes to stepping back into the top 3, Unicorns of Love have done a lot of work over the last 2 games, and we're shaping up to see an absolutely fantastic final game of the day in Sanhok. I know there's still 6 more games to go, but seriously, I'm loving how the finals are shaping up.
Oh yes, it's still very open. It's still all to play for sure when it comes to this. But I'm going to say, right, when it comes to your Lakonostras, like, they are now in this position where it's looking bad in terms of the amount of points you may not be able to grab on games like this. When you see Panda, what's this now? Again, another 6th place. They had 6th place just gone as well. Like, that kind of consistency and obviously how many kills they're able to get alongside it is what's going to be the difference maker for these guys, because they don't have to sit there and grab these chicken dinners all day long. They can just play like this, sat at the top already and be like, cool, okay, we just grabbing these extra points, you know, make it difficult for everyone else. And with GODSENT being their biggest challengers at the moment, it's not been so great. GODSENT were the first team or the second team eliminated?
I think they were the first team to get eliminated. Yeah, because in this fight, you can see Sebi clutching up, still 16 teams alive. GODSENT go out in first. Massive, absolutely massive. Also, got to say how much of a massive result this game was for Eastern Stars, right?
Finally.
At the start of the game, and I said, you know, when is it going to be too far away? Are they going to kind of give up? Well, hey, look, they proved that they have certainly not given up on that result. They pushed in on the south. It was definitely a clash mistake. In no way, shape, or form on a hard shift like that up north do you move away without making sure that the back behind you is covered. That was the biggest L from Clash. But at the end of the day, Eastern Stars were ripe for taking that fight as a team, as a unit, as a full squad. So good to see it finally show up in the finals.
And about to say, right, when we get to games like this and it's getting so to the wire, okay, we've got teams that have a lot of points need to grab with it, but it's also nice to just see moments like that where you see reasons and glimpses of why these teams got to this place in the first place. Okay, they may not get towards the EMEA, right? They may not get enough points in the end, but just games like that are beautiful to watch, from showing that these teams do have this ability. Sometimes it's just not going out in their favor or not being that good. Like, they really patrolled that whole high ground so well here and dealt lots of damage, causing upsets across the board, and it was just very smart. They were poking up and down. Okay, they were taking a few shots occasionally like this. Look, Tudor has to fall back into it, but they've got the cover, and they were just playing the long game out to get the big win in here. And anyone down below, when they're trying to fight, you just constantly got to be scared of, like, oh god, there could be bullets coming down from above, there could be grenades coming here as well. Like, this is not what I want to be dealing with at all. It's a very stressful situation for everyone down below.
Man, seriously, that control by GSG in the game. Don't get me wrong, you know, they did have a little bit of an easy job because that massive mountain, because it's so flat behind it, and you only really have those two entry points to the west or the east. Technically, they knew where teams in some way were going to come from, but the fact that they started controlling that mountain from a very early part of the game showed that they were not taking it for granted. They were not resting on the laurels of the position they had. The amount of kills, it speaks for itself. GSG, you're looking good, my friends.
Certainly are looking good, and I want to see what they're going to be at when we come to these standings once we get back from the break, because that's one thing we'll be looking at to see how much of a climb that's been able to give them, and maybe that does give them a chance across the rest of today, which is just one more game of Sanhok, and then the 6 games coming up tomorrow. But we are going to head to a break, and when we come back, we'll be rocking it with our amazing analyst desk, so we'll see you in a few.
Well, it seems if we talk about a team, they're going to do well in the next match. GSG Europe pulled down a chicken dinner, a much-needed time for it to happen as well to boost them up the rankings. But before we fully dive into our rankings, I once again want to talk about our sponsor here of the PMPL Western Europe of OnePlus. The OnePlus 9 series has the next-gen Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 chipset for the most graphic-intensive gameplay, alongside heat dissipation that keeps your phone cool enough to play on max settings. Hashtag never settle. And that feature is perfect considering it's getting ridiculously hot out here in Europe. It's 28 degrees in my flat, though it feels way hotter than that when you're wearing a long sleeve shirt and you're near a computer all day. But you know what? It's all worth it to be here on the show to host for you guys. So Max and Kalaris, let's take a look at the rankings here the last match. And GSG, good points, much needed points, and it sets itself up nicely here with day 3 right around the corner.
Hey, Tudor's been doing really good today. He took some really some shots that I could only qualify as impressive, especially versus the likes of Panda. And they had a strong position. They just played around it really properly. I think that most teams did the job almost for them for the mid game. They were just all on the bottom side and kind of cancelling out each other, and then they just had to pick the few remaining players. But you know what? That's a way to play the game, and it worked out amazingly at the end for them, with 28 points coming their way total. They were part of that danger zone of teams that could very quickly become irrelevant if they didn't get any good performances today. Luckily, they got some. Now they're up to 73 points total, so they potentially still are in the running for top 3, but it's still going to require a really good day tomorrow. But at least they're still there. There's still a chance for GSG to make it happen.
As you said, they kill off potential of other teams around them when these kinds of positions are taken. It is a gamble to take like a higher ground position in these kind of cliff finishes along some of these ridges, and then all these other teams have to kind of come around a very obvious angle. It makes it very easy for you to know where you have to be taking your next fight coming up and things like that. So it's the perfect opportunity for them to grab out at some points here. 28 points going their way. Very nice.
Yeah. Eastern Stars, though, only 14. Again, we're missing that raw fragging power that they seem to bring to fights here. I mean, Kapahala was in this match this time, Max, but...
Yeah, they took a big fight versus Clash and they actually won it. And surprising, in my notes are right. They actually won. Like, a lot of exclamation marks. I was like, actually surprised. Like, wow. They actually went their way. Wow, they actually got it. And I mean, yeah, it's just still weird from Eastern Stars. They rotate really late. Normally, they like to get strong positions. It's not happening at all. So hoping tomorrow we see Kapahala play, and hopefully they're trying to shift things up a little bit if possible, but now onto the bottom side. And I mean, GODSENT, yeah, a little bit of a lower performance here. They took a fight, but this time, you know, UDR still able to win it. GODSENT just cannot take down UDR killers for some reason, and yeah, GODSENT, that might actually cause them to not be able to make it in the top 3 at the very end, because that's a lot of points that they're losing because of UDR.
I mean, quite honestly, there must be something going on that we don't know about for Eastern Stars to not be fielding Kapahala. If it's from my opinion, like, the guy is an absolute powerhouse, and we've seen it throughout the league so far. So something else must be happening.
It has to be schedule conflict, right?
Maybe something like that. I don't know, but you know, to not field him seems a bit ludicrous to me in normal circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, they put in Fury, who's played 6 matches throughout the entire season until today. I mean, we did have Kapahala play this last match, but it didn't really affect him too well in terms of kills, but they still got some decent placements. But you can see here our top players, 3 players. GSG Europe, not quite the, I was going to say trifecta, the quadfectra, if that even works here.
Is that a word?
Probably not. 4 for all players. For GSG Europe. But he's going to make an appearance. But, you know, I feel like we talked about Andalito a lot before in the past. It's good to see Lau, and as you mentioned before, Max Tudor up there.
Yeah, Lau was really the one clearing the bottom side of the cliff face. He had all that utility, he had the nades, he had the smokes, he had the mollies. He was the one to try and make sure that he could clean that entire position onto the bottom side to once again get as many kills as possible and to make sure they could not rotate into the circle. Because the only way for the teams down there to actually make it up north into the circle was to actually go around it. But Law was the main reason why that didn't happen. And I mean, a position like that, you're going to have a lot of damage by default, and that's going to be almost 3k coming their way, 2.6 total. And conversion rate doing pretty decent too, but GSG, yeah, this is what they can do with a strong position, and I think that the players also know that they need to get a lot more kills, right?
Destin is bringing back their chances here. Like, obviously, you look at them yesterday and think, wow, you're in 10th place. I mean, but there are still, you know, opportunities where one big game would be able to push you back up the leaderboards. Have we seen one big game? We saw that first win. It wasn't I can't even remember the points that they were able to get from it. But the point is now, I mean, they've bumped themselves up quite considerably thanks to bumping up that average. I mean, getting themselves 14 points here or whatever it was. That's nice to have after a kind of a scrappy finish for the roster as a whole. And I think now Destiny is right back in position to start now challenging for that top 3 properly.
Well, let's take a look at GSG a little bit further. I know we've done this kind of similar for a lot of teams out there before we do get our next match ready to go. We want to take a look at their stats here in the finals compared to the Super Weekend. And again, it seems like almost... Well, obviously, it can't be physically possible to have almost every team stepping up and improving from their Super Weekend stats. But this is another team that's been able to do it, albeit not so much over the course of these 11 matches, Max, but at least they're being, you know, relatively consistent when it comes to kills and points overall.
I think especially if you took the stats only of today, it would be a lot better. So I think that yesterday was not a great performance, so it does kind of pull them down a little bit. But the big point that stands out to me is the average survival time increasing a lot because they take positions that make a lot more sense, and I think that they just put a bigger emphasis focus around scouting, and that helps get them positions that they're not going to get contested, they're not going to crash into the unknown. So yeah, average survival time, that's a big stat that at the end rewards you with extra positioning points, which helps them a lot to try and potentially get back into the race for the top 3. I would like another good performance today before heading into day 3, but it's a good way to kickstart your comeback, hopefully, in this these finals.
And you were saying
Impressive, Colaris.
Yeah, definitely. The fact that, I mean, you were pointing out before, Max, that Tudor's been able to put in work, and the fact that he did across 9 games compared to some of the other guys here is pretty damn nice. I mean, Andalito, for me, has been one of the guys that's been standing out as GSG has gotten better and better through the tournament. But yeah, Tudor, gotta give big props to him. Big props.
Yeah, pretty close like damage range as well across the board. I mean, 2,900 the highest, 2,300 the kind of lowest if you ignore Levi there. But that's impressive to see like that kind of closeness between all the stats of the players. Though obviously we did have a massive amount of kills for Tudor. Let's take a look at the schedule one more time because we only have one more match left to go. We're heading over to the moist and humid map of Sanhok. It'll be our final match of the day, and then of course tomorrow we'll be playing the maps in the exact same order yet again before we do have our champion crowned and our top 3 teams heading over to the PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1. So Colaris and Max, you guys can go take a quick little break, and Max, you can probably get more angry at me for the amount of times I said moist today and yesterday. Okay, Imperium. Well, speaking of Imperium, let's bring in Banks and Imperium. As Imperium is ready to fight into this cast, and Banks is there to support him like a lovely wife does, apparently in their relationship. I don't know how it works. Banks, Imperium, last match. Take it away.
Get away. Last game. It's all love. There's no fighting in here, is there, Imperium? You got to be a good boy. I got to make sure you behave. I'll put the chain on you again and make sure you're on your best behavior.
Keep it PG, my friend. Keep it PG. Keep it PG. I will not go any further. I will keep my tongue bitten down as we are indeed into the last game of the day. And it is definitely hard on these teams that were ending all of these days, and especially the very final game of the final day tomorrow on Sanhok, because it's such an unpredictable map, right? It is very much about hoping you get the circle in your way. Yeah, there's an element of how you play it. There's a way of controlling the terrain, controlling your position. There's so many more variables in play that it's painful to watch some of these Sanhok games.
Oh, just look at the last one we had, right? It was painful to watch that one go down. We thought there was no hope that Panda would be able to grab the win there, and they all got caught in the valley of death, and well, it all started to come undone for some of these teams in it. Sanhok does lead to some fun, it does lead to some madness, but like you mentioned, the unpredictability of it, the fact that it comes in here so much, right? We're seeing it twice a day right now for the finals, means that even teams who usually may not be a fan of it or want to play it so much, well, unlucky. You've got to be able to rock with it. You've got to deal with the cards that you are dealt, even if they are not pretty, even if they are not what you want to see out here. When it comes to Sanhok, though, we're going to gotta be talking about what Unicorns of Love can do in this game, right? We know right now they're going to be sat there thinking, okay, we're in 3rd place, 115 points. It's not great, like in terms of how close some of these other teams are towards us, but we can make a big leap up if we have that huge Sanhok game that we know they're capable of.
11 points dividing the top 4 at the end of it.
I know.
Thanks, right? That's nothing. That's less than a chicken dinner. That is the average points per game that we're even looking for the top teams. Then below that, to be fair, you've got Destiny, Lost Bullet, and Nexus in 5th, 6th, and 7th. And they're only 7 points dividing each other. So there is those kind of 2 groups of teams fighting, and if Destiny, Lost Bullet, or Nexus, or all of them together can get the results needed, especially in the last game of the day, we could see once again 5 or 6 teams fighting for the top 3 positions in tomorrow's final games. The phase 1 circle for the Sanhok game is very healthy because it eliminates a lot of the RNG elements that includes the river of the Northwest Island and Southwest Island. With Quarry in play in the center of this phase 1, the team should be quite familiar with how to position themselves and how to cover their rotational path lines. For Unicorns of Love, it's important, in my opinion, that they really look to control either Game Lord or Nexus. I would recommend Game Lord at this stage of the finals because I think they're a little bit of an easier team to push back and to overtake. And if they do, it gives them a lot more of an ability to kind of move through the high ground of boot camp and even push back the likes of GSG. So Unicorns Love really need to pull that kind of control out in the early parts of this game.
Well, let's see if they can, because it certainly won't be easy when it comes to it. But already we're seeing Valo down here with a bit of damage done out towards him, so some shots have come out. Not sure exactly where or who may have taken them out towards him or what's been going on. When it comes to... Oh, okay. So they had a little battle back. No one went down from either side, though, so it's not the end of the world. For Panda, I'm expecting them to do their usual, sit and wait it out, go across from Camp Charlie, come in late to the party. Your Destinies will probably go down and across Pine Narn. It's what they normally try and do on this. They don't often take the northern side of the circle. They don't want to go past GODSENT. And that's the problem, right? It's only those two teams that sit up there and they kind of both have to handshake on, all right, you go this way, we'll go that way, you know, and not kind of find yourself fighting very early on, especially two heavy hitting teams within this. And Destiny certainly don't want to be going out early. They need all the points they can get. They're so close, but in their minds is right, it's also so far for them.
For Destiny, especially with the amount of games they've won in Sanhok, they need to make this one count with this result. For Panda, they don't necessarily need to win the game because they've proven that not only do they not need to win games to get good results, but especially in Sanhok, they've gotten the highest points per Sanhok game across the 3 super weekends we had in the PMPL. Looking at my numbers, it was an average of 14 points per Sanhok game across the across the 9 games played in the super weekend. And even in today's Sanhok game, they came out on top, albeit with a bit of craziness and a little bit of luck. At the end of the day, still doing what they need to do as they control the top spot.
Now that is not what Eastern Stars needed at all there. Like, they're already on the struggle bus. It continues for him, and it's Gaijin that meets up with him this time around. Kabahalo, he's going to look out and see if he can provide any cover, but Gafis, you are not long for this world, my friend. Trying to find that cover is going to be oh so difficult, and they will put an end to him real quick. If you're Eastern Stars, stick away from this. Don't fight it out. Don't try and stay around. Just continue to loot up. Obviously, keep an eye on what Gaijin may do, but try your best with the 3 you have, because you've just come back off a Miramar where you've had some success.
Thanks. They're killing me because I wouldn't mind if it was a scouting and getting caught out and the other 3 players were together. That I could forgive. But it's the fact that outside of Athos getting caught out, you've Kapahala on the eastern edge of Quarry, you have Bazzi outside Le Quai, and you have Octavian in Le Quai.
Yep.
They're so heavily separated as a full squad. You know Polar Ace wrap around you. You know UDR wrap around you. And you've just got messed up by Gaijin Seraphim, of all teams. Bless their cotton socks. Eastern Stars, you gotta pick things up. You gotta pick things up.
As if you just said, bless your cotton socks, the Gaijin. Oh, thank you, Imperium. Thank you very much, mate.
No problem.
We know we have our quarrels with guys and how they play it out, but they still did get here, just about get here. You know, it was a very slight way in. Points right now is not good for them. They're down in 16th place, but it's all about the experience and what they can get off the back of this. As Vitoni might want to try and be a slippery snake here for the side of GSGE, but with GSGE just coming back off that 28-point win game, you know, they'll be fired up. You know, they'll be ready. But will they be expecting all of Gaijin to be playing it out like this? Maybe if they spot one, they might decide to throw out some nades here. And actually, at the moment, some of the Gaijin players are close to each other. So there could be something you can work with there, especially Coasty, Lord, not too far away from each other. And it is 2 GSGE players that are split from the rest of the team. They've got the 2-2 going on for now. So it's all a waiting game on this one.
But I do love the fact that GSG disengaged away from boot camp fairly early.
Yes, you've questioned that, haven't you?
Yeah. So I'm glad that they're kind of adapting. Again, just building on the confidence they've shown across the previous 2 games as well. Unicorns of Love let Game Lord kind of move down from Game Lord's drop spot, which, although isn't a bad thing, worries me. Gaijin become the snakes of lobby, catching one of the GSG players, and Lido has to backtrack now around, join up with the rest of his team and allow some kind of reset to come on board. Gaijin, they want to push this. They should push this. They've executed a one knock. Don't stay prone down. Otherwise, something like that happens.
Nades going up. Players find themselves knocked down, but no eliminations coming through just yet. Kamara has to be careful because he doesn't have much health in there. But it's what GSG can do to try and fight back and bring him back into the mix. Because they just don't have the information, right? The smokes may be applied, but it's not ideal for them. Julian did pull off the revive, which will give them the numbers here for it. But look at the split now. This is much better. And Prada trying to sneak around the side at the same time. Lord healing himself back up, gone further away from it all. Kapahara, he's heard it all going on. He's having a look to see if anyone may make a move and he can potentially pick up some kills. And it's certainly what Eastern Stars need in this. Oh my, on the map as well. Are you seeing? So Destiny have actually gone out towards Panda this time. It looked like they were maybe going to rotate Camp Charlie with them rather than go across Pine Island like they normally do. My, oh my.
Yeah, I was just about to start talking about that with Destiny and Panda getting closer to each other. Yeah. However, I think for the most part, they will be separated by that hillside, either side of it. See how they will rotate. Both teams are using vehicles, so they will at least hear the sound of those vehicles around each other. Whether or not they know it is their respective opponents, time will tell, and how quickly they look to push upon that. GODSENT have a lot of space, as they were not slow, but they just took their time rotating out of Hating. I do agree with on this kind of circle. Gives them a lot of space in front of them despite not having the information. And phase 2, where is it going to shift? It does center up quite nicely. This is a good way to build up the mid part of the Sanhok game, but don't let yourself get complacent, guys. Do not think this is all well and dandy, because we know Sanhok can give us a yeet, a hard shift, phase 3, phase 4, and you find yourself out of control and out of the lobby.
All right, normality is being restored. Destiny just went a little bit close to Panda, and they seem to be going back out towards Pine Island like they normally do. So, phew, the big boys aren't meeting just yet. Staying away from each other. Because my problem is, right, when you get two teams like that meet up, no one benefits. Like, you're definitely losing someone on both sides. Whoever ends up winning, you're going to be wounded and limping throughout the rest of the game. So I always like those fights to happen a little bit later on, you know. Give us some more time with it.
I love how you kind of reacted at the initial potential of it as well. It was so good. It was just that kind of natural excitement of, oh wait, they're coming close to each other. It was so
I'm obsessed with rotations, man. I literally have my screen full of all the circles from other Sanhok games, and I'm looking. I'm like, oh, okay, this is what's going on. This is what could happen next. There is predictions. You know what I need? I need I'm going to draw a map in front of my computer here, right? Put a big sheet of paper up, print them all out. And you know, you see them doing detective videos. They put all the lines everywhere. I'm going to do that.
Well, we do see Unicorns of Love getting a little bit of sweet revenge onto Umbra and saving their game for the time being. They lost one. Again, kind of Unicorns of Love not doing what I suggested. Yes, going for position in the circle. That's good, but it's not control. And control is the name of the game in Sanhok.
Yes.
They've allowed Gaylord to wrap around them, and they're going to hear those shots. You have Nexus to the western side of them, and you have Umbra to the north, who are the ones doing the most damage for the time being. So, you know, Unicorns of Love, just stop making those silly mistakes, please.
Yeah, this is not great for them, considering the team that really needed to come off and do well on this final game.
Yeah.
Down on one player already. You don't want to be the first team to be eliminated. You're going to try and play the solo game all the way through. The fact that I'm also going to look to see if any team, especially we're looking at Umbra now, but if any of these teams up in the north are going to be expecting GODSENT such late rotation through. Obviously, they should predict it. This is always the way GODSENT goes, for sure. It should be knowledge that they have. But it's just another fight can be going on and GODSENT can roll up right behind you and just annihilate you very quick.
The only thing that's going to keep Beg for Mercy alive is if Umbra get distracted by either Nexus or Game Lord. Other than that, Umbra know exactly where he is, and Big for Mercy's a little bit of a sitting duck. Other teams' positions right now in this phase 2, as we're seeing the end of it near, UDR Killers being quite slow in their rotation away from Kampong, to be fair. I don't mind it. They've got to be careful that they need to start getting a bit of information. Black Sparks are down to the south of them. Clash hold on to that warehouse area outside of Quarry, which is a great place to hold on to. It's actually more the compound rather than warehouses, my apologies. And Panda and Destiny, as you noted, they've avoided each other after what was a near collision in the start of phase 2.
Destiny still being the ones that are further away of it. UDR's position is going to be interesting. Oh, wow. And the circle went out right towards them, just as I mentioned it. I was going to say, if it just goes central, shifts in, then they're going to have to move. But now they can stick to their guns on this. And they have no worries of any teams coming out from behind them. So they're chilling for the moment with it all. It's going to be down on this western side. That's going to be quite the one to fight around coming into Quarry. Panda straight in their vehicles and want to shift in fast. They want to take a more forward position and be ready for it.
Definitely. It's a kind of eastern hills of Quarry that they're going to at least start at, grabbing a compound as they secure an anchor point inside the circle. Polar Ace, I would definitely recommend that they look to join up as a full squad. This 2-2 split, although I commend them for it, how much are they going to be able to control it with still a 3-man Eastern Stars team? Black Sparks, Gaijin, never mind, potentially Nexus making their way around that. Could be hard for them to deal with it.
But this lost bullet now that'll be under pressure. No problem, the knock that's come through. Kalawas wanting to get rid of their vehicle. Make things slightly harder for them. And Lost Bullet will just find themselves pinned down back here. The one thing as well, right, when we're looking at that Panda position that they've taken, it's just how quickly, right? Circle pops in the vehicles, they made a decision, they knew exactly where they're going. It may be such a small detail to talk about, and people may think like, oh, okay, why does that matter so much? They instantly react. And they know what's coming next. And even if we talk about these kind of things being predictable, it's like, I don't see much second guessing happen on Panda.
Nope.
And that's what I love about it. That's what's so impressive.
Every second counts, right? You know, the 1 to 2 seconds that you take to decide where you want to go, that's taken away from 1 or 2 seconds from getting a knock, controlling an area, pushing in. And I'm all for, you know, taking your time when it's needed. But indeed, you are dead right that Panda just instantly reacted to those circle shifts. They do still need to be careful, as the Eastern Stars are at least doing a pretty good job of controlling the hillside around this compound. I love the fact that they're not committing to those buildings, because as much as those buildings have the safety of the 4 walls, you see nothing above that hill, so they're opting to go for, hey, the riskier but ultimately more rewarding position by being on top of those on top of the hill around the compound.
We were just told as well, I completely missed it, but Mihi died in Painan on his own. Yeah. What? There's no teams around there? Nothing else? Just a car blowing up. And like, they're rotating so long, they've gone down the south and coming all the way back up. Obviously, want to make sure they're very careful on what they scout forward, but that's not a very Destiny move to make here, you know? You don't kind of see those mistakes happen from these guys. Oh, it's still going out to UDR this East. Hard Eastern shifts twice in a row. UDR blessed as well as Black Sparks in this one. But now this is going to get absolutely insane. The big fights are going to start. Beg for Mercy's trying to hold on, do as much as he can, wanting to try and potentially eliminate one Umbra player at least, but it won't work out. And Unicorns are love in a game that they were hoping they could jump up further on the point standings. Damn. Didn't work out well from... Oh, we've just been told that Mihi had a bug. Okay, so he just got very unlucky. There we go.
One of those things. One of those things. F in the chat, however, as a 3-man team, they can still enter the north side of the circle. Game Lord now start to wake up and look to punish Umbra as they have to move into the circle. A long way to go. This phase 4 is quite tricky, to be fair, Banks, because you have the hill to the east, the hill to the west, and the compounds in the center. But it's like that valley play, but luckily with a few compounds in play. Polar Ice committed to the buildings, Eastern Stars committed to the buildings, and Black Sparks were already there. So we have right now 3 squads in the center of this phase 4 in those buildings.
And GODSENT have now finally come into the circuit. You see Vito getting a knock on the board, and they'll be ready to fight. They'll be ready to go full force and full forward on this one as well. Victor out in the open, fighting up against some of the GSG players. Gonna go in for the elimination straight away. It was out in the open and it was fast. Victor goes down, Leno, able to at least find some cover. But for the rest of the team to try and help her out now is going to be very difficult. Umbra still out in the blue for now.
Lakonostra MVP pushing in onto Destiny. 1 player down. Mazzaro is looking up. He stands up. He's going to get knocked down. Nice Uzi play. But in the end, Beast is going to return fire, getting the return. But either way, it's a 1v3 against Destiny. So Lakonostra MVP looking to once again continue to solidify themselves in the top 3 with a squad wipe on to Destiny, who are looking to break into the top 3. Another knocks down Danny. I don't know what happened there, why Lakonostra didn't push in more aggressively. Maybe the blue zone of this phase 4, but at the end of the day, you can handle it as you use that full squad to your advantage.
One team that can handle anything that comes to them, any rotation that comes on through. It is Panda who are now starting to get activated and take their shots. Hakoni up here, doesn't want to expose himself too much, has a great vantage point to shoot from, and he'll be a right pain to these teams as they try to run across. He walks away with that one. It's 4 kills for him, and he's doing all on his own for the team of Clash, but he still now needs to get inside the circle. And there are going to be fights on their hands because Gaijin are just on the side of it as well as soon as he comes through, and Panda not too far away.
The circle shifted towards the compounds. Once again, the teams on the north and the northwest have a lot to do. Clash get taken out. It was Panda that eliminated them, albeit Panda are not in the circle just yet. GODSENT are going to have to fight UDR killers once again. Their kryptonite is in front of them, gatekeeping them from entering phase 5 of this Sanhok game, the final game of day 2 of the PMPL finals.
GODSENT will certainly want some revenge in that one with how it went down on Miramar. Game Lord are the next team to fall, and we're going to see a lot more of this over the next couple of minutes. First knocks coming through. They're exchanging between GODSENT and NEXUS on this one. Panda now back on it. They've come in. They're just on the edge of the circle, and they're ready to fight forward. Lin sending it in the car. Will trying to do his best. Takes the shots, but he's only got the tree for cover. And look at the perfect positioning here from the Panda players. He may be the distraction in the buggy. The rest of the Panda players are ready to shoot as soon as Will moves forward. And look, before he can even move and see anyone to take the shots, they've already started shooting back at him.
Yep.
Molotov going out. It looks like it's almost on top of Will. He is going to burn. He is going to run away, and he is going to go down. Panda. That's how you do it, boys. That's how you push forward. That is a true team fight, and excellence continues for the Panda players.
Things are not going to get easier, though, as we get into the final 5-7 minutes of this game, as all these teams that are inside the compound trying to protect their buildings' utility in play. You got Panda having to push in on the north team. Umbra go down. We also saw NEXUS eliminated, but Beast comes in from the south to be the thorn in the side. I don't think it's going to be enough for him to really confirm those kills. However, his last first aid has been pulled off. The shots on the Kadu. One more finds Kadu. He gets a knock. Can he make it out of the blue? I just don't think so.
No, it's not going to be possible. Destiny go down. Good effort, and he's been a problem there for Panda. It was looking great for him, but they were chasing it. They were sat within the blue, and the rest of them are just going to be going on out of here. They're trying to get the revives through, but it's just 2 players left. EK first sent it in the buggy, did get within the circle.
Like that. He's in the wall.
Is it possible for years? He's just going to be healing, right?
Exactly. This is going to be healing. But Gaijin, they're coming in behind Eastern Stars.
UDR still playing around the edges as well. Surprised Eastern Stars are still up, you know, considering how bad it started for him. Making the best of a bad situation for sure. Holes just watches that player run by, jumps on out the window. It's like, cool, easiest kill of my life. No problem. Thanks for that, mate. I'll take the extra point. No problem at all. Oh, UDR now. Smokes aren't providing him enough cover. GK first. He's still taking shots up here. Has to pop the first aid kit. Oh, his teammate got to him. He's got to him. That's huge. You see if Panda do this again with 2 players. Obviously, it would take a hell of a lot for them to be able to do it, but that would be monstrous if they could. Nades coming through. Polar Race in a very good position within this. You said they were there very early on. Now they're outside the circle. Will have to move. But what else can they get done? Big shots coming through. Bazzi pulling that off. Fair play. And they need as many points and as many kills as they can get. The chaos now starts. UDR have worked their way further down. Panda are down to 1 player, so Years didn't manage to stick around for too long. He wasn't able to survive. Oh, Muzzy out there burning, runs straight out into it. Eastern Stars go down. It's not pretty for him at all as UDR. They've somehow still kept 5 players within this. DK first been able to grab himself some extra first aid kits. He's going to be healing up in the blue for as long as possible. And it's all about those extra points. It's all about this consistency we talk about over and over again for these guys. While UDR, they're on another mission. They're on the cleanup duty. They want to fight forward and rip everyone apart in front of them wherever possible. And Polar Ace, well, they're dwindling on numbers with only 2 alive. And thing is, oh, GK first! He comes in from back! He comes in and upsets 2. They're going to go in for these UDR players. And now this could be the time. Polar Ace, he could be going forward on this. That would be absolutely incredible.
Poke's healing up. Sebi pushes around to provide the support to the rest of his team. It slows down UDR, but it doesn't take them out of the game. Polar Ace are giving a little bit of respite. GK the first continue to be the thorn in the side. Polar Ace are down. They're down, and we're down to our final 2 teams.
And Panda have got away with a 2nd place off that. That is absolutely insane. A 2nd place with 7 kills at the end. I can't work it out. I can't make any sense of it.
You're just better.
They do it every time.
You're just better.
Yeah.
Like, a simple thing of when 2 of the players from Panda got caught out, instead of GK trying to get the revive off in the blue like a lot of teams would, he's like, nah, I'm playing for into the circle. And he full sent it by the wall. That decision making, right? That little bit of knowing that time is against you, that the blue zone is gonna be the death of you, if not another team, if you try and go for those revives. And yeah, Yiz did join up. Yiz ended up getting knocked. And GK, the man of the moment, the legend within of this PMPL finals, just got his team into 2nd place. Of course, you know, kind of overshadows what was a fantastic victory from UDR Killers, controlling that eastern side. I think once again, they squad wiped GODSENT, if I'm not mistaken.
I don't think
because GODSENT were coming in from the north. Yeah. And then it was like Thanos snapped out of the lobby. GODSENT were, and UDR continued to control the eastern side.
A little rivalry going down in moments like that, and UDR right now are coming out on top when GODSENT, they really want and need these points, right? They want to be able to make that cushion softer for them, make it more comfortable for them from start to finish. But I just, going on to UDR, right? They stayed on the edge, they patrolled it. It looked like it's going to be very difficult. Because remember, they're going downhill to try and get into that position and fight to all the teams that already found the compounds to sit within.
That's true.
And yet they had that wall that they were able to use and got close to that, and then they just pushed in. And then you think they then have GK first come in and he's shooting him in the back, and they're like, what the hell, where have you come from? Like, what's this all about? And they still managed to hold on to it. So they deserve a lot of credit with how they managed to do that, because it wasn't like anything benefited them circle-wise. They had a few benefits, right? If we go back to like phase 2 and 3 when it went over towards the eastern side. But other than that, it was like they had to run, they had to make it work, and they had to fight for it. So a really good win for UDR there, one they can certainly be proud of. But what another crazy game here when it comes to Sanhok. And I gotta say, mate, when it comes to looking at the position here for Unicorns of Love, they are in a bad spot, not obviously in the standings, but when it comes to this one where it could have given them a nice placement, right? They needed just all these extra moments. So right now, it's still wide open.
It was simply put, it was just a wrong playstyle that they pulled out in the Sanhok game. I predicted that if they didn't do what I suggested, that it would crumble. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. But luckily for them, GODSENT did bad. Lakonostra MVP didn't do too bad. So the teams around them, except for Panda, crumbling a little bit. It's going to make the race for the top 3 a little bit closer coming into the final day.
Well, Panda again have had success and they've brought consistency into the gameplay today. Some of the best plays we see come from these guys. The Bamboo has certainly been strong with these guys from start to finish, but we're going to go to some stronger chaps, minus Jason, you know, he's the skinny one, when we get back from the breaks.
UDR Killers take home the chicken dinner, but I think for me and for us here on the virtual desk, Panda and GK First is the real story of how that match went down and the little bout they had up against Beast. Crazy times, as it's just going to be me. You know what? In my contract, I have it stated that I need to have solo shots on camera. So luckily, the ESL production crew here has helped me with this one. But very important to see that Beast, Destiny, up against a fight with Lakonostra. They did lose Mihi early on. I think we have our analysts back in with Kalaris and Maxman here in just a second. I think can help me break this down. But Destiny, we're down a man pretty much off the bat with Mihi unfortunately getting stuck inside of something, and he died to his own car. Decided to take himself out instead of the blue zone. But then we had Destiny fight Lakonostra. We had Panda come in, and then Beast, who was the last left alive here, guys, like almost punished Panda. I think he got 3 knocks, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that was it. Got himself 3 knocks out of nowhere. It was a really hard one. And that was phase 6, meaning that also most of the Panda players could not get rezzed up. It was a really valuable fight. So you got 2 of those 3 knocks actually confirmed into kills. So that's amazing to see that coming out from Beast. But when you're looking at these overall rankings from this game, you got to say that 26-pointer coming out from UDR Killers. We thought, but we were really hyped up in the backside when we were actually looking at that game. And we thought GK First could potentially secure it. But UDR Killers, they pushed that compound so well. It was controlled by, I think it was Black Spark at the start. Then it was Eastern Stars, and UDR Killers arrived in the middle of all that madness and were able to actually take that fight. UDR Killers is looking great, and if you look at the player individual stats, every single player has been fragging out big time. I think it's about 12 to 13 points for almost every player. So as a team, they've really stepped up all together, which you always love to see.
There's so many moments in the ending of these games where we have a solo player who is like not pushing on a man squads based on the information that's given to them, like be it audio cues or where they believe that the fight is going on approximately, etc. and stuff like that. But GK First knows when to go, and if there'd been maybe 1 or 2 knocks a little bit more on the side of UDR Killers, he might clean that up. So it shows the game sense of he knows when to be able to go into those situations, given that he's the kind of solo player on the team. But yeah, not to be. But still good stuff from Panda. I mean, if the Beast situation doesn't happen, Max, that Panda could have effectively been 4-man up in those final moments, and then who knows what goes down. It's crazy.
It was only Lakonostra on the southern side, and the fact that they left right away, Lakonostra, they could have just easily pushed it down. As you said, there was that situation where if UDR would have had a few players knocked away, then maybe that could have been a clutch for them. But yeah, Beast really played spoilers on Panda, and it's some extra points, as you said. 3 knocks, 2 of those being confirmed, and it will help Destiny get a little bit closer to that top 3 at the end.
Yeah, and points they, like you said, desperately need, because it all comes down to those top 3 positions, right? Yes, there is money every single rank you go up, but you want to be participating in the PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1 happening later on in the month. You can see Unicorns 11, unfortunately, only the 1 point for them. One of the teams that we saw, well, the team who was in first place at the end of the first day. A little bit of struggle there, but so is Lakonostra only getting 2 points. But we'll catch him with overalls in just a little bit of time. Let's take a look, though, at our top players in the last match. And I'm assuming GK First should be in there in one form or another. But I'm going to be wrong. It's just going to be 3 players of UDR Killers and Caster finally coming through at a Polar Ace. Max, I know you talked about Caster quite a bit earlier on when we didn't get to see him on their top 4 out of Polar Ace, but he's going to be here this time.
yeah, it's going to be this time around onto the top players of this game. I mean, Polar Ace had some decent rotations. I really enjoyed how they played, especially that high ground position over to the east of Quarry, I believe it was. And they love having a 2-2 split, and instantly they're very snappy. The moment the circle shifts, they take that position, and they had a very good oversight of what was happening in that ball finish in a compound down below. So they had good intel beforehand before going for that fight. And I think Caster's just been the one in this game, at least, that's been able to capitalize more on that opportunity. But man, 3 players coming out from UDR Killers here, especially Pocus, the French homie, is going to be in that present once again. And yeah, UDRs have been fighting so well. I hope at one point, especially tomorrow, we can check out some of their personal stats, because they are very impressive when you look at it.
I mean, to get out of that situation that kind of boils down to the last 3 teams or so in those compounds, it's manic. There is so much going. I mean, hell, you can see it in the observing. We're flicking back and forth between all of these players. Everybody's kind of repositioning, everybody's kind of shooting. And UDR Killers, to be able to come out on top of that situation the way that they do, with still 3 people not knocked, I think is extremely impressive, and a testament to their crisis management, given how chaotic that situation can get.
Yeah, we'll take a look at total damage as well to see what they really put down. And I mean, them and Polar Ace fighting head-to-head. I think there was a moment there, Kalaris, where we could have saw maybe GK first look to crash out on top of this fight to potentially pick up the last kills and maybe a chicken dinner for his team. But again, we see Polar Ace put off a decent performance here, which is great for them. Again, one of the teams we looked at coming into the finals. And UDR Killers keeping that 1 chicken dinner match per day alive. But I don't know if that's going to be enough for them when we get into our final day. Again, a lot of teams, I mean, I guess the prize difference between ranks here, and I can get your thoughts on this really quickly, is it's not that drastic. So I feel like if you're going to be one of those teams who has to make that push for top 3, you just got to play crazy. And I think that makes it even harder to stay on the top here if you're one of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, for UDR Killers, for example, yeah, they might be getting 1 win per day or to something to that effect. But even that is not enough to be able to push you into that top 3 spot. You still have to be getting decent results here and there, be it podium finishes, be it top 5s, be it with a handful of kills if you're getting that kind of 6th through 8th position during some of these games. So, and the crazy thing about it is that it's a true test of capabilities in terms of flexibility when you've got the 3 battlegrounds going, changing, because they are having to constantly adapt to the differences in the playstyles for those battlegrounds. So this kind of tournament, this kind of format really tests some of these teams to the full potential.
Yeah, Max, it tests them in different ways, right? Be able to play long formatted event, then a 3-day sprint, so to say. You know, you have the marathon at the beginning, you have the sprint at the end to see how well-rounded you are out as a team. But let's take a look, though, at a recap of today really quickly so you guys can see at home. If you missed any of the matches, well, luckily for you, got a quick little recap to show you who won each match, and of course, their stats behind this one. And we don't see a double chicken dinner date today, but we do see Destiny pick up the 1, GODSENT pick up 1 as well. Panda, I mean, really, for a Panda win, Max, that's not really that impressive.
I mean, it's Panda, right? Especially you expecting them to take a win. Luckily enough, it was not on Miramar, even though they are known as being a really strong Miramar team when it comes down to it. But that was the one where actually, I'll give it, Kalaris. He did guess that they were going to win. So, okay, clap, congrats. But Panda also got to keep in mind that despite not taking wins on other maps, they were still really consistent in where their performances actually were. Because if you look throughout the entirety of these finals, their average placement point is currently of 5th position. The closest is 7th position for GODSENT and Unicorns of Love in position. They are 2 average positioning spots ahead of the competition right now, which goes to show, once again, we said it many times, but how consistent Panda actually are. And not only that, they convert that into kills too, and they know most of the time when they can't confirm a win, they're going to try and go for a top 2, a top 3, or even a top 5, and that's still really good points. That even yesterday, when we were talking smack a little bit about Panda, saying Yiz is not there, they're struggling, it was still technically a really good day, and now they're back in their prime, what we were expecting from them after the last Super Weekends. They are back in the running, and they're currently, I would say, first position here.
That's the big problem, right? I think if anybody wants to challenge for the championship right now, I don't quite know what points that Panda are at, but I can only imagine they have a cushion up towards top because of how consistent they are. These guys are looking head and shoulders above the rest right now, and with only 6 games remaining, all of these teams either have to put a huge dent in Panda somehow or elevate their game, and I think that is difficult when Panda right now is setting themselves apart to the point where, again, they're a world-class team right now, and that is terrifying for these other teams.
Well, you said you're not sure about how big of the cushion Panda has at the moment. We could take a look. Let's take a look at overalls and see how big of the cushion they actually do have. Now, in that last match on Sanhok, we were kind of wondering, are Destiny, and you even heard Banks and Imperium talking about it, looking to potentially hunt and to deny them early points. And, well, cushion indeed. This is quite a massive cushion, 143 points. They've moved up 4 slots. They are in our top 3 at the moment.
The problem is that they've only won 1 chicken dinner, and it wasn't even that big a chicken dinner. It was a salvaged chicken dinner on that Sanhok game. So to see them at 143 points, considering you see GODSENT at 3 chicken dinners, but 117 points. Lakonostra, technically, yes, they have been popping off in these past 2 days, but still only 119 points. I would be absolutely terrified of the Panda going into tomorrow.
Without a win, that for Lakonostra MVP. So if they do secure himself a win, which I still think that's one of the main issues for Lakonostra. They were a team that back in the first 3 weeks really good at rotation. They improved on the aggressive side of things in these finals, which is one of the things that I wanted to see them work on. Now it's the close-off game. And I remember back in the PMGC, Jason, like we were covering especially Class DA, and they would get to the late game but not find closure. And I think that they have to have a similar redemption arc in that sense to try and actually confirm it. Because literally 1 good game, 1 win, and you can overtake Panda completely. It's still a little bit of a margin, right? But if they get themselves a win tomorrow, and hopefully we'll see Lakonostra secure their very first win in the finals, Panda is not too far off of jumping away from that first spot.
I don't think their focus should be passing Panda. I mean, yeah, 10,000 is a lot of money. But I think the focus should be for these teams is just stay top 3, maintain top 3, right? Because that's when the bucks become even more pricey for you to pick up when we get into the PMPL UMA Championship Season 1. But yeah, I mean, that's a couple goals they could go for. But just to see, though, Kalaris, the 3-point difference between 2nd and 4th place, you just know that one bad game tomorrow, it could ruin you. It could take you out of top 3, and you could have no hopes to requalify.
Sure, I empathize with what you're saying, especially. You know, you want your top 3, you want to go to the next tournament moving on forwards, but teams like Destiny, for example, they have then, you know, they were waning yesterday. They've jumped up 4 places today, for example, now at that 100 points barrier. It's not out of the realms of possibility that a team like Destiny, who again we have bigged up as this, you know, this championship level team, could then tomorrow strike out at the Panda tomorrow and try and get themselves a championship. Because I'm going to be honest, when you look at these kinds of tournaments, for a lot of the guys, sometimes the money doesn't matter. Sometimes it's just about being the champion. They have that championship drive, they have that competitive drive, and they want to be number 1.
Well, speaking of number 1, a couple of the teams maybe have a chance. It was it was only a 19-point difference between Destiny and our 2nd place team, Lakonostra. So it's still very doable. Like, there could be an easy surge of points for them just for a couple of good games. But looking here at Polar Ace, they've moved up a bit. Eastern Stars have fallen as well here. It's tough times for these teams, Max. And realistically, they would have to have a massive day tomorrow. They would have to pull a Qatar Forces, you know, on the 3rd day of the final Super Weekend to break top 3.
Yeah, mathematically speaking, it is possible, but when you're looking at how Eastern Stars has been playing, even with Kapahala joining in for the last few games of today, it hasn't been working for Eastern Stars as an example. I'm not going to lie, Eastern Stars, if they don't get themselves 2 wins tomorrow, I'm going to have to count them out because they need to catch up heavily. Like, first position is 143. They're currently standing on 64 only. They need to double their points bare minimum, actually overdo that completely. So I don't know. For me, Eastern Stars is almost done. It's basically over for them. And the other teams too, but they're the big surprise, right? That we thought were going to be first page very easily coming and very comfortably into the finals, but nowhere near. And I'm just not sure once again what happened. I think it's something internal because it feels so weird. There hasn't been any drastic change in how they rotate, how they play itself. But when it comes to fighting, they just lose them over and over and over again. And I think that maybe there's just a different shift on mentality coming into the finals. Maybe stress also that has been hindering their chances pretty heavily. But I think that's worth asking a few questions. I'll try and talk to a few of the players to know what's happening because it's very surprising to see such a drastic change from the first 3 weeks until now.
Feels like dysfunction in the team at the moment.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. We do have also another race happening, not only to get to top 3, but also our MVP who wins $1,000 at the end of our finals. We'll take a look currently who is in our number 1 position, but in overall where our MVPs do stand. And Alicio actually gave me the number 1 spot. This is not quite surprising when we see how they played, but it's good on him to maintain that.
He's still there from yesterday, actually. That's really surprising. I mean, Lakonostra, to be honest, they had a great day, but we've seen also other players of Lakonostra do really well. So I thought that maybe he would have dropped away a little bit, but and especially because GKFS has stepped up back for Panda in the second day, I thought that he might be in that position at the end. But the real big surprise for me is Dami. Lost Bullet had, you know, a middling day, but Dami has still been able to perform despite not getting some insanely valuable results for his team. So I think that would be the big surprise in this top 5 is the fact that Dami is consistently up here with the likes of Alicia.
I think for Lakonostra, of course, our question at the beginning of the day, alongside NEXUS, was can they continue this form? Lakonostra, I think, undoubtedly right now proved, yes, they can do it back-to-back in a day. Let's see if they can do it 3 days in a row, because if they can, they will be top 3, considering what we're seeing so far, unless we have huge pop-off moments from the likes of Destiny that we know can do it. So there's definitely going to be, you know, hounds at the gate here to try and pursue down some of these top spots.
Yeah, they can win themselves a spot into the PMPL EMA Championship Season 1 coming up later on in the month. But also, you guys at home can win something too, because we still have a challenge going on for you guys at home. And you only have, what, like a day and a half left to go before things will end on this one, where you can win some lovely little prizes. You have the 1+9 phone you can win. You have 3 1+ Bud special editions. You have even 5 PMPL parachutes. You just got to head over to PUBGMOBILE.Europe.official over on Instagram and see on how to enter, because it all closes at the end of the day tomorrow at 23:59. So right before midnight, make sure to get your entries in, and you can win one of those lovely prizes. Remember, guys, we can't win any of that stuff. It sucks, but you know, we got to be here on the show.
Give them a tip. Can I give them a tip?
If they tag you as the friend in the post, or
no. There's one clear choice here, guys, right now. So maybe if you want to pick that one, that might be the one for you, because right now they are charging ahead. There you go. There you go. Whew.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. You know what? Maybe we can get some entries in there. Maybe we can make another account. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not that messed up. All right, well, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to round out here our second day of the finals. We still have one more day left to go. One more chance for all these teams to break through top 3 to get into the next event. And also last chance here for teams to take home the trophy and the $10,000. Make sure you guys tune in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the conclusion of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe.